What happened? The group of Cloud Shinobi village stopped. They couldn't figure out why there were so many ninjas at the gate of Konoha village. They couldn't have come to send them off, right? If it's a farewell, then why are they all dressed neatly, as if they are about to go to the battlefield? Not. A bad thought rose from Tutai's heart, but was soon suppressed by him. He didn't dare to think about it. If it's what you think it is, then you're in trouble. Let's go first. The few people who couldn't figure it out could only stride forward. Liu also led a group of Konoha shinobi fighters to stop the group from Cloud Shinobi village. Don't you guys plan to stay for a few more days to see the scenery of Konoha, which should not be found in Cloud Shinobi village? Liu said with a smile. Thank you Liu Jonin for your kindness, but we have a task ahead of us, and we need to pass the news to Mr. Rakage in the village quickly, so that we can raise the compensation for your village. Kaido, who didn't smile on the ground, added another sentence after speaking. Presumably your village also hopes to get the compensation sooner, so that the relationship between the two villages can return to friendship. Indeed so. We, Konoha, naturally hope that the two villages can restore their previous peace. So in order to prevent some dangers when they return to the village, we decided to personally send them back to the village and protect their safety along the way. Liu nodded, putting on a look of being good for you. Send us back to the village personally. Tutai and AI's expressions changed when they heard this, and they clenched their fists quietly. They are not fools. Instantly understood the meaning of Liu's words. At the same time, I also understand that my previous plan has failed. Liu said she was sending them back to the village. The essence is to take them as hostages, and if Third Rakage refuses to pay compensation, then they will be out of luck. Damn Konoha. AI cursed secretly, and at the same time looked at Liu, who was smiling like a harmless animal, feeling extremely apprehensive in her heart. He understands. The instigator of all this is Liu, and he discovered that Liu is not only strong, but also mentally brilliant. When negotiating, first, they used coercion and lure to get them to sign absurd compensation. Now he can see through their plans at a glance and cut off their retreat. This kind of powerful and clever person is more dangerous than Orochimaru and Tsunade standing next to him. You can't sit still. AI's whole body was tense, and his palms hidden behind his back were already clenched tightly. Whenever there was a conflict, he would strike immediately. Calm down, Tutai said in a low voice, and at the same time took a step forward without looking, blocking AI's body, and then said with a forced smile, Please trouble Liu Jonin, but we are still very confident in our own strength, so we don't need to bother. No trouble, don't be polite to us. Liu smiled enthusiastically. As he spoke and waved his hands, more than 100 ninjas immediately surrounded the group of Cloud Shinobi village. The atmosphere instantly cooled down and became more and more dignified. Liu and others inspected a group of Cloud Shinobi, and AI and Tutai were also tense, thinking whether to risk their lives to break through. The two sides stalemate for about a minute. In the end, Tutai showed a reluctant smile and broke the deadlock. Since your village is so enthusiastic, then we can only respect it rather than obey it. He knew he must not do anything now. Once they make a move, with their strength, there is absolutely no way to escape. Of course he will not sit still. After all, just because you can't do it now doesn't mean you won't be able to do it in the future. As long as they leave the country of fire, they can try to escape without the behemoth Konoha watching from the sidelines. That's right. Liu nodded in satisfaction. He knew that they would not be so honest, but he was not afraid. Since he dared to let them out of the village, he had the confidence to keep them in check. Leaving now, Tsunade beside him whispered. Of course, after all, the sooner we leave, the sooner the relationship between the two villages can be restored. Liu said with a smile, then glanced at the earthen platform next to him. Do you think so? Earthen platform Jonin. Naturally. Although Tutai felt extremely aggrieved, he still licked his face and replied. Then, let's go. Liu didn't continue teasing, and waved her hand to signal her departure. Yes, a group of Konoha shinobi members responded with a bang, and left with the group of Cloud Shinobi village, and disappeared in front of the gate in just a while. When Liu and his group left, the three of Kushina also sneaked out of the village while the guard ninja was not paying attention. In the forest, Liu took the lead and walked in the front. The big trees on both sides turned into afterimages and kept passing by. Those three little apprentices of yours followed up secretly, so you don't care. Tsunade glanced behind him and asked in a low voice. Whatever they want. We're keeping the pace we're at, and if they can hold on for a while, take them on. Liu smiled indifferently. Then what if you fall behind? Orochimaru couldn't help asking. Don't underestimate the three of them, they are not ordinary genin. Liu laughed, and added, if they fall behind, then let the ninja patrolling nearby send them back to the village. Several people nodded after hearing this, and did not continue to dwell on this matter, because they all know Liu's strength. Since he dared to take the three of Minato with him, it showed that Liu had the confidence to protect the safety of the three of them. A forest in the land of fire. Liu, who had been on the road all morning, finally decided to stop for a rest. Those 3 of your disciples are really good, they really kept up with our pace. Tsunade glanced back and said in amazement. I said they're no ordinary genin. Liu smiled, then turned her head to look at a position. What are you three doing hiding there, why don't you come out quickly? Well, Kushina, who was hiding behind the tree trunk, widened her eyes instantly, not expecting to be found. But they, who knew Liu's temper, didn't dare to keep hiding, and immediately came out, standing in front of Liu like a good baby. You must be tired after following us all morning, right? Tsunade smiled. Well, Master Tsunade, did you know we were following? Kushina couldn't believe it. She obviously felt that she was hiding it well. Fool, the corner of Liu's mouth twitched, and he immediately gave a shudder. Do you really think that we Jonins are eating dry food? Kushina groaned in pain, clutching her forehead with tears in her eyes. Teacher, shall we go back? Minato couldn't help asking. No, this time was originally a test for you, since you are not left behind, then keep up. Liu laughed. Really? Great. Kushina, who was about to cry just now, suddenly cheered after hearing this. Although I agree with you to keep up, the outside is not like a village, so you can't run around in the next time, you must follow me. Liu said with a straight face. Yes, the three nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Then hurry up and take a rest, we will be leaving later. Yes, the three quickly found a place to sit down and recover their physical strength. And the other side, Tutai and AI are also making eye contact. They were still thinking about how to escape after leaving Konoha. It's alright now, I'll give you a pillow when I'm sleepy. Now that Liu can hold them hostage and threaten Cloud Shinobi Village. Then can they hold Kushina and others hostage to counter-threat Liu? Thinking of this, Tutai and AI looked at each other, the joy in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Two idiots. When the two of them thought they had thought of a way to escape, Liu, who had closed her eyes and meditated, sneered. Obviously, the actions of the two of them were watched by him, but he didn't stop it, but let things develop. Because the group of Cloud Shinobi Village is a time bomb after all, it may be nothing at ordinary times, but once the critical moment comes, a huge hidden danger will erupt. Therefore, in order to obtain compensation smoothly, this hidden danger must be resolved. However, it is not easy for him to take action directly because his teacher is unknown, so he can only wait for a few people to kill themselves. In this way, not only can the hidden danger be solved, but it may also extort hundreds of millions more. 3 days passed quickly. After a 3-day journey, the group passed through the Kingdom of Iron and the Kingdom of the Moon, and soon arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. In order to be sure, Liu decided to stop for a day to rest and move on after recovering her physical fitness. What the hell? Why do you still need to train after leaving the village? In the forest, Kushina whispered while waving the kunao. I thought I could see the outside world after leaving the village. But who would have thought that Liu didn't give this opportunity at all? On the way to the Land of Thunder, he held the three of them for a while to practice, and he didn't even miss this kind of recuperation time. Hurry up and train, otherwise Teacher Liu will use the excuse of not serious training, increase the amount of training, and even deduct our rewards for future missions. Heitake Yuki said weakly. While speaking, he glanced at Liu who was sitting on the tree trunk. Seeing what Liu looked like, he was startled. Hearing this, Kushina could only shrug his head and continue the boring training. If I had known it would be like this when I left the village, I might as well have stayed in the village. Minato listened to the conversation between the two with a gentle smile still on his face. Compared to the two, he is very satisfied with his current state. With the guidance of a strong teacher, Nan, who has practiced hard, is also improving. In his opinion, this is much more interesting than playing around. Liu, come here. At this moment, Tsunade appeared from a distant tree and waved to Liu. You continue training. Liu said something to the three of them, and came to Tsunade's position within a few jumps. I'm about to enter the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village should have heard the news long ago, right? Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Liu nodded. Along the way, they didn't hide anything, so I'm sure that the Kingdom of Thunder definitely got the news. Moreover, the news of the signing of the 2 billion indemnity also reached the desk of Third Raikage. Then what should we do next? Asked Tsunade. We don't need to act. Liu sneered. Third Raikage has been Raikage for so many years, so he is not an idiot. After learning the terms signed by Tutai, he will definitely be able to see through our intentions. Now there must be heavy troops deployed on the border of the Land of Thunder, waiting for us to go, so when we arrive at the border of the Land of Thunder, we can hand over the goods and deliver the goods. Seeing that Liu had already made plans, the two were also relieved. But before that, we have to take good precautions against the people on the Earth platform. After all, this place is infinitely close to the Land of Thunder, and it is a good place to escape. Liu added a sentence. Then shall we do it first? Tsunade clenched his fists, a sharp look appeared on his face. A few of them can't make any troubles, just be optimistic about them. If they make a move, then we will be famous as teachers. Even if a few people are abolished by then, Cloud Shinobi Village will have nothing to say. Liu sneered. Good. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged glances and nodded. The other side. A group of people from Cloud Shinobi Village also gathered together. They closed their eyes tightly back to back, as if they were resting. However, if you get closer, you can find that a group of people are talking quietly. This is a great opportunity, Tutai said in a low voice. AI closed his eyes and lowered his voice. Kaido, we have nothing to hide along the way. Dad probably got the news a long time ago and understands our situation, so there are definitely ninjas from the village waiting at the border. As long as we initiate a breakout and escape to the border of the Land of Thunder, we will be safe. That's right. The other two Cloud Shinobi nodded in agreement. This method works, but the 3 Konoha genins are missing. Tutai took a peek. He originally wanted to hold the 3 of Kushina hostage and force Liu to let him go through Kushina, but with the disappearance of the 3 of Kushina, the plan fell through. It doesn't matter, now is the best time to escape, we must not miss it, AI whispered. He didn't know where Kushina had gone, and there was no way to find her. But the opportunity is fleeting, and they must seize it. Okay, but before that, we have to give way first, Tutai said in a low voice. The few Jonins want to break through, so naturally there is no big problem, but not Killer Bee. He is not even a genin. Once he breaks out, he is likely to be caught. Then let Bai run to another place, and we will attract the firepower of Konoha. AI thought for a while and said, good. Tutai nodded. Bai, we're going to escape from here soon. You'll say you need to go to the bathroom later. You're young, Konoha Shinobi won't care too much. At that time we will attract the attention of the Konoha Shinobi, and you will take the opportunity to escape. Remember, keep running to the east. There is a river there. Once you get there, you can dive into the water and follow the river into the territory of the Kingdom of Thunder. Then you will be safe. AI warned carefully. Brother, then be careful. Killer Bee knew that he was lagging behind, so he didn't say anything to stay. Don't worry, don't you know the strength of Big Brother? AI comforted. Killer Bee whispered back. After waiting for a few minutes, Killer Bee stood up and walked into the depths of the forest, putting on a look of urgency. The Konoha Shinobi who had been watching naturally found out, but seeing that AI and the earthen platform were still in place, they didn't care. After all, Killer Bee isn't even a genin. Even if you run away, it won't make much difference. Brother Tutai, AI, who squinted his eyes, saw Killer Bee disappear in front of his eyes, and touched the dirt platform with his elbow. Wait a little longer, let Bai run farther. Tutai held his breath and concentrated, looking in no hurry. Another 2 minutes passed. Feeling that Killer Bee had run far enough, and Konoha would doubt if he didn't do anything again, he finally opened his eyes. There was no hesitation, no prompting. The body stood up abruptly, and quickly formed a seal. Lightning-style thunder flash, Thorna's sharp voice sounded. A dazzling but non-aggressive light burst out, shining around. After completing this ninja, Tutai roared angrily. AI, do it. AI immediately stood up and let out a roar. Thorn-purple lightning erupted from the bodies of several people. The activity of the cells stimulated by lightning style increased greatly, which greatly increased the status of several people. However, they did not attack Konoha Shinobi, but fled in the direction of the Land of Thunder. Their goals are clear. Just run. Maybe they can't beat Liu and the others, but they are very confident in escaping, because most of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village are lightning-style ninjas who also practice ninjutsu. These ninjas have one thing in common, that is, they are strong and fast. And most importantly, after Third Raikage got the news, he would definitely deploy heavy troops on the border of the Land of Thunder. As long as they passed through this forest, they would be rescued by the village and get out of trouble. As for staying and fighting, they are not so stupid. There were hundreds of people in Konoha's army escorting them, including Liu, Tsunade, Orochimaru and other experts. As far as they are, if they stay, they will probably be defeated in a few strokes. So they never thought about staying confrontational. People from Cloud Shinobi Village have escaped. Konoha Shinobi, who has been monitoring Cloud Shinobi, shouted immediately. The army that was repairing around immediately reacted, jumped up without thinking, looked at Cloud Shinobi who had already fled to the distance, and quickly chased after him. Master Liu, those people from Cloud Shinobi Village have escaped. A Konoha Shinobi practitioner ran to report to Liu. What? Escaped? Why don't you hurry up and chase after him? Before Liu could reply, Sarutobi Shinnishuk shouted eagerly. This mission is very important to him. If the person ran away and the mission failed, how could he wash away the stains? So he is more anxious than anyone else. Master Liu. The Konoha Shinobi who came to report did not even look at Sarutobi Shinnishuk. In his eyes, Sarutobi Shinnishuk is a weak second king with bad conduct. If he didn't have a good father, how could he become one of the captains of this team? Seeing that the other party ignored him at all, Sarutobi Shinnishuk blushed suddenly, feeling that he was underestimated. One must be self-aware. Liu glanced at Sarutobi Shinnishuk and said mockingly. Sarutobi Shinnishuk turned pale for a while, then turned blue for a while, but dared not speak out. Li Yu, what should we do now? Asked Orochimaru from the side. Shoot, don't let them escape to the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. Li Yu Kaido. He wasn't worried at all that Cloud Shinobi would escape. After all, the team escorting Cloud Shinobi included 100 elite ninjas, plus 3 cage levels. And what about Cloud Shinobi? Just a cage level. If this can make the other party escape, then they don't need to be ninjas anymore, they can just retire. Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded before leaving in a flash. The other side. The group of Cloud Shinobi, who had escaped hundreds of meters away, was talking loudly while looking back. Brother AI, Konoha's people are catching up. Cloud Shinobi, named Craigie, looked at the mighty Konoha army behind him, with a look of eagerness on his face. Don't worry about the chasing soldiers behind you, speed up your pace. As long as we pass through this forest, we will reach the border of the Land of Thunder, and we will be safe by then, AI growled. Speaking of the more intense thunder light erupting on his body, the speed under his feet increased by a point. Hearing this, several other people also suppressed all thoughts, and began to release chakra desperately, constantly accelerating the speed. The ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village are all good at ninjutsu, and each one is Grandmaster Lightning style. Now he exploded with all his strength, his speed skyrocketed, and in just a few breaths, he pulled away from Konoha's pursuers. Seeing the pursuers getting farther and farther away, and finally turned into a few small black spots, the faces of Cloud Shinobi and his group finally showed joy. Great, I finally got rid of Konoha's pursuers, Craigie said happily. Snort, while trying to use us to blackmail the village, and being so careless at the same time, I really don't know if Konoha's people are stupid or smart. AI also had a relaxed expression on his face, and then couldn't help but sneer. Don't be careless, we haven't returned to the Land of Thunder yet, Tutai said with a solemn expression. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong, and felt that this escape was too smooth. To know, there are 3 cage levels in the team escorting them, but the 3 of Li Yu, who are cage level, didn't make a move at all, as if they were allowed to escape. Get out of here quickly. AI also calmed down, knowing that he was getting carried away. Leave here. A few friends from Cloud Shinobi Village, where do you want to go? Just as AI's words fell, an abrupt voice sounded from the front. The few people who were still full of pride just now were shocked and stopped abruptly. I saw a young man with black hair and black eyes, handsome appearance and excellent temperament standing on a big tree in front of him, looking at them with a smile. Uchiha, Li Yu. There was a hint of disbelief in AI's eyes. In order to escape, they kept stimulating the cells with lightning-style chakra to increase their speed. Logically speaking, Konoha couldn't catch up at all. So he didn't understand how Li Yu managed to catch up. You haven't answered my question yet. Li Yu stood on the tree trunk, looking down at several people as if looking down. *****. Seeing Li Yu's smiling face, the grumpy Aten was furious. Because of what Li Yu did, it gave him a feeling of cat and mouse. The mouse is me, and the cat is Li Yu. This feeling of being teased made him extremely uncomfortable. Let's do it together, Tutai growled. Knowing that what I was most worried about still happened. And he understands that if he wants to return to the Land of Thunder, he must defeat the person in front of him. Go to hell with me, Uchiha Li Yu, AI yelled. The moment the words fell, a burst of lightning erupted from his body. Thorn the purple thunder and lightning continued to rage. Accompanied by a roar, AI, who was still in the distance, had already appeared on top of Li Yu's head, wrapped in a fist of lightning, and smashed hard at Li Yu's head. Boom! A terrifying roar exploded. Under AI's punch, the trunk of the big tree was directly smashed, but Li Yu, who was originally standing on the trunk, disappeared. Avoided. AI's eyes were fixed, and he looked quickly. I saw Li Yu standing on another tree, looking at herself with a smile. And more importantly, Li Yu's originally pitch-black pupils had turned red, and the 3 Guya were slowly spinning in his eyes. Sharingan. AI's heart trembled. Although he is not a Konoha shinobi, he also knows the horror of the Sharingan, and there are even rumors in the ninja world that he cannot be one-on-one with the Sharingan ninja. I wanted to have fun with you, but time doesn't allow it, so let's get rid of you quickly. Li Yu chuckled lightly. This forest is near the border of the Land of Thunder. Once the fighting time is too long, it will definitely alarm the Cloud Shinobi on the border of the Land of Thunder, which will cause a series of follow-up problems. So in order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, he must make a quick decision. Arrogance. AI was furious. So what if Li Yu is cage level? Isn't he? As a cage level player, he doesn't think he will be weaker than Li Yu. Whether it is arrogance or not, you will know if you try it. Li Yu smiled, then opened her eyes wide. The 3-pointed jade in the Sharingan rotates at a high speed, and finally turns into a strange pattern of 6-pointed stars. Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Li Yu rarely uses the power of Mangekyo, but that doesn't mean he wasn't turned on. The reason why it was rarely used before is because Mangekyo's power is not stable, and if it is used too much, it will cause blindness. If you can use Mangekyo, try not to use Mangekyo before you sign in to get the Eternal Eye, so as not to lose your sight in a few months just like Urjuzi in the original book. Of course, it's different now. In order to quickly get rid of AI who is a cage-level strongman, he can only use the power of Mangekyo. What's this? Seeing the changes in the patterns in Li Yu's eyes, AI felt intense anxiety. Boom! Just then, a roar sounded. A massive crimson chakra rushed from Li Yu's body, and the chakra condensed to form a giant wearing armor. The giant held a chakra long sword in his right hand and a chakra giant shield in his left hand. Wow, a strong airflow swept all around. Several people in Cloud Shinobi Village were startled, and quickly raised their hands to resist the impact of the air current. After the airflow subsided, several people looked up. Looking at the 100-meter-tall chakra giant in front of him, his eyes flashed with horror. What ninjutsu is this? Tutai was dripping with cold sweat, and a strong sense of fear rose in his heart. Susanoo in the fourth form. Li Yu, who stood on Susanoo's forehead, said lightly. The fourth form of Susanoo is the closest to the perfect Susanoo, and it is also the ultimate that ordinary Mangekyo Sharinan can achieve. As for the full-body Susanoo, that's a ninjutsu that only Eternal Eye can use. Ordinary Mangekyo simply cannot withstand the pupil power needed to fully body Susanoo. As he spoke, he controlled Susanoo to raise the long sword, and then slash down under the horrified eyes of several people. Although it was just an ordinary slash, but the long sword, which was tens of meters long, made a violent sound of piercing through the air, and fell down like a mountain. Retreat! AI Jing roared angrily. She no longer had the confidence she had before. Streaks of purple lightning surged up from her body, and then turned into afterimages to dodge quickly. Want to escape? Li Yu smiled, and Mangekyo Sharinan flashed a strange light. But I have seen through your future. After these words fell, the long sword that had been cut down immediately changed its direction, and slashed horizontally at another position. And what's even more terrifying, the moment Susan's long sword had just struck AI's body, which he was avoiding, landed right there. Li Yu seemed to see through the future and predicted AI's movements in advance. What? AI Meng raised his head, looking at the oncoming giant sword, his eyes flashed with horror. Then there was no time to react, and he was struck by Susan's long sword. Boom! There was a deafening roar. The future fourth Reikage AI flew out like a cannonball, smashed down a big tree, and fell into the stone pestle. Are you okay? What happened? How did Uchiha Li Yu know about AI's movements? Tutai and the others were startled and furious, and shouted loudly. Ahem! AI struggled out of the stone pestle, coughing loudly, and blood sprayed from his mouth continuously as he coughed. One strike. Li Yu is just a hit. Let the future fourth Reikage AI be seriously injured. Damn it. Feeling his own situation, AI looked ugly, and then struggled to stand up, asking for flowers. If it weren't for the last moment, he attached the lightning-style chakra to the body to form lightning-style armor, which strengthened his own defense. Otherwise, that sword might really kill him. But even so, he was still severely injured. Hey, are you okay? Tutai said with concern. I can't die. AI took a deep breath, relieved the pain in his chest, and looked at Li Yu solemnly. Although Li Yu's strength shocked him, but what shocked him even more was how Li Yu predicted his own movements. If there is no prediction just now, with his lightning-like speed, it was impossible for that blow to hit him. Armor of lightning style. Li Yu looked at the layer of lightning armor on AI's body, her eyes flickered. Lightning style armor is also known as lightning style chakra mode. It can wrap lightning around the body, thereby increasing the hardness and speed of the body, and allowing the body to be activated extremely quickly. In the original book, Third Reikage relied on this ninjutsu and won the titles of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Although AI's lightning-style armor is not as powerful as Third Reikage, it is still no problem to resist an attack. But if you can resist once, can you resist the second and third times? Li Yu stared. Controlling Susanoo raised the sword again. Attack! Seeing this scene, AI's heart skipped a beat, and he yelled without thinking. As he spoke, he jumped up, his palm raised up like a knife. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. Amidst the roar, AI rushed forward again. It's useless. Li Yu cast a glance, and the long sword that Susanoo held high immediately went to meet him. Swish! There was a violent blasting sound. The huge sword tens of meters long was wrapped in a strong air current, and cut towards AI again. But this time AI Shui was smart. When the giant sword was about to slash, he turned his body, as if he wanted to avoid the blow at a critical moment and complete his attack. I said, I have seen through your future. Li Yu chuckled, and Susan turned the long sword. AI, who had just avoided the long sword, was about to attack when he saw the long sword coming towards him. What? The weird feeling of being seen through made AI couldn't help but yelled out. His face was full of shock. How is it possible? How would you know? For, he can't figure it out. Why can Li Yu predict her own movements? I was obviously so careful, I only dodged when Susan's long sword was about to hit. Could it be? Uchiha Liu can really see through the future. AI remembered what Liu said before, and his heart skipped a beat. Boom! At this time, the long sword had already slashed. Unable to dodge at all, he could only roar loudly, venting all the chakra, condensing into the strongest lightning-style armor to resist this attack. Boom! Loud roar! AI's body flew out like a cannonball, smashed several big trees in a row, and smashed hard on the ground. Why, seeing this, Tutai's face changed drastically. If you have time to care about others, it is better to care about yourself. Li Yu's voice sounded zero. The Earth platform, which was originally eager, was shocked and looked up suddenly, only to see Li Yu attacking again. And this time it's not against AI, but against them. Careful! The Earth platform roared, and then quickly formed a seal, spitting out light yellow rubber from the mouth, lava-style humobi. A large amount of rubber condensed into a huge wall, trying to resist the attack of Susan's long sword. But the power of Susanoo's long sword is beyond imagination. With a slash of the sword, it directly split the rubber wall, and then slashed hard on the ground. Boom! Countless air currents were set off, and the people on the Earth platform were directly thrown into the air, and their bodies hit the tree, causing them to be seriously injured. But, damn it! How could this guy have such terrifying strength? Tutai coughed up blood, his face full of shock. You be asterisk 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 D. Yai in the distance also stood up again at this time, gasping for breath, with an extremely ugly face. Oh, as expected of a ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village, he is stronger than ordinary people when he fights against beating. Seeing that AI could still stand up, Liu sneered. VR. AI blushed. What does it mean to be stronger than others in fighting skills? Are you mocking him for being weak and can only be beaten passively? What are you? If you want to refute, then show me your strength. Liu chuckled and continued to control Susanoo, swinging the long sword. This time he didn't use Sharingan's ability, but slashed wildly. That's right. The reason why he was able to predict AI's movements just now was because of his experience. As we all know, each pair of Mangekyo has its own unique abilities, and Liu's ability is to control time. His eyes can see visions of the future. Therefore, every time you swing your sword, you can accurately predict AI's movement. Boom, boom, boom. Although the ability is no longer used. But the group of Cloud Shinobi Village had been injured, and with Susanoo's slashing, they had no choice but to flee in embarrassment. As the saying goes, there is no way to not get your shoes wet when you often walk by the river. Although several people dodged again and again, as the number of times increased, they were still hit. Boom! A strong air current rolled up and lifted several people into the air. Even with the lightning-style armor, AI couldn't avoid being seriously injured. He struggled on the ground several times, but couldn't stand up. It's over. Liu said lightly. The chakra on her body dissipated, her body fell back to the ground, and then walked towards the few people in Cloud Shinobi Village. It's not over yet. AI lay on the ground, his eyes flickering. He was indeed seriously injured, but he didn't fall down so easily. After all, the defense of the lightning-style armor was not weak, so he still held his breath. After preparing to wait for Liu to approach, launched the final attack and defeat Liu in one fell swoop. Thinking, he pretended to be injured while accumulating energy. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps came, and Liu was getting closer and closer. When Liu came within the attack range, AI immediately jumped up and let out a terrifying roar. Uchiha Liu, die to me. Amidst the roar, AI jumped up, his palms turned into knives. Then he gathered all his strength and slashed at Liu. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. Thorn. There was a violent sound of piercing through the air, and the knife landed on top of Liu's head in an instant. Seeing the hand knife getting closer and closer to Liu's head, a smile finally appeared on Yeu AI's dignified face. It worked, in his cognition. Few in the entire ninja world could avoid an attack at such a speed and distance. Maybe I can do it myself, and so can my dad. But Liu, who is not good at speed, can never avoid it. But soon, his smile froze on his face. Because Liu's expression remained calm, even the same as before, with absolute confidence, as if not taking him seriously. Such an attitude, such confidence. Yeu AI, who was originally full of confidence, became suspicious, and all the movements in his hands were taken by surprise. Thoughts are only for a moment. When Yai was about to hit Liu with a single blow, Liu's figure disappeared. Shua as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, she completely disappeared in front of Yeu AI. What? Yeu AI looked shocked. He never dreamed that Liu would be a Grandmaster Lightning style, and possess this kind of speed. Boom! The hand knife containing the final strength slashed on the ground, directly smashing the ground into pieces. Countless stone chips splashed, and smoke and dust billowed up. Yai also fell to the ground due to the force of inertia. Just when he was about to get up, he suddenly felt a sense of pressure behind him, as if someone was stepping on his back. Not good. Yeu AI's complexion changed drastically, and she wanted to use lightning style again to escape. But by then, it's too late. Boom! There was a stabbing pain in his back, and 1.6 body crashed down with the pressure, hitting the ground hard. When Tutai and others looked over, they found that Liu had squatted on Yeyuia's back, and Yeyuai was lying on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move under the step of Liu. Why? Seeing their companion being trampled on the ground in such a humiliating gesture, the people on the Earth platform roared angrily. The asterisk 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 D, the asterisk 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 D. AI was dizzy for a while, and when he came back to his senses, he found that he was stepped on the ground, and he was struggling angrily. But before he struggled a few times, he found that a broad palm was pressing the back of his head, and then he exerted a lot of force. Boom! Yayu AI's head crashed into the ground in an instant. The violent impact made his brain dizzy for a while. Coupled with the previous injury, he rolled his eyes and passed out directly. Why? How is it possible? Why does this guy have such strength? The faces of the people on the platform were shocked. Who is AI? The son of 3rd Raikage, the candidate of 4th Raikage, a real Cage level master, is the second person of Cloud Shinobi Village. And what about Liu? Konoha was a genius 8 years ago. And then, gone. Logically speaking, shouldn't AI crush Liu, but why is it the other way around? Hurry up and follow. The group from Cloud Shinobi Village must not be allowed to escape. There's a huge commotion ahead. Master Liu probably fought with the group from Cloud Shinobi Village. Let's hurry up to support. When Tutai and others were shocked, there was a shout from a distance, and then a group of Konoha shinobi appeared. But soon, the shouting stopped. The Konoha shinobi who rushed here were all frozen in place, their eyes widened. What did they see? The Cloud shinobi who escaped before all fell down. That Yayu AI, the so-called 4th Raikage candidate, was stepped on the ground by Liu and remained motionless? What's the situation? A crowd of Konoha shinobi stared wide-eyed, wondering if they had read it wrong. Liu. Tsunade stood up with surprise on her beautiful face. Is it because of the ninjutsu just now? That ninjutsu should be unique to the Uchiha clan, right? Orochimaru's eyes flashed. Susanoo is as high as 100 meters, even if it is far away, it can be seen, but most people don't know what ninjutsu is. Tie them up, they're worth 2 billion. At this time, Liu kicked away Yeyuia who had passed out, and said with a smile, 2 billion. Everyone was taken aback, full of doubts. We kindly escorted Cloud Shinobi back to the village, but were attacked by Cloud Shinobi, and I was also injured in this attack. Shouldn't Cloud Shinobi Village pay compensation? Liu glanced at the people on the Earth platform. Well, Konoha's group of people stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Shameless, the earthen platform lying on the ground beside him, who was not unconscious, almost vomited blood. It is obvious that they are being held hostage, but they are said to be escorts. And most importantly, where is Liu injured? There is nothing wrong with being alive and kicking. So Liu's words are simply an excuse. The purpose is to blackmail Cloud Shinobi Village. Why are you still in a daze? Tie it up quickly. Liu ignored Tutai's words, but shouted with a smile. A casual fight earned 2 billion. No loss. Konoha's ninja finally came back to his senses, rushed to the Earth platform with a look of excitement, and tied them up. They understood what Liu meant. Knowing that the platform is no longer as simple as Cloud Shinobi, but a meat ticket worth 2 billion. If you can really get 2 billion, then Konoha will get 4 billion in compensation. 4 billion. When Tsunaga Corps surrendered to Konoha last year, all war reparations were only 4 billion. Now because of this little thing, you get 4 billion, and Konoha can't take off. Master Liu is really amazing. Yeah, I thought of a new blackmail method easily. Idiot, how can you say it's extortion? Didn't you see that Master Liu was attacked by Cloud Shinobi, so it's medical damages? Yes, medical damages. A group of ninjas discussed and looked at Liu with admiration. How is this guy so smart? Sarutobi Shinnishuk looked unwilling. He understood that once the village really received 4 billion in compensation, then Liu's reputation would definitely skyrocket, even reaching the level of Konoha-Sunin. Thinking of this, he became jealous. As the son of Hokage, he also thought about relying on his father's support and resources to become the 4th Hokage. But as he got older, he found that he was not that material at all. Not only is the strength poor, but the brain is also poor. Compared with Liu, it's like heaven and earth, completely incomparable. When he thought of the gap between himself and Liu, he felt anxious for a while, leaving only all kinds of envy and jealousy in his heart. Liu, this will really cost Cloud Shinobi Village 4 billion. Orochimaru frowned, feeling a little unrealistic. If it is only 2 billion, he still thinks it is possible. After all, the future 4th Raikage is in their hands, and Cloud Shinobi Village will have to pay if it does not pay. But 4 billion is different. This kind of huge compensation is already the compensation after the defeat of a ninja world war. Even if 3rd Raikage is willing to come out, Cloud Shinobi Village may not be willing to come out. Once the persecution is too extreme, with the character of the reckless people in Cloud Shinobi Village, it is really possible to turn the table and fight Konoha directly. Don't worry, I have a calendar. Li Yu chuckled. He knows the character of Cloud Shinobi. It is more difficult than going to heaven to make a group of reckless people lose 4 billion yuan. Even if he kidnaps Yayu AI, it's useless. After all, Third Raikage is not Third Hokage. Jail does things for his son to use power for personal gain. If something harms the interests of the village, Third Raikage will definitely abandon his son 817 and declare war on Konoha. Then Li Yu, your solution is? Tsunade asked curiously. Tsunade, you should be able to make psychedelic drugs, right? Li Yu didn't answer immediately, but asked another question. Psychedelics? Sure. Tsunade is confident Kaido. She is the strongest medical ninja in the entire ninja world. The Grandmaster healed her, and naturally the Grandmaster also took various poisons. Hallucinogenic drugs are just one of the simpler poisons, and they are a piece of cake for her. That's it. Li Yu chuckled, and then explained under the puzzled eyes of the two. I heard that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village often go berserk. If at this time the Eight Tails go berserk in her Third Raikage, do you think Cloud Shinobi Village will go berserk? Will you agree to a compensation of 4 billion? As he spoke, he explained the plan again. The plan is simple: use hallucinogenic drugs to make Eight Tails Jinchuriki go completely berserk. The runaway Eight Tails is not weak, even Third Raikage needs to use all his strength to suppress it, and may even be injured as a result. Once Third Raikage was injured, who else in Cloud Shinobi Village can stop Konoha? At that time, even if Cloud Shinobi Village does not want to compensate, it will have to compensate. This after hearing the plan, the two were startled and frowned. Don't worry, this plan will definitely succeed, Li Yu said with a smile. Having read the original book, he knows who Eight Tails Jinchuriki is. And I also know that Bully is not like Killer Bee, who can completely control the power star of the tailed beast. In the original book, Orochimaru used psychedelic drugs to make Bruby go berserk, so as to get the skin flakes from Eight Tails. But how do we infiltrate Cloud Shinobi Village and find Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Orochimaru asked hoarsely. He thought about the plan carefully, and found that if the plan is successful, it is really possible for Cloud Shinobi Village to pay 4 billion yuan. After all, Cloud Shinobi Village has only 2 cage levels. Yaie has been held hostage by them, and if the remaining Third Raikage is also injured because of Eight Tails' rampage, then Cloud Shinobi Village will lose all its pillars. Without the top players in the lineup, Cloud Shinobi Village what to fight with Konoha? At that time, even if Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't want to pay, it has to pay. But the key to it all is that, how to infiltrate Cloud Shinobi Village, and find Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Don't forget that Yayu AI is the parent and son of Third Raikage, and also a candidate for Fourth Raikage. Now he is being held hostage by us, and Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely try his best to rescue him. When everyone's eyes are on rescuing Yayu AI, how could anyone think that someone would take the opportunity to sneak into Cloud Shinobi Village and attack Eight Tails? Li Yu chuckled, and added, as for where is Eight Tails Jinchuriki? I'm sure Eight Tails Jinchuriki must be in Yunlii Gorge. In the original book, Orochimaru and Zuze found Bullet in Ruby and Killer Bee in Yunlii Gorge. So he is sure that Yunlii Gorge is the hiding place of the Eight Tails of all ages. As long as you go there and look for it, you can find it. As for whether hallucinogenic drugs will work after finding Eight Tails, that's not his concern. After all, if psychedelics don't work, there's still Mangekyo. Big deal to reveal a little secret: use Mangekyo to forcefully control Eight Tails. So controlling Eight Tails is the easiest. Then I'll make the hallucinogen right now, asked Tsunade. How long? At most half a day. Okay, after you make the hallucinogen, Orochimaru and I will leave the team and go to Cloud Shinobi Village, Li Yu said with a smile. Give it to me. Tsunade nodded heavily. After speaking, the group of people prepared to return to the place where they were trimmed before. But when everyone returned to that place, they saw the three of Minato, and there was a Killer Bee with a blue nose and a swollen face tied next to the three of them. The direction in which Killer Bee was escaping happened to be the direction in which the three of Minato were training. After Minato and the three saw Killer Bee sneaking around, they immediately understood that Killer Bee wanted to escape, and after a fight, they captured Killer Bee back. Well done, Li Yu praised. Hikushina, who was praised, suddenly felt a little embarrassed, insisting that Li Yu rarely praised them. At this time, several people in Tutai also saw Killer Bee, and a touch of despair flashed in their eyes. Their plan completely failed. Not only did no one escape, there may even be an extra 2 billion in compensation. Half a day passed quickly. Night has fallen, covering the entire forest. After half a day's work, Tsunade also prepared the hallucinogenic drugs. This hallucinogenic drug is not only effective on ninjas, but also on tailed beasts. Once Eight Tails Jinchuriki eats it, they will lose consciousness immediately. Li Yu took the medicine. shall we go now? Asked Orochimaru from the sidelines, obviously ready in his battle suit. Any time. Liu nodded, and then looked at Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who was not far away, with a smile flashing in his eyes. However, after thinking about it, I feel that the two of us alone are not enough. We need one person to convey the news from both sides to prevent other changes in the plan. Tsunade and Orochimaru were taken aback after thinking about it. I think it is indeed necessary. This person doesn't need to be too strong. Sarutobi Shinnishuk is very suitable. Liu continued. Good. The two nodded without thinking much, and then called Sarutobi Shinnishuk. When Sarutobi Shinnishuk heard that he was going to Cloud Shinobi Village, he immediately lied. He came here to earn credit. Want him to infiltrate Cloud Shinobi Village? He can't do it, and he doesn't have that kind of strength. Don't worry, you don't need to sneak into Cloud Shinobi Village, just send us a message, Liu said lightly. Well, although he was still reluctant, Sarutobi Shinnishuk couldn't refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. Then you get ready and leave in half an hour. Liu didn't say anything, but walked to the side to rest, preparing to adjust to the best condition. Closing her eyes, Liu turned on the system. Check-in system host, Uchiha Liu sign-in time 8 years and 30 days sign-in rewards, Sunwheel Knife, Mangekyo Sharinan, Junior Sage Body, Black Particles, Breath of Thunder, Breath of Flame. Looking at the same board as before, Liu felt helpless. Although the system can sign in every day, but most of the things you get when you sign in are ordinary items, such as Kunao Shuriken and Detonating Talisman. I remembered that I hadn't signed in today, so I clicked the sign-in button. Today's rewards are probably Kunao, Detonation Talisman, etc. Liu secretly thought, without any hope. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in and getting Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. The sound of the system came. Hearing this voice, Liu, who had closed her eyes to meditate, instantly opened her eyes, revealing a look of surprise. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan? Today's luck is so good, Wands, I got the Eternal Eye directly. Thinking of this, he immediately felt a huge surge of pupil power, and his eyes were stinging. When he reacted, the pitch-black pupils had turned into Mangekyo. And this Mangekyo is not the same as before. Previously Liu's Mangekyo was in the shape of a 6-pointed star, but there is an extra 6-pointed star with a lighter color and smaller volume in the current 6-pointed star. Two 6-pointed stars overlapped and staggered together, forming a strange pattern. Eye of Eternity finally got the beam. Liu was very excited. After finally calming down the excitement in his heart, he closed the Eternal Eye, and then glanced at Sarutobi Shinnishuk, his eyes full of killing intent. With the Eternal Eye, he is no longer afraid of anyone. It's time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to avenge his suppression. Sarutobi Shinnishuk must die. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the chief culprit, will not let him go easily when he returns to the village. Under the moonlight, the figures of Liu and the three of them were speeding through a certain forest at high speed. It has been a day since the three of them left the team. After a day of hard work, the three of them had almost arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village. And just as Liu thought, Cloud Shinobi Village's eyes were all on the border of the Land of Thunder, never thinking that someone would take the opportunity to sneak into the Land of Thunder. So the three of them didn't encounter any trouble at all along the way. Stop, it's coming. Liu raised her hand, signaling to stop. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who were following behind, stopped immediately and saw the village in the distance through the moonlight. Cloud Shinobi Village. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the faintly visible village under the moonlight, they knew that with their footsteps, they could reach it in 10 minutes at most. Does Mr. Liu have any other plans? Orochimaru looked at Liu. Liu nodded, then glanced at Shinnishuk, and said with a smile, before I said to let Shinnishuk stay outside to give us a call, but I thought about it carefully and found that it was still a little unsafe. If Shinnishuk is discovered by Cloud Shinobi, then our plan will be ruined. Sarutobi Shinnishuk was taken aback, wondering what Liu's daughter-in-law 590 said. Then what does Mr. Liu mean? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Keenly he heard something was wrong. Orochimaru, who do you think is the safest person? Liu narrowed her eyes and smiled. After hearing this, Orochimaru took a deep look at Liu, then looked at Shinnishuk, who was in a daze, not knowing what was going on, and finally smiled lowly. Mr. Liu, do you really want to do this? Once this is done, the Uchiha clan will fight Sarutobi-sensei forever. He understood Liu's words. Who is the safest person in the world? Of course it's dead, because only the dead can keep secrets. So after hearing Liu's words, he knew that Liu had a murderous intention for Sarutobi Shinnishuk. What are you talking about? Sarutobi Shinnishuk's face was pale. No matter how stupid he was, he could smell something wrong. But the two ignored him and continued talking. If it was before, I would hesitate, but now there is no need. Liu Bei sighed softly, her tone was indescribably relaxed. In the past, he held back and used the method of using soldiers to block the water and cover it with soil, because he was not strong enough. After all, the high-level cage level is not very strong. Unless they reach Chaoying, no cage level can single out a Daenin village. The third Reikage in the original book is a lesson from the past. B. It's different now. From the moment you get the Eternal Eye, everything changes. Mangekyo without blind limits. A junior sage body that provides a huge amount of chakra. The combination of the two gives him unrivaled strength. FFLX. He no longer has to be afraid of any force, even the whole leaf. Is Mr. Liu so confident? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, feeling a little suspicious in his heart, unable to understand why Liu had such a change. I have cut off the shackles. Liu chuckled, then turned and walked towards Sarutobi Shinnishuk after speaking. You, Uchiha Liu, what do you want to do? Seeing Liu leaning towards him, Sarutobi Shinnishuk was terrified and stepped back again and again. As he spoke, he also looked at Orochimaru, hoping that Orochimaru would make a shot. But Orochimaru stood motionless, and seemed to have no intention of making a move. Orochimaru, you are my father's disciple, have you forgotten how you got your skills? Have you forgotten the help of the Sarutobi clan? Without the help of the Sarutobi clan, you are still a commoner ninja. How could you achieve what you are today? Sarutobi Shinnishuk looked at the motionless Orochimaru and asked angrily, but before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he found that Liu had come to him at some point and inserted the long sword into his heart. Sarutobi Shinnishuk opened his mouth, feeling that life was being lost, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't count on me again and again, Liu said calmly. When negotiating with Cloud Shinobi Village, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were plotting against him, although I don't know what method the two used to calculate. But it's okay. No matter what the other party was thinking before, he will take back the money with interest. Killing Sarutobi Shinnishuk is just the beginning. As he spoke, he drew out his long sword and gently pushed Sarutobi Shinnishuk's body away. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who had been pierced through the heart, fell to the ground and died completely with a burst of convulsions. The forest returned to its previous calm. Orochimaru on the side saw it all. Looking at the dead Sarutobi Shinnishuk, he was silent for a while, then smiled lowly. In the short life of human beings, it is often full of all kinds of fights and lies. They clearly call each other companions, but secretly wish to kill each other. As he spoke, he stopped laughing. The mood gradually became low, and doubts arose in my heart. Question what people live in the world for. Is it for the village? But witnessing the decay of the village, the teacher Sarutobi he admired gradually lost his ambition, and even when he suppressed the ninjas in the same village for his own selfish desires, he began to doubt, is the village really worthy of his dedication? Or is it for a companion? Aren't Liu and Sarutobi Shinnishuk companions? But the scene of killing his companion was staged right under his nose. All of these will destroy his remaining faith. The so-called village, the so-called companions are nothing but lies between people. Orochimaru was relieved, looking at the dead Sarutobi Shinnishuk, without a trace of pity. Life is really fragile, a person who is smiling one second will die the next. He gave up hope for the village and his companions. And after experiencing the deaths of people around him again and again, he has already understood what he wants. Eternal life. What he wants is eternal life. Orochimaru. Looking at the other party's increasingly fanatical eyes, Liu knew that Orochimaru was still on that road. And under his influence, he became even more paranoid and crazy. Mr. Liu, let's continue the task. Orochimaru, who has redetermined his life goals and is no longer confused, becomes radiant. Liu nodded, and then walked to the dead body of Sarutobi Shinnishuk. After cutting off the opponent's head and sealing it on the scroll, he used the breath of flame to burn the headless body. As for why keep the head? Naturally, it was to give the head to Sarutobi Hiruzen after returning to the village, to see what kind of expression the other party would have after witnessing the head of the eldest son. In order to complete the mission, we plan to sneak into Cloud Shinobi Village and let Eight Tails Jinchuriki go berserk. Unfortunately, during the period, the whereabouts were exposed and a battle broke out, and Sarutobi Shinnishuk unfortunately died. After finishing everything, Liu said lightly, and then looked at Orochimaru. I'm right, Orochimaru. Since Mr. Liu has planned everything, why ask me? Orochimaru grinned hoarsely. He was sure of what he wanted, and he was no longer interested in paying attention to the infighting in the village. So it's none of his business, he won't take care of it anymore. Then continue with the task. Liu nodded. He wasn't worried at all about whether Orochimaru would inform him, because the Eternal Eye gave him enough confidence. It also gave him the whole card to turn the table. The two set off again, and after passing through the forest, they directly caught an unlucky Cloud Shinobi, used Sherinan to ask the location of Yunlii Gorge, and then headed in that direction. A hut in Yunlii Gorge. Since the last runaway, Bruby has been staying here to recuperate. Certainly, self-cultivation is just a rhetoric on the surface. Essentially house arrest. But Bruby also knows why this is so, because he is not suitable to be a Jinchuriki because he often runs wild. Perhaps in a short while, the 8 tails in his body will be deprived, and he himself will die. Let me make one last contribution to the village, Bruby said in a low voice. Although the villagers in the village reject him, he still loves the village and is willing to give his life for the village. As he spoke, he closed his eyes tightly, calmed himself down, and suppressed the power of 8 tails as much as possible. Bruby, it's time to take your medicine. Just then, a voice sounded, and a cloud shinobi walked in, holding a bottle of medicine in his hand. Thank you, yes. Bruby opened his eyes, looked at the medicine and sighed slightly. Because his mentality is affected by rumors. So every time you have to take sedatives to completely suppress 8 tails, and Ikemi is the ninja who gave him medicine. There is no doubt, after taking the medicine, I see it as usual. After taking the medicine, Bullet and Ruby felt extremely stable in his heart, and his head felt dizzy for a while, and then slowly fell asleep. When Booby fell asleep, Ikemi, who came to deliver the medicine, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the originally black pupils turned into Sharingan's appearance. Mr. Liu's Sharingan is really easy to use. A hoarse voice sounded, and Orochimaru came in from outside the house, seeing the motionless cloud shinobi, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Hurry up and do it. Tsunade's hallucinogenic drug can not only hallucinate Branbai, but also hallucinate 8 tails. Liu followed closely behind and said quickly, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze, walked up to Bruby with big strides, and pressed his palm on Bruby's chest following the mudra. Wow, a strong airflow rolled up, and tadpole-like lines spread across Bullet and Ruby's body, and then quickly disappeared. The seal is broken. A tyrannical aura rose rapidly and shook the entire hut. Walk. Liu knew that the plan was successful, and then turned and left without thinking. Seeing this, Orochimaru hurriedly followed. After the two left, the red chakra broke through the hut in an instant, and a terrifying atmosphere swept across the entire Yunlei Gorge. Cloud Shinobi, guarding the Yunlei Gorge, was shocked when he saw this scene. Not good, 8 tails has gone berserk, please notify Lord 3rd Generation. A Cloud Shinobi yells. Soon, the news that 8 tails Jinchuriki Bullet and Ruby went berserk again spread throughout Cloud Shinobi Village. 3rd Reikage, who was still in the office discussing how to save his son, also got the news. Ask for flowers, what did you say? Ruby went berserk again. 3rd Reikage's face was extremely ugly. Now is a special time. His son was kidnapped, and Konoha sent troops to put pressure on him, and saw that a big war was about to break out. If something happens to 8 tails Jinchuriki again, the village doesn't have to think about rescue anymore, it can just compromise with Konoha. Yes, Lord Reikage, and this rampage is worse than the previous ones. Cloud Shinobi who came to report panicked. Damn it. 3rd Reikage punched the desk, and then quickly issued an order, let the ninjas in the village stand by at any time, and at the same time order the ninjas in the ceiling class to go to Yunlei Gorge to suppress 8 tails. After speaking, he rushed out quickly. Under the command of 3rd Reikage, Cloud Shinobi Village started to run at high speed, and ninjas jumped on the rock wall and gathered towards Yunlei Gorge. But when they arrived at Yunlei Gorge, 8 tails Jinchuriki Bruby has burst out 5 tails. Seeing this, 3rd Reikage became anxious and yelled at Butabi, Bruby, wake me up. But just as he finished speaking, he was greeted by a huge chakra arm. Boom! Chakra's arm slammed onto the ground, kicking up dust all over the ground. The avoiding 3rd Reikage gritted his teeth, knowing that Bruby had lost his mind, and in order to regain his composure, he had to completely suppress the power of 8 tails. Thinking of rushing out quickly, but Bruby, who was drugged with hallucinogenic drugs, ran away much faster than expected. With a roar, the crimson chakra spread, and 8 tails Jayaki broke through the seal and ran out completely. Not good. 3rd Reikage shrunk his eyes into needles, looked at 8 tails who had completely run away, and knew that something was wrong. Because 8 tails, who have completely broken free from the seal, has unimaginable strength and possesses all the power of tailed beasts. Even if it is him, he dare not say that he can suppress it. But the matter has come to this point, and there is no way to escape, so I can only continue to rush forward. At the same time, my heart kept yelling, thinking about why Bruby suddenly went berserk, and he was so determined. It's really a spectacular sight. Behind a hidden rock, Orochimaru quietly watched the battle in the distance. Although he participated in many battles, but this is the first time I have seen the melee between the shadow of a village and the rampaging tail beast. Once it is confirmed that 3rd Reikage is injured, we can take advantage of the chaos and leave. Liu also watched with interest. Who does Mr. Liu think will win? Orochimaru asked. Both will suffer. Although the tailed beast is powerful, 3rd Reikage is known as the strongest Reikage in history. He has the titles of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. His strength should not be underestimated. Liu thought about Kaido. According to the original book, 3rd Reikage has at least cage-level peak strength. Although this strength cannot crush 8 tails, it has no problem against 8 tails at 200. Third Raikage's strength is indeed remarkable. Orochimaru nodded. I know that this strongest Raikage is the real strongest, not blown out like my teacher. While the two were discussing, the battle between Third Raikage and Eight Tails was still going on. Boom, boom, boom. There were bursts of roaring sounds, and countless flames shot up into the sky with the explosion. The battle went straight from morning to night. Then they fought from night to noon the next day, and it took a full day and a half before they stopped. Seal! The sealing class of Cloud Shinobi Village roared, and countless sealing chains poured out, firmly fixing Eight Tails' body. They couldn't seal Eight Tails back into Bruby's body, though, because the moment Eight Tails broke free from the seal, Bruby was dead. Eight Tails without Jinchura Ki can be said to be wild-tail beasts, so they can only be temporarily suppressed in this way. Ahem, the ninjas of the sealing class take turns to seal, and we must not let Eight Tails break free. Third Raikage coughed pale, with a lightning wound on his chest. Although he suppressed Eight Tails, he himself was seriously injured, and the strongest shield he was usually proud of was crushed by Eight Tails. Master Third Generation, are you alright? The ninjas from the medical class surrounded him. I'm fine. Third Raikage took a deep breath, and then stared at everyone with sharp eyes. From now on, immediately seal off the village, and the news of Eight Tails' rampage and my injury must not be spread. And it's still the same as I said before. Now is a special period. Konoha's elite army is at the border of the country of Thunder, and the two countries may go to war at any time. If the news of Eight Tails going berserk and her own injury spreads, then there is no need to think about what Konoha will do. So at this time, the message must be hidden. Yes, a group of Cloud Shinobi also knew the seriousness of the matter, so they hurried to Kaido. And Liu, who witnessed everything from a distance, also stood up, looked at Orochimaru and said, Cloud Shinobi Village is estimated to be closed soon, so let's leave as soon as possible. Orochimaru nodded. After speaking, the two left quickly. The border of the Land of Thunder. At this time Tsunade is leading the team to contact Cloud Shinobi Village. But just as Liu expected, when the people in Cloud Shinobi Village heard about the 4 billion in compensation, they were taken aback, and then rejected it without even thinking about it. Because of Cloud Shinobi's refusal, Tsunade could only return to the resting place, and wait for Liu to come back while building the camp. How's it going? After waiting in the camp for several days, Tsunade, who finally waited for Liu's return, asked loudly. Successful, Eight Tails Jinchura Ki has gone berserk, and Third Raikage was injured in the process of stopping Eight Tails, Liu said with a smile. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, what should I do next? The next step is to claim compensation from Cloud Shinobi again, and tell them clearly that if they don't pay, we will immediately go to war against the Kingdom of Thunder. Liu chuckled, quick battle, start now, don't give Cloud Shinobi Village a chance to prepare. Good. Tsunade nodded, and at the same time asked with some doubts, where is Shinashuk? Why didn't you come back with you? Shinashuk. When we sneaked into Cloud Shinobi Village, we encountered the patrol team of Cloud Shinobi Village. Shinashuk was honorably killed in order to resist the Cloud Shinobi ninja. Liu faintly Kaido. As he spoke, he took out the scroll that sealed the head, and showed Tsunade a look. Shinashuk is dead. Tsunade looked at the unsealed head with surprise on his face. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Orochimaru again. Orochimaru grinned hoarsely, neither acknowledging nor denying it. Liu, come out with me. Tsunade looked at the two back and forth, and then pulled Liu out of the camp to a place where no one was there. You killed Shinashuk. She didn't believe what Liu said. After all, Liu and Orochimaru are cage-level masters. With two cage-level masters in the lineup, what team can't solve it? So she guessed that Sarutobi Shinashuk died not at the hands of Cloud Shinobi Village, but by the people of Liu. As expected of a woman, my sixth sense is still so strong. Liu chuckled, pulled Tsunade closer, and kissed Tsunade lightly on the forehead. You be asterisk 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 D. Tsunade's face turned black, and she wanted to get angry, but she restrained her, and said in a concentrated voice, I can guess it. The old man can guess it even more. Once the old man knows that you killed Sarutobi Shinashuk, he will definitely not let you go. She is a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Knows Sarutobi Hiruzen's character better than anyone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks benevolent on the surface 1.2, but in reality he is darker than anyone else. And as I get older, my selfishness becomes more and more serious, and I like to use power for personal gain more and more. Once it is known that Liu killed Sarutobi Shinashuk, those two are really going to die forever. Do you think I don't know? Liu smiled faintly, her black pupils had turned into eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, but no one in Konoha can restrain me anymore. You. Tsunade was about to say something, but before he finished speaking, he saw the strange pattern in Liu's eyes, and a look of shock appeared on his face. This is the Eye of Eternity. Liu said lightly, his eyes seemed to emit a strange light. It is also the Eye of the End that cuts off all shackles. Mangekyo Sharinan. Tsunade's beautiful face was full of shock. If anyone knows Mangekyo best, it's Uchiha himself. So who knows second? That must be the Senju clan. After all, those who know themselves are often the enemy. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have fought for thousands of years and know each other extremely well. Tsunade, who is a member of the Senju tribe, naturally knows Mangekyo, and even more knows that Uchiha Madara relied on these eyes to compete with his grandfather Senju Hashirama. That's right, Li Yu nodded. So you're going to fight the old man? Tsunade frowned. It's not a war, I just want to get back what belongs to Uchiha. Li Yu chuckled. Whatever. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why she said so much was because she cared about Li Yu. Now seeing that Li Yu is capable of coping, naturally she has nothing to say. Just me? Then can I understand those words as you care about me? Li Yu said with a smile. You think too much. Tsunade blushed, then snorted coldly. She will never admit that she really cares about the other party. Yeah. Li Yu tilted her head, showing a half-smile expression, and then kissed Tsunade again. You be asterisk 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 D. Seeing that Li Yu dared to touch her, Tsunade was furious and threw a punch at Li Yu, but Li Yu easily dodged it. Okay, let's continue with the mission and go back to the village after finishing the mission, so that I can see someone's ugly face sooner. Li Yu walked into the camp with a smile. Snort. Tsunade, whose face turned black, snorted, but had no choice but to follow Li Yu quickly. Back at the camp, Li Yu immediately called everyone together. After talking about the next task, he rushed to the border of the Land of Thunder with his troops. When they arrived at the border, the two sides sent personnel to contact again, and Li Yu also took the opportunity to propose compensation. Everyone, it was you who invaded Cloud Shinobi first, so it is completely reasonable for us to ask for these compensations. Li Yu mostly sat on the seat, looking at the crowd of Cloud Shinobi with a calm expression. And this is the last negotiation. If Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't pay compensation, we will declare war on Cloud Shinobi Village. VR. Cloud Shinobi, who came to negotiate, was shocked and furious. Just in the morning, they got news from the village that Eight Tails Jinchuriki ran away and Third Raikage was seriously injured. At that time, the village instructed them not to anger Konoha, and to delay as much as possible, preferably for 10.5 days, so that Third Raikage could breathe a sigh of relief. But following what Li Yu said, the little juju in their hearts was instantly shattered. By noon tomorrow, we want to see reparations. Remember, reparations are not the answer, or we will declare war on Cloud Shinobi Village. After Li Yu finished speaking, she left with her subordinates. Damn it. Cloud Shinobi was furious to ultimate, but he didn't dare to make a move. Now how to do? Asked another Cloud Shinobi. Hoo, this matter is no longer up to us, it must be reported to the village. The negotiating Cloud Shinobi took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and said, Cloud Shinobi Village. Third Raikage, who was injured by Eight Tails' rampage, was sent to the hospital and stayed there all the time. While he was recuperating, he was asked to investigate the cause of Eight Tails' rampage. Master Third Generation, the cause has been investigated. There is a drug left in Bullet and Ruby's body. Someone should have given him hallucinogenic drugs, which made Bullet and Ruby go berserk. A Cloud Shinobi report. What? Hallucinogens? Hearing this, Third Raikage was furious, and the wound that had been bandaged was overflowing with blood again. Master Raikage, if you don't want to stay in bed forever, you'd better not get angry easily. A female medical ninja next to her said lightly. I know. Kaido, who was dissatisfied with Third Raikage, looked at Cloud Shinobi again. I remember that the ninja who delivered medicine to Cloud Shinobi was Ikumi. How is Ikumi going? Master, Ikumi is dead, and his brain has been completely destroyed, nothing can be found. Reported by Cloud Shinobi carefully. Kaido. Hole. Third Raikage growled and punched the hospital bed. Lord Raikage, urgent news from the border. Just then, an Umbu appeared. What? The Third Raikage was startled, and he didn't care to get angry anymore. He hurriedly looked at Umbu. What happened? News from the front line. Uchiha Ryu has issued an ultimatum to us, demanding that we pay reparations before noon tomorrow, or declare war on us. Umbu whispered. Damn it. Third Raikage's face was livid. Now Bruby died because of the rampage, AI was held hostage by Konoha again, and he was injured because of Eight Tails' rampage. In the huge Cloud Shinobi Village, there is no cage-level powerhouse at this time. What? You mean Airway Jinchuriki? Sorry, Airway Jinchuriki is a surviving character from the first Raikage period, and now he is very old. The last time Bruby went berserk, the village found a new Jinchuriki, a newborn baby named Wooden Golem. 930 because it was just born, its body strength is not enough, so it needs to wait until it is 2 years old before it can be sealed. So don't count on Airway Jinchuriki. Master Raikage, what should we do now? Umbu, who was half kneeling on the ground, asked. Hula Third Raikage took a deep breath, and then said, let the front line tell Konoha that we are willing to compensate Konoha for the loss. But 4 billion is too much, we can't get it out for a while, so we will pay 2 billion first, and the next 2 billion will be paid in the next month. Besides, tell Konoha, after we pay 2 billion, we will release AI Hishin and the others immediately. He understands. Cloud Shinobi Village, which has lost all its pillars, is no match for Konoha at all. If there is a real fight, the one who suffers in the end must be himself. But he also doesn't want to suffer this loss. So I came up with a compromise method. That is to redeem AI first. As long as AI returns, there will be cage-level strongmen in the village. Then it defaulted on the remaining 2 billion in compensation. Presumably, after receiving 2 billion Konohas, they will not be pressing harder and harder. This way they have enough time to prepare. Once the high-end combat power of Cloud Shinobi Village returns to the previous level, it will be a war, not what he says. The border of the Land of Thunder. The negotiating parties meet again. Because this negotiation involves 2 billion funds, the location of the negotiation is not in the camp of either side, but in the center of the two armies. At this time, both sides only brought 6 or 7 people. As for the large troops, they are all behind a few people, and if there is any movement, they will come to support immediately. Give 2 billion first and pay the rest later? So you brought the money. Liu sat down and heard Cloud Shinobi's narration. That's right. Cloud Shinobi Jonenbrook, who came to negotiate, nodded, and then added, but it was agreed in advance that we must release our people before we are willing to pay the 2 billion. No problem. Liu nodded with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, several people from Cloud Shinobi Village were escorted up. Brother AI, Brother Tutai, are you alright? Seeing AI and the others, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village suddenly exclaimed, Brook, why are you here? AI was startled when he saw his fellow villager. But soon he thought of something, and his face became extremely ugly. Did father agree to such absurd compensation? Speaking of this, he was very angry. For him, instead of letting the village suffer such a big loss, it is better to let Konoha kill him directly. Brother AI, you will know when you return to the village. Cloud Shinobi named Brook said, and then with a wave of his hand, the boxes were carried up one by one. Here is 2 billion, you can click on it. Liu glanced and asked his subordinates to go and count. As the boxes were opened one by one, I saw stacks of banknotes placed in the boxes. After lightly clicking, it was indeed 2 billion. The quantity is correct, said the Konoha shinobi who counted. Liu nodded. Liu Jonin, you have also received the compensation, and we will pay the remaining 2 billion within 1 month. Brook said in a deep voice, and gestured as he spoke, preparing to lead the team away. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Liu withdrew her gaze and looked at the group of people who were about to leave. Uchiha Liu, we have already paid 2 billion, what else do you want to do? AI was furious and stared at Liu. It is true that I paid 2 billion, but my request has always been 4 billion, so there are 2 billion left, Liu said with a smile. Liu Jonin, our Lord Rakage said that the remaining 2 billion will be paid in the next month. Brook repeated what he had just said. Successive payment. Liu chuckled. Although Cloud Shinobi Village is not the strongest village in the ninja world, it is not the weakest village either. During World War II, Sand Shinobi was defeated, and the broken land of the Land of Winds could spend 4 billion, let alone the wealthier Land of Thunder. Now Cloud Shinobi Village says it can't afford so much for a while? Is this fooling him for a fool? So he never believed Cloud Shinobi's words from the beginning to the end. 4 euros. If Cloud Shinobi Village can't come up with the remaining 2 billion, don't even think about getting out of this tent. Uchiha Liu, you are too deceitful. AI roared furiously, and purple lightning appeared from his body, as if he wanted to make a move. Just when people thought AI was going to make a move instead, AI quickly grabbed Killer Bee's arm, then turned and ran. Seeing this, other Cloud Shinobi also made the same action. It turned out that when the silver was counted, several people made gestures and agreed that if the situation was wrong, they would run away immediately. This is the border of the Land of Thunder. In order to save his son, 3rd Rakage deployed 2,000 Cloud Shinobi at the border. The negotiation site is only 2 kilometers away from there. As long as they run out of the tent and release the distress signal, they can be rescued by their companions. Tsunade, or Akimaru, stop them. Liu smiled and was well prepared. He never thought of letting a few people leave, so how could he bring only a few people here? Early in the morning he had Tsunade and Orochimaru lay in ambush outside. As long as there is a change in Cloud Shinobi, take it immediately. A few friends from Cloud Shinobi Village, please stay. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded. Then I saw countless lion majesty coming from all directions, blocking the way of Cloud Shinobi. Brook, delivery rate. AI yelled. Clear. Brook immediately took out the flare, and as the light rose, it lit up the sky. Cloud Shinobi, 2 kilometers away, also saw the signal for the first time. Snort. It seems that you are already prepared. Tsunade's figure descended from the sky and punched Yayuia with a fist. The *************** D. Yayu AI roared loudly, thunder and lightning erupted from his body, and faced Tsunade's attack without dodging or dodging. He quickly went up to him. Boom! Fist to fist. A dull voice exploded, and then Yayu AI was seen flying out, hitting the ground hard, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It's not that Yayu is too weak, nor is Tsunade too strong. It was Liu who had severely injured overnight Yuya before. And in order to prevent them from escaping, Liu didn't give them a bite of food at all, so their condition had already reached their limit, and they were injured by Nashao's boxing. Why, the Earth platform hurriedly cleared away the Lion Majesty that was rushing, and protected AI behind him. I'm fine, as long as we resist for a while, we can get support, AI whispered. Tutai nodded and continued to be vigilant. They have released the flares, and the army of 2,000 Cloud Shinobi will be here soon. Liu came out of the tent and said calmly, 2,000 meters is very close, good Li Zhao. With the footsteps of a ninja, the 2,000 meters can be reached in 5 minutes at most. Do you want to take them away? Orochimaru stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Liu. Leave? Why did you leave? Liu chuckled, squinting her eyes and looking ahead. If they don't hurt Cloud Shinobi Village, how can they be willing to pay compensation? Liu, do you want to? Tsunade was taken aback. Since Third Raikage is so confident in his ninjas, let me meet those Cloud Shinobi. A sharp light flashed in Liu's eyes. It's just a good time to try it, what it feels like to be besieged by 2,000 people. What? After saying this, let alone Tsunade and the others, even Cloud Shinobi and his team were shocked. What do you mean by that? Is Liu going to fight against 2,000 Cloud Shinobi alone? 2 kilometers away. The 2,000 Cloud Shinobi who received the signal are heading towards the negotiation direction. But before they arrived at the negotiation site, they saw a purple thunderbolt rushing from a distance. In just an instant, they appeared in front of 2,000 Cloud Shinobi. Stop! The leader, Cloud Shinobi, waved his hand, and the large army behind him stopped immediately. When he saw who it was, his eyes widened. Uchiha Liu. They didn't expect that the person blocking them would be the culprit of this incident, Liu. After reacting, all Cloud Shinobi showed hatred. As long as the 2,000 Cloud Shinobi are settled, the old fellow Third Raikage will have no reason to delay the payment. Liu secretly thought, then jumped down from the big tree, came to the ground, and walked towards the 2,000 Cloud Shinobi step by step. His steps are slow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, slowly turning into a trot, then, speeding up in vain. Do it. The lead Cloud Shinobi woke up with a roar. 100 of the 2,000 Cloud Shinobi stood up in an instant. These 100 quickly took out their knives, and then threw 860 with all their strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a violent cracking sound. Countless kunai shurikens shot up into the sky, and then poured down like a torrential rain. Liu just chuckled when she saw this. In the next second, his body turned into lightning and rushed in front of 100 Cloud Shinobi. Breath of Thunder 1-shaped thunderbolt flashed 6 links. Thorn! Lightning suddenly appeared. Just hearing a series of screams, more than a dozen human heads shot up into the sky. So fast. Other Cloud Shinobi horrified. Let's do it together, Uchiha Liu besieged. The leader, Cloud Shinobi, roared in rage. Siege. Liu smiled lightly. Immediately, a sharp light flashed across the eyes, the dark pupils turned into 3 Tomo Sharinan, and the body rushed out. Shua instantly came to a Cloud Shinobi. With a light grab, he grabbed this Cloud Shinobi, and then slammed it on the ground. Boom! There was a roar, and the ground exploded. Before this Cloud Shinobi screamed out, he was killed by a living dart. After one blow, Liu made another shot. As soon as his body turned, his left foot swept away like a long whip. Before Cloud Shinobi could react, he was kicked to death by Liu. At the same time, with a grabbing hand, he directly grabbed the kunai in the hand of a Cloud Shinobi, turned his index finger, pressed his palm together, and kunai directly pierced the Cloud Shinobi's throat. Do it! Do it! Kill Uchiha Liu! Cloud Shinobi Jonin saw Liu killing a dozen Cloud Shinobi in an instant, and immediately roared angrily. But just after he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, Liu came to him at some point and pierced his chest with a sword. With an unbelievable sound, the body is heavy. Seeing that the other party was dead, Liu drew out her long sword and quickly formed a seal. Fire style extinguish fire, boom. Terrifying flames spit out from Liu's mouth in an instant, turning into an endless sea of flames and rushing towards Cloud Shinobi. This flame is really terrible. Obviously it's only a B-level ninjutsu, but regardless of its scale or power, it has reached the level of an S-level ninjutsu. The more than 100 Cloud Shinobi in the front were engulfed by the sea of flames before they had time to react, screaming pitifully, ****. The leading Cloud Shinobi was furious and led the rest of the Cloud Shinobi to continue charging. Lightning-style Thunder Dragon. A roar sounded. I saw a Cloud Shinobi Jonin rushing fiercely. Countless thunder and lightning intertwined on his body, turning into the shape of a giant dragon, just like a thunder dragon crashing into him. Lightning-style Thunder Net. Several more units back could not bear to shout. As the words fell, countless bolts of lightning spread across the ground, forming a huge net, trying to trap Liu. Too weak. Liu shook her head expressionlessly. With a turn of the gaze, the three Tomo Sherinan instantly turned into the Eternal Eye. The red chakra appeared, forming a Susanoo arm. The moment the Thunder Dragon charged, its arm chopped down. Boom! This Cloud Shinobi Jonin flew out. He slammed into the ground heavily, crushing the ground, and passed out without even a scream. After completing a blow, Liu jumped up to avoid the lightning net on the ground, then Susan swung his arm across and swept away several Cloud Shinobi who were using the lightning net. Kill! Cloud Shinobi continued to charge while roaring. For this kind of siege, Liu has no fear. Sherinan combined with the breath of thunder allows him to shuttle through the crowd like lightning, and every time he passes through, he will harvest several lives. In just a few minutes, 200 or 300 Cloud Shinobi died in the hands of Liu. Everyone used joint ninjutsu. The leader, Cloud Shinobi, roared in rage. He knew that ordinary ninjutsu was useless to Liu. If he wanted to hurt Liu, he had to unite everyone and use more powerful ninjutsu. Cloud Shinobi immediately gathered together after hearing this. Everyone has come up with their own housekeeping skills. All of a sudden, hundreds of lightning styles gathered together, making a terrifying roar, which was even more terrifying than natural lightning. Susanoo. Liu's gaze was fixed, the six-pointed star pattern in his eyes spun extremely fast, and the red chakra soared into the sky. Just moments later, a chakra giant appeared. The giant is wearing armor, holding a huge shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right hand. Swish! There was a violent explosion. Susanoo's long sword slammed down. The lightning style jointly used by a group of Cloud Shinobi was dissipated before it could play a role. What ninjutsu is this? The Cloud Shinobi were terrified and backed away. But Liu didn't answer, let alone stop, and controlled Susanoo to take a step, slashing with the long sword in his hand. Boom! The earth roared. Dozens of Cloud Shinobi were hit, and before they could scream, they were killed by a sword. The screams were endless, and the casualties continued to expand. Seeing such a terrifying Liu, no matter how big Cloud Shinobi's heart is, he couldn't stop being frightened. Looking at the giant standing upright, as if about to destroy the world, I was even more absent-minded for a while. Why, Uchiha Liu has such a history. The Cloud Shinobi were horrified. It has only been 10 minutes since Liu appeared. But in this short 10 minutes, more than 500 Cloud Shinobi were killed. If go on, I'm afraid it won't be long before they will be slaughtered by Liu. A trash fish is a trash fish after all, no matter how many people there are. Liu looked at the terrified Cloud Shinobi, and said contemptuously, "What did you say?" All the Cloud Shinobi roared and glared at Liu one after another. "Don't talk to him, continue to siege," the lead Cloud Shinobi growled. He knew that this battle was crucial and Liu must be defeated, otherwise Cloud Shinobi Village's plan would come to nothing. Kill! Thousands of ninjas woke up startled, roared again, and then rushed towards Liu desperately. The terrifying killing intent soared into the sky, causing the white clouds in the sky to shatter. Lightning-style thunder flash, more than 200 Cloud Shinobi roared at the same time. With the arm raised, purple lightning bolts shot towards Liu. Thorn! The sound of lightning and thunder exploded. The ninjutsu performed by 200 Cloud Shinobi is super powerful. Liu's expression remained unchanged, and she continued to raise Susan's long sword. Swish! The thunder and lightning collided with the long sword, countless flames surged, and a huge explosion occurred. The storm set off by the explosion spread around. Uchiha Liu, die to me, the lead Cloud Shinobi roared. Surrounded by lightning, he came to Liu at a very high speed, his palm was like a knife, and he chopped off heavily. Boom! Hand knife cut on Susanoo. Susanoo trembled, but there was no damage. Obviously the strength of this Cloud Shinobi was not enough to penetrate Susanoo's defense. Are you in such a hurry to court death? A murderous intent flashed in Liu's eyes. Control Suzou's arm to grab this Cloud Shinobi directly, and then press it hard to the ground. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, and cracks appeared day by day. This Cloud Shinobi let out a scream as if he had been hit hard, and scarlet blood spit out from his mouth continuously. But the other party is not an unknown junior. Even though he was severely injured, he got up immediately, and then endured the severe pain, and quickly retreated to distance himself from Susanoo. Protect Lord Baichuan. The other Cloud Shinobi were shocked and outraged when they saw this. The full name of Master Baichuan in their mouth is Baichuan Jing, elite Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village, and also the leader of this team. If Baichuan Jing, who is the team leader, is killed, one can imagine what kind of defeat this team will face. In the roar, a large number of Cloud Shinobi rushed. And this time Cloud Shinobi got smarter. They knew that Susanoo's defense was amazing, and random attacks couldn't penetrate Susanoo's defense at all. So they locked their eyes on one place. Get ready to gather all your ninjutsu, attack this place, and forcefully break Susanoo. Thorn! Countless thunder and lightning roared. Terrifying energy erupted and bombarded Susanoo heavily. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Liyu's eyes, but she underestimated Cloud Shinobi's wisdom. Susanoo in the fourth stage is indeed not invincible. One or two ninjutsu may be able to defend, but when encountering hundreds or thousands of ninjutsu, it seems not enough. Kaka cracks appeared on Susanoo's body, and then exploded violently. Boom! Numerous flames rose up, and the turbulent air flow agitated. But Cloud Shinobi was not afraid, but cheered. It worked. The giant formed by chakra was defeated by us. Without the defense of the giant chakra, what will Uchiha Liu use to fight us? The Cloud Shinobi were very excited, as if they saw the dawn of victory. It's the same without Susanoo for you scumbags. At this moment, a sneer came from the smoke. In the next second, the smoke and dust were broken, and Liyu's figure rushed out from inside. His speed was as fast as ultimate, like a flash of lightning, and the sun will knife in his hand waved along with it, bringing out a burst of thunder. Thorn in just an instant, dozens of human heads flew up. JV, Cloud Shinobi, who was still cheering unceasingly, screamed out in fright when he saw this. Looking at the flying heads, he was horrified to ultimate. That's when they remembered. Liu not only has the ninjutsu of Susanoo, but also has amazing speed. Careful. Before saying this, Liu came to this Cloud Shinobi. The sun will knife pierced like lightning, piercing through the body of this Cloud Shinobi. Asking for flowers. Cloud Shinobi opened his mouth wide, and blood kept spitting out from his mouth. To the end of his life, he didn't understand why Liu, who was a Konoha Shinobi, had such a terrifying lightning style. Liu, who easily killed a Cloud Shinobi, didn't stop there. Pull out the sun blade. The lightning on the blade turned into flames. Breath of flame form of Wu Flame Tiger. Boom! Blazing flames soared into the sky. A huge tiger seemed to be roaring in flames, and then rushed out under the horrified eyes of all Cloud Shinobi. Run! Get out of the way! You must not be hit by this flame! Cloud Shinobi roared. Zero. Although I don't know how powerful this move is, but just from the temperature of the flames, we can tell that this move is definitely an S-rank ninjutsu. After saying this, Cloud Shinobi fled in all directions. But before Cloud Shinobi could escape, the flames of the flaming tiger spread, turning into an endless sea of flames and engulfing the surroundings. More than 100 Cloud Shinobi were engulfed in flames before they could scream. Why? How did this happen? Seeing this, the other Cloud Shinobi showed expressions of fear. They didn't expect that besides Susanoo and lightning style, Liu also mastered this terrifying fire style. One strike. Just one hit. Just let hundreds of Cloud Shinobi die. This ultimate method destroyed most of Cloud Shinobi's hopes and made them start to fear. What about 2,000 people? Liu looked at the terrified Cloud Shinobi, and the corners of his mouth curled up. A trash fish is a trash fish after all. No matter how many there are, there will be no qualitative change. Said, lost again. From time to time, flames gushed out from the sun will knife in his hand. A group of Cloud Shinobi woke up, looking at Liu approaching. The fear in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Facing Liu's approach, what they thought was no longer confrontation, but escape. So a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Liu walked towards Cloud Shinobi step by step, but Cloud Shinobi retreated step by step full of fear. The remaining 1,000 Cloud Shinobi. No one dared to confront Liu. Gentlemen, don't be afraid, don't forget why we fight. The leading Baichuan mirror roared loudly. After saying this, Cloud Shinobi, who was originally afraid, woke up instantly. They remembered their purpose in coming to the border. I remembered the situation in the village. Knowing that once this battle fails, Cloud Shinobi village will face 4 billion in compensation, or even more. At the thought of this, all Cloud Shinobi don't back down anymore. Although they are still afraid of Liu's strength, they are willing to suppress their fear and continue to block for the sake of the village. As expected of a ninja from Cloud Shinobi village, Liu smiled when she saw this. Although the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village are all reckless, they are indeed more fishy than other villages in terms of unity. In order to protect the interests of the village, even the fear of death can be suppressed. But the boring battle should be over. Liu looked around and walked step by step. Cloud Shinobi, who stopped in his tracks, saw Liu approaching, with cold sweat dripping from the corners of his forehead, holding their weapons tightly and swallowing. Kill! Baichuan mirror roared out. This loud roar seemed to infect everyone, and all Cloud Shinobi rushed towards Liu without any hesitation. Thunder's breath, one shape, thunderbolt flash, 8 consecutive. Liu opened his mouth lightly, then squatted down. The airflow from his nose was visible to the naked eye. Boom! The earth roared. The ground seemed to be unable to withstand this force, and it exploded in an instant. And Liu also rushed out at extreme speed. Countless thunder lights danced. Liu seemed to be transformed into lightning, shuttled across the battlefield at high speed. Those Cloud Shinobi didn't react at all, they were beheaded and died completely. In an instant, hundreds of ninjas died in battle. Keep a distance and attack with ninjutsu, don't get too close, a jonin yelled in horror. At this ultimate speed, not to mention ordinary ninjas, even jonin like them can't react. Once they encounter it, they may be killed by a knife. Cloud Shinobi, who was rushing towards Liu, stopped immediately after hearing this, wanting to retreat. Liu is faster than them. The body is like lightning, and continues to shuttle through the crowd. There was a scream. Countless heads were flying in the air. In the blink of an eye, 40 or 50 ninjas died. And more importantly, Liu's speed was so fast that no one could catch Liu's figure. The screams continued. The battlefield became a Shura field. Every second, a human head will fly up, and every second, a Cloud Shinobi will die. After a while, the ground was stained red with blood, and headless corpses fell to the ground, completely losing their voices. After this round of killing, there were originally 1,000 Cloud Shinobi, but now there are only 500 left, and the remaining 500 Cloud Shinobi are also full of fear, losing the strength of the first battle monster. What we are dealing with is not a human being at all, but a monster. For this kind of Shura, how can we be opponents? The Cloud Shinobi were completely terrified. The strength Liu showed was too terrifying. If it was just a mere massacre, Cloud Shinobi, who had experienced the massacre, might not be afraid. What really frightens them is, 2,000 Cloud Shinobi couldn't cause any damage to Liu, and couldn't even capture Liu's figure. That's right. Since the battle began, not to mention being injured, Liu didn't even take a breath. This powerful and incomprehensible posture is the reason for their fear. Withdraw. Bai Chuanjing, who originally wanted to continue fighting, also issued an order at this moment. He knew that if he didn't evacuate, the remaining 500 Cloud Shinobi would be killed by Liu. After speaking, he quickly stopped in front of Liu. Prepare to die on the battlefield while fighting for a chance for your companions to evacuate. Withdraw quickly. Hearing the captain's words, Cloud Shinobi showed the joy of surviving the catastrophe, and kept backing away amidst panicky roars. Do you want to use your own life to fight for a way out for your companions? Liu chuckled, seeing what the other party was thinking. Uchiha Liu, if you want to attack them, just step on my dead body first. Bai Chuanjing growled, his eyes fixed on Liu. Liu chuckled, with an indescribably contemptuous tone, a side character that has never appeared in the original novel, so don't play so much. Do you really think you are the protagonist? As he spoke, his body turned into lightning. Shua, the purple lightning turned into a bright brilliance, which slowly dissipated with the flying of a human head. Bai Chuanjing, who was originally blocking Liu, had turned into a headless corpse at this moment. With the spray of blood, the corpse fell heavily. Spike. 1 second, Bai Chuanjing, who was righteous and awe-inspiring like the protagonist, was instantly killed by Liu in the next second, and he didn't even react until his death. Wouldn't it be nice to be a good actor, and run out to grab the show? Liu glanced at the corpse behind her, and made a slight remark. After finishing speaking, he put away the sunwheel knife and did not continue to pursue. Because the Cloud Shinobi who chose to evacuate had dispersed, although he could catch up, it was unnecessary. After all, the remaining 500 Cloud Shinobi are nothing to be afraid of, just hand them over to the elite ninjas in the village. After waiting in place for a while, there was a shout behind him. Master Liu, we are here to help. There was a shout, and he turned his head and saw Tsunade and Orochimaru coming with a large army. However, as soon as they landed at 0.4, they saw a hellish scene. The blood stained the ground red, turning the ground into dark black, corpses piled up into mountains, and Liu stood on the hill of corpses, looking down as if looking down. The two gasped. Looking at the piled up corpses, even they were shocked. What's wrong? Master Tsunade, Master Orochimaru, other ninjas also jumped out of the forest. But after saying this, he smelled a pungent smell of blood, subconsciously looked, and then the two of them froze in place. Looking at the pile of corpses and Liu standing on the pile of corpses, a thought appeared in everyone's mind. That is, Shura. Ninja Shura. These four characters are the words that best describe Liu. Standing on the mountain of corpses, Liu not only gave people a powerful feeling, but also gave people a sense of horror. So we won? A Konoha Jonin woke up startled, and asked with some uncertainty. Because the scene in front of me is too incredible. Before they came, they were all prepared to die on the battlefield, but who would have thought that they would encounter such a scene? Liu really won with 1 against 1,000. We won! Everyone finally reacted and let out a burst of exclamation. Excitement appeared on every ninja's face, and his gaze towards Liu was filled with admiration. Master Liu is too powerful. One person alone against 2,000 Cloud Shinobi, and will kill Cloud Shinobi and defeat them. There is another strong man in the village. I see who will dare to offend Konoha in the future. All the ninjas were discussing excitedly. They believed that once the news spread, the entire ninja world would be shaken. The battle is not over yet. There are still 500 Cloud Shinobi who have escaped, and now immediately organize a team to pursue them. Liu interrupted the cheers. Yes. A group of ninjas responded loudly, and then formed several teams to pursue. The killing scene was staged again. Run, run! A man named Cloud Shinobi was terrified. Liu alone defeated them, and now there are hundreds of Konoha elite ninjas, and they are not even opponents. If you don't run away quickly, you will definitely be killed. However, their escape was obviously futile, and the screams kept ringing out, and the single Cloud Shinobi was all killed. Hours later, although many Cloud Shinobi escaped, their goal had been achieved, and the Konoha Shinobi fighters reunited to celebrate this victory. The next step is to claim against Cloud Shinobi Village again. Liu smiled, and released a prisoner. Go back and inform Third Raikage, and tell him that if he doesn't want to go to war, he should pay the remaining 2 billion. If we don't pay the remaining 2 billion within 3 days, we will declare war on Cloud Shinobi Village. This Cloud Shinobi was terrified, and fled for his life after hearing this. How do you think Third Raikage will choose? Tsunade asked in a low voice. He has no choice. Liu smiled. The cage-level powerhouses of Cloud Shinobi Village were killed and injured, and now they have lost nearly 2,000 Cloud Shinobi, which can be described as a serious injury. If he were Raikage, Ju wouldn't start a war at this time. Certainly, nor can they continue to persecute. After all, Cloud Shinobi Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages. If the persecution continues, Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely die, and choose to fight Konoha. Cloud Shinobi Village. After several days of recuperation, Third Raikage's injury has improved. At this time, he was lying on a hospital bed, handling official duties while waiting for news from the border. TRR. The door of the ward was pushed open, and a Cloud Shinobi ran in a panic. Not good, Lord Raikage. What's wrong? Third Raikage put down the document in his hand, and felt a thump in his heart when he saw Cloud Shinobi's flustered face. News came from the border, saying that Uchiha Liu received 2 billion in compensation, but did not release Brother AI, and instead launched an attack on the border troops. This Cloud Shinobi said in a panic. What? Hearing this, Third Raikage was furious and punched the hospital bed. He didn't expect Liu to be so shameless. He didn't do anything after taking the money, and even detained his son. No, you mean Uchiha Liu attacked our garrison? Soon Third Raikage reacted and grabbed another important point. Yes, it is. This Cloud Shinobi was about to cry, and his voice trembled slightly. According to the news from the front line, Uchiha Liu broke into the garrison camp alone and fought against our 2,000 army with his own strength. Then what? Third Raikage didn't care about anything and grabbed this Cloud Shinobi. Our army lost to Uchiha Liu, and was defeated by Uchiha Liu. More than 1,000 Cloud Shinobi have died in battle. Cloud Shinobi with a crying voice. Kaido. It's over. Third Raikage felt dizzy and almost fell off the hospital bed. He knew what this rout meant. It means that Cloud Shinobi Village no longer has the ability to fight against Konoha. It means that in the next few years or even 10 years, Cloud Shinobi Village will not be able to be tough on the outside. Cloud Shinobi Village, which lost billions of funds and 2,000 ninjas, is almost equal to the defeat of a ninja war. Uchiha Liu. Third Raikage came back to his senses and let out a terrifying roar. Without Liu, their plan to capture the orphaned Uzumaki would have been possible. Without Liu, they could not have lost so much money. Without Liu, the village's 2,000 ninjas would not have been defeated. All of these 867s were caused by Liu, so he hated Liu to the bone, wishing to drink Liu's blood and eat Liu's flesh. Lord Raikage, what should we do now? Uchiha Liu has sent word that if we don't pay the remaining 2 billion, we will attack Cloud Shinobi Village and declare war on us. Cloud Shinobi asked in a weeping voice. Attack Cloud Shinobi Village? They dare to think that there is no one in Cloud Shinobi Village. Third Raikage was furious. But after saying this, he couldn't go on, because Cloud Shinobi Village is really unavailable. He was injured, his son was captured, 8 Tails Jinchuriki was killed, and 2 Tails Jinchuriki was old. All the top combat forces had an accident, and 2,000 Cloud Shinobi were lost. If the war is really forced, the final loser will definitely be Cloud Shinobi Village. Thinking about this clearly, Third Raikage seemed to be 10 years old, and the whole person fell into silence. It took a long time before he spoke, as if he had made a decision. Have someone reply to Uchiha Liu and tell them that Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't want to go to war with Konoha and is willing to pay the remaining 2 billion in grants. He didn't dare to play tricks anymore. Not to mention any demands. I just want to end this matter as soon as possible and minimize the loss of the village. Liu Jonin, this is the remaining supplies, including 10 million detonating charms, 5 million Kunao shurikens, and 300 caddies of chakra conductive metal, Cloud Shinobi said with an ugly expression, pointing to a pile of supplies behind him. With Third Raikage compromising, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi make third contact. This time, Cloud Shinobi Village learned to be smart and didn't play any tricks. Instead, they brought all the compensation materials and prepared to end this matter. Check it out, Liu said to one of his subordinates. Yes. The Konoha shinobi beside him nodded and walked over to start counting. Half an hour later, the counting was completed, and the quantity was correct. Liu Jonin, can you release me now? Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but said. Wouldn't it be better to do this sooner? Liu said with a smile, and then waved her hand to ask someone to bring Yayuya up. He did not continue to blackmail Cloud Shinobi Village, because he knew that the 4 billion in compensation was already the bottom line of Cloud Shinobi Village, and if the persecution continued, Cloud Shinobi Village would definitely die. Yayu AI and the others were escorted up. With a wave of Liyu's hand, he asked people to untie the rope, and at the same time signaled for several people to leave. Cloud Shinobi was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Liu to be so straightforward. But since Liu didn't stop them, they wouldn't stay any longer, and left immediately with a few people. Why not repeat the trick and get more compensation? Orochimaru couldn't help asking. Third Raikage is not like someone who is cowardly externally but tough internally. He is really in a hurry. He can fight Konoha to the death. Liu smiled, and then explained, and now is not the time for war, I have more important things to do. Something more important? Orochimaru was taken aback, a little puzzled. Nothing, you will know later. Liu didn't explain too much. What's bigger than blackmailing Cloud Shinobi Village? Of course it is to overthrow the rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't have eternal eyes before, so he could only adopt the strategy of blocking the water with soldiers. But now it's different. With eternal eyes, he is no longer afraid of any force. So it's time to settle accounts with Sarutobi Hiruzen too. Going back this time, he will completely overthrow the rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking of this, Liu immediately issued a return order and prepared to return to the village. Tsunagakur. Third Kazekage sat at the desk, frowning as he looked at the information in his hand. Is this all true? Yes, Lord Kazekage, according to the news from the spies, Uchiha Liu fought against 2,000 Cloud Shinobi alone, defeated Cloud Shinobi, and now has received 4 billion in compensation. Umbu, who was half kneeling on the ground, whispered. Third Kazekage frowned. The negotiations between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village are not covered up, so not only Cloud Shinobi Village knows, but Tsunagakur also knows. Because he knew the news, when Liu went to Cloud Shinobi Village, he sent spies to investigate the specific situation. But who would have thought that after 10 days, they would get such news? Master Kazekage, if Konoha receives 4 billion in compensation, the consequences will be disastrous. Umbu couldn't help reminding. I know. Third Kazekage nodded. World War II ended last year, and now everyone is practicing health and wellness. If Konoha did not have the 4 billion in compensation, it is estimated that it will take several years or even 10 years to recover, just like Tsunagakur. But with these 4 billion, it is different. These 4 billion can greatly speed up the recovery speed of Konoha. Once Konoha recovers in advance, and Tsunagakur is still in the recovery stage, the result can be imagined. Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking, Uchiha Liu is really so good now? He still knows Liu well. When Liu was just a fledgling, she showed her talent for terror and was called the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. At that time, Second Kazekage was still in power. Second Kazekage had seen Uchiha Madara's demeanor, so he was extremely jealous of Liu. He was afraid that Konoha would really appear as a second ninja Shura, so he gave the order to besiege, and it was he who carried out this order. Unfortunately, the siege was unsuccessful and Liu ran away. Since then, he has never heard from Liu again. Unexpectedly, after 8 years, that genius Konoha appeared again, and made such a noise as soon as he appeared. According to the judgment, Uchiha Liu's strength is not weaker than that of any village shadow. Umbu Kaido. Cage level? Deep fear flashed in Third Kazekage's eyes. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be like this. But Liu is different. Because Liu and Tsunagakur have a life and death enmity. Once Liu is allowed to continue to grow, the first unlucky one must be Tsunagakur. Sir Kazekage, what should we do now? Umbu asked. Third Kazekage didn't answer immediately, but thought quietly, and it took more than 10 minutes before he came up with a solution. Since you don't want Konoha to recover, the best way is to take away the 4 billion in compensation. But he also knew that this was unlikely. After all, the team escorting the indemnity is not weak, there are 3 cage levels. So I can only refund the second and destroy this compensation. As long as the indemnity is destroyed, Konoha will be in vain, and Liu, who is in charge of this mission, may also be implicated. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Umbu. Give me an order to send 100 Kimas, elite ninjas to the Kingdom of the Moon to intercept Konoha's escort team, and destroy all the Konoha escort's indemnity. Remember, don't fight head-on with Konoha's escort team, just destroy the supplies. Master Kazekage, this. Umbu was startled. He knew what the order meant. Once it fails or is discovered by Konoha, what awaits Tsunagakur may be the war. Don't worry, because the worst situation can never be worse than it is now. Third Kazekage said lightly, then turned his gaze to the window. I saw all the earth houses outside the window, without a trace of greenery. This is Tsunagakure. Barren, dry, dull. If Tsunagakure could be as rich as Konoha, he would never give such an order, nor would he take such a risk. So for Tsunagakure's sake, he has to give it a go. Castle Peak Gorge. A grand canyon separating the land of the moon and the land of iron. Liu and his party, who received 4 billion in compensation, are escorting the indemnity to return to Konoha. There are boxes on the carriages, and hundreds of elite ninjas guard the surroundings, guarding against the appearance of enemies. Liu sat on the leading horse, seemingly closing his eyes to rest his mind, but he was actually checking the system. Check-in system host, Uchiha Liu sign in time 8 years and 30 days sign in rewards Sunwheel Knife, Mangekyo Sharinan, Junior Sage Body, Black Particles, Breath of Thunder, Breath of Fire, Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. I don't know what the sign in reward will be today, Liu secretly thought, and then clicked the sign in button. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in and obtaining the Mangekyo Sharinan ability Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi? Liu, who had her eyes tightly closed, opened them instantly, with a hint of joy in them. I didn't expect to be so lucky recently. First I got the Eternal Eye, and now I got Tsukuyomi. Stop. At this moment, Orochimaru's voice sounded, and the advancing team stopped immediately. What's wrong? Liu woke up with a start and turned her head to look. Ahead is Qingshen Gorge, Orochimaru explained. 927. The way they went back was different from the way they came. After all, they didn't bring anything with them before they came, but when they returned, they had more than a dozen carts of supplies. Liu was taken aback for a moment and looked up. I saw a canyon in front of me. On both sides of the canyon were cliffs with flat inclined bridges, and a road was left in the middle. This terrain is most vulnerable to enemy ambushes. Tsunade frowned. Both he and Orochimaru had participated in the ninja war, and they were most sensitive to this terrain. When they saw this terrain, they naturally became vigilant in their hearts. Send a few people over to investigate, Liu said. Tsunade nodded, and immediately sent 2 ninjas over, while the team waited in place. About 20 minutes later, the 2 ninjas returned. How is it going? Orochimaru asked hoarsely. However, the 2 did not answer, but raised their heads abruptly, revealing a pair of pale eyes. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and reacted immediately. Be careful, the situation is wrong. But as soon as these words were finished, the 2 ninjas seemed to be controlled by someone. They rushed, DBDE, towards Orochimaru, and then exploded. Boom! A terrible explosion appeared, and thick smoke billowed, and the Konoha shinobi who were guarding the supplies also reacted and roared loudly. Be careful, it's an enemy attack. As soon as these words fell, people saw figures appearing around them. These figures were dressed in black clothes and black masks, except for 2 eyes, there were no other features. As soon as these men in black appeared, they went straight to the supplies guarded by the team, and each of them carried detonating symbols and flew towards the location of the supplies. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded again, and thicker smoke and dust rolled up, blocking everyone's sight. Their purpose is supplies. There are ninjas yelling. Sure enough, we are being targeted. Tsunade clenched his fists and looked around vigilantly. Which side is it? Cloud Shinobi Village? Iwagakure or Tsunagakure? Although he was attacked by the body bomb, Orochimaru confiscated a little injury. At this time, he held Kunao in his hand and looked around vigilantly. Probably not someone from Cloud Shinobi Village, Liu said lightly. He knows better than anyone what is going on in Cloud Shinobi Village now. If he dared to do this, he wouldn't have given it so much pleasure back then. So excluding Cloud Shinobi Village, it can only be Tsunagakure and Iwagakure. After all, only the people of Great Ninja Village can dispatch so many ninjas in one go. And only the people in the Ninja Village don't want to see Konoha get 4 billion supplies. Should be someone from Tsunagakure? Orochimaru recalled the scene just now. The 2 ninjas seem to be controlled by someone, which is very similar to Tsunagakure's puppetry. Snort. Don't care which village it is from, let's get rid of these bastards first. Tsunade squeezed his fist and said coldly. Immediately after speaking, he rushed forward, clenched his fists with infinite power, and then punched the ground. Boom! A terrifying roar exploded. A powerful force erupted, and instantly smashed a big hole in the ground, and a strong airflow swept up, blowing away the surrounding smoke and dust. Without the obstruction of smoke and dust, people can see everything around them clearly. I saw men in black appearing all around were besieging the convoy. After a round of siege, a lot of supplies had been damaged. Do it, don't let them touch the detonator. Liu drank loudly. The detonating talisman will explode, and once it encounters flames, all supplies will be destroyed. As he spoke, he jumped up, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning. Thorn the golden thunder light blooms. Every time they passed a place, a man in black fell down. However, these men in black are not afraid of death, they don't care about their own life and death, and keep attacking those supplies. Susanoo. Liu yelled loudly. The red chakra rose up, and a 100-meter giant appeared in front of everyone. As Susanoo's long sword swept across, the huge sword tens of meters instantly swept away more than a dozen men in black. What? The Sand Shinobi ninjas saw this horrified. That's right. They are 100 elite ninjas sent by 3rd Kaze Cage. The purpose is to destroy the supplies. Seeing that Liu swept away more than a dozen ninjas with one sword, he immediately felt bad. Attack quickly, don't worry about those materials, destroy the 2 billion silver notes quickly, the lead Sand Shinobi shouted. The other Sand Shinobi heard this and acted immediately. But before they could succeed, Orochimaru stood in front of them, and quickly patted the ground with both hands. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying roars sounded, and ghost-like gates appeared, blocking in front of the Sand Shinobi. And Liu swung his long sword quickly, killing more than 30 Sand Shinobi. In just a few minutes, there were more than 40 people left in 100 Sand Shinobi. How come? The leader, Sand Shinobi, was horrified to see this. According to their thinking, 100 of them ambushed around, and when the opportunity came, they would destroy the materials with one sentence. After all, supplies are dead, not alive, and they can't dodge by themselves. As long as they disregard casualties and ignore Konoha Shinobi's obstruction, they will surely succeed. But who would have thought? Liu will have this kind of strength. Susanoo, who is 100 meters high, can take away a dozen or 20 ninjas with one sword. If this continues, I am afraid that they will be slaughtered before the supplies are destroyed. Retreat, retreat. The leader, Sand Shinobi, finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. Sand Shinobi, who was attacking the convoy regardless of life and death, immediately retreated when he heard this. Do you think you can come whenever you want and leave when you want? Tsunade's beautiful face was full of anger, and he shouted at Sand Shinobi who wanted to leave. As he spoke, he jumped up and slammed down his fist heavily. Boom! There was a loud roar. Terrifying force swept around, smashed a big hole in the ground, and sent several Sand Shinobi flying at the same time. Kill! Orochimaru didn't hold back either, and with the Madra, thousands of Lion Majesty appeared and went toward Sand Shinobi. As for Liu, not much to say at all. Controlling Susanoo to open and close, every time the longsword slashes, it will bring huge casualties. 10 minutes. It only took 10 minutes. The Sand Shinobi who came to attack the convoy were all killed, and only a few escaped. Do you want to chase? Orochimaru asked hoarsely. No. Liu shook his head and looked at the convoy. Let's see how the supplies are, and check how much is lost. Orochimaru and Tsunade nodded, and immediately ordered the team to check the supplies. Half an hour later, the statistical results appeared. There are 2 truckloads of supplies lost due to this attack, and the price is about 50 million. Damn it, who attacked us? Tsunade said angrily. Either someone from Tsunagakur, or someone from Iwagakur. Liu said lightly, and asked someone to check the body to see if there was any evidence. However, this inspection did not find anything. Because these ninjas did not carry anything other than some weapons, it was obvious that they were prepared to die in battle and be searched before they started. Bring some corpses back to the village and see if the ninjas from the interrogation department can find anything, Liu said, with a flash of eyes at the same time. He was still thinking about how to overthrow the rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen after returning to Konoha. But what happened today gave him an inspiration and made him figure out how to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he really wants to thank these men in black. Tsunade nodded. After packing up everything and confirming that there is no ambush ahead, the group set off again. Konohagakur. 3rd Hokage and 2 elders, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura, are discussing government affairs in the office. But at this moment, the door was pushed open and Danzo ran in hastily. What's wrong, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked a little dissatisfied when Danzo left without even knocking on the door. Hiruzen, something happened, Danzo said in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment, a little confused. According to the information sent back from my roots, when Uchiha Liu claimed against Cloud Shinobi Village, he claimed an extra 2 billion from Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't want to pay this huge sum of money, and sent 2,000 more troops to the border. Danzo told the situation again. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, and then reacted quickly. Then what's the result? Did Liu and Cloud Shinobi have a conflict? That's right, but we didn't suffer. Uchiha Liu faced an army of 2,000 Cloud Shinobi alone, and defeated Cloud Shinobi. 3rd Raikage chose to compromise and paid us 4 billion in compensation. Danzo Kaido. 1 person against 2,000 troops? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, a look of shock appeared on his face. Is this true? Yuditen Koharu on the side couldn't help asking. Although she knew that Danzo would not lie about such things, she still couldn't believe it. After all, that's 2,000 Cloud Shinobi, not 200 Cloud Shinobi. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Danzo snorted coldly. Since Liu defeated Cloud Shinobi and received 4 billion in compensation, what are you talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked suspiciously. Isn't that a big deal? Danzo looks like he hates iron and steel. Uchiha Liu won 4 billion in compensation for the village, and once he returns to the village, his prestige may rise to an unimaginable level. Hiruzen, Uchiha Liu is a rebellious person. In the past, he dared to harm his fellow villagers. If he was allowed to gain such a reputation, his behavior and dealings would become even more unscrupulous, so we have to guard against it. After these words fell, the whole office fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, as if thinking about Danzo's words, but he shook his head after thinking about it for a while. Liu won 4 billion compensation for the village, she is the hero of the village, so don't say such things again. Asking for flowers. He really wanted to suppress Liu and the Uchiha clan, but not as ruthless as Danzo. After all, it is too shameless for Liu to contribute to the village on the front foot and suppress it on the back foot. No matter how dark his heart is, he can't do such a thing. Hiruzen, if we don't restrict now, Uchiha Liu will become the second Uchiha Madara sooner or later. Danzo is in a hurry. From the moment Liu returned to the village to kill the root ninja, he saw through Liu's essence. Know that Liu is a person who is not controlled by others. For such uncontrolled people, the best way is to destroy. That's why he can't wait to deal with Liu. Okay, don't say any more. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, interrupting Danzo's words. Hiruzen, you. Danzo's face was ugly, and he slammed his cane. You are too weak. If you don't suppress Uchiha Liu now, you will definitely regret your decision now. Enough. As a Hokage, I have my own examination area. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little annoyed by what was said, and his tone became a little more serious. Danzo, don't forget, I am Hokage. You. Danzo's face was livid with anger. Danzo, what Hiruzen said is right. Uchiha Liu is a hero of the village. Even if there is something to do, we have to talk about it later. Udaten Koharu agreed. Good. You will regret it sooner or later. Danzo has nothing to say, he can only put down a harsh word and leave. Danzo, who left the office, walked out of the building. Under the sunlight, he turned his head and looked at the building, his eyes were full of sharpness. Hiruzen, you are so weak, you are not suitable to be Hokage at all, only strong enough can lead the village to a higher peak. So Uchiha Liu must be cleared, and everything I do is for Konoha. Said strode away. He has decided on two things. One thing is to shoot Liu and clear Liu. The second thing is that he has been completely disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he is going to plan to become Hokage by himself after this matter is over. But Danzo's idea was doomed to fail, because Liu is also planning to overthrow all the high-level members of Konoha, including Danzo Yi. Inside Hokage's office. With Danzo's departure, the three no longer discussed government affairs, but carefully thought about everything Danzo said. Hiruzen, although Danzo is a bit aggressive, what he said doesn't make sense. Mito Kato Homura whispered. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette, then nodded. He knew Liu's character, and he never wanted to stop suppressing Uchiha. The reason not to do this is because it is not the time. After all, Liu has just won benefits for the village. Others who have done meritorious service for the village with the front foot and then suppressed it with the back foot will definitely cause some unnecessary gossip. So he has already figured it out. After a period of time, they found a reason to transfer Liu away from the village, and cut the mess quickly, reducing the power of the security department in one fell swoop. As long as the power of the security department is weakened, he can gradually compress Uchiha's living space. By then, the Uchiha clan and Liu will not be at his disposal. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura saw Sarutobi 197 Hiruzen's confident face, and immediately understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, with admiration on his face. My old friend is better at playing tricks. Compared with this old friend, Danzo is not at the same level at all. Toughness is a good thing, but being too tough will only backfire. Danzo still doesn't understand my painstaking efforts. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the admiration of his companions, and a smile appeared on his face. For him, it is not easy to handle Liu. Rather than being aggressive like Danzo and messing things up, it's better to take your time, boil the frog in warm water, and eliminate the threat invisibly. 5 days later, the carriages were driving on the wide road, and they were about to reach Konoha. They're back. As the convoy approached the gate, an exclamation sounded. The group of people in the convoy was startled, and when they looked up, they saw a crowd of people around the gate of the village. Master Liu, they are back. I heard that Master Liu killed 2,000 Cloud Shinobi at one go in order to recover the compensation, so that Cloud Shinobi village compromised and agreed to pay 4 billion in compensation. 4 billion, that's 4 billion. During World War II last year, we lost so many comrades and fought for so many years before we got 4 billion in compensation from Tsunegakur. Yeah, Master Liu casually got 4 billion in compensation for the village, it's really amazing. The ninja guarding the gate of the village said excitedly. Looks like the news has spread, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, and then turned his head to look at Liu. From now on, Mr. Liu will be the hero of the village. Hero? Liu sneered. If Orochimaru knew what he was going to do when he came back this time, he probably wouldn't have said this. Let's go! Tsunade spoke up, leading the team away. And the Konoha shinobi guards at the gate of the village also dispersed with a whoosh to make way for people. Seeing Liu walking through the aisle, all the guarding ninjas showed admiration. Master Liu, Master Tsunade, Master Orochimaru, and Master Third Hokage are welcome. At this time, an Umbu appeared, half kneeling in front of the three of them. Liu nodded, and then asked someone to send the supplies to the logistics department for processing. Teacher, let's go first. Namikaze Minato on the side spoke. Good, I guess I don't have time these days, so you guys train by yourself. Liu nodded. Yes. The three of Minato responded, and then left. Watching the three students leave, Liu also went to the Hokage administration building with Tsunade and Orochimaru. A few minutes later, the three came under the building. Looking at the Hokage administration building in front of her, Liu's eyes flickered. He knew that when he stepped into the building, it was the day he broke with Sarutobi Hiruzen. And this breakup is different than before. This breakup, it is an endless break. Because he killed Sarutobi Shinosuke. Also gives Sarutobi Hiruzen the head of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Once this is done, the two will never die. But I'm not afraid of anything anymore. The corners of Liu's mouth were curved. Thinking about walking towards the interior of the building, climbed to the second floor, and came to the administrative office. Knocking on the door, the three walked in, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was already waiting there. After seeing the three of Liu, they immediately showed bright smiles. Liu, you are back. I've heard about Cloud Shinobi Village. You have done a good job and won great benefits for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sincerely. These 4 billion are very critical to Konoha. With these 4 billion, Konoha can continue to improve its military strength while recovering from the trauma of World War II. More importantly, the 4 billion was obtained when he was in power, so even if Liu contributed to it, it can be counted as his contribution. In this way, his achievements in office can be added. Master Third Generation, this is what we should do, Liu replied, and seemed to think of something again after speaking, and pretended to sigh. By the way, Lord Third Generation, I have some bad news to tell you. Bad news? Sarutobi Hiruzen thumped in his heart, and looked behind Liu at the same time, but he didn't see his son, so he couldn't help asking. By the way, where is Shinosuke? Didn't he come to the office with you? Master Third Generation, the bad news I want to share is related to Shinosuke, Liu said lightly. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart beat violently, and a bad premonition rushed straight into his heart. In order to make Cloud Shinobi Village pay 4 billion in compensation as soon as possible, we sneaked into Cloud Shinobi Village and used hallucinogenic drugs to make 8 Tails Jinchuriki go berserk. Although the plan was successful, Shinosuke died during the mission. The situation was critical at the time, and we were unable to retrieve Shinosuke's body. In the end, we only brought back a head, Liu said with a pretentious sigh. As he spoke, he took out a scroll, and following the seal, a well-preserved head appeared on the scroll. Shinosuke. Looking at the eldest son's head, Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered violently, his eyes full of shock and anger. Although usually this son is useless. But no matter how ineffective, this is still his eldest son, and he loves him from the bottom of his heart. And he also placed high hopes on the eldest son, hoping that the eldest son would take over the position of fourth Hokage. But it was the eldest son whom he had placed high hopes on, but now he died. So no matter how calm Sarutobi Hiruzen is usually, he can't maintain his previous posture at this moment. His body was trembling, and his arms were even more bruised because of the 5 fingers gripping the corner of the table. In the end, what happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked sharply. This time he didn't ask Liu, but looked at Tsunade and Orochimaru. He knew that what Liu, who had a grudge against him, might say was 5.5 false. So he can only count on his 2 disciples. Snort. Didn't Liu say that Shinosuke was not strong enough and died in the mission? There are countless ninjas killed in the mission, why can't it be Shinosuke? Tsunade snorted coldly. Although she knows the truth, she won't tell Sarutobi Hiruzen, because she also has a feud with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason why the Senju clan declined back then was because of the calculations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. So when she saw the sad Sarutobi Hiruzen, she didn't have any mercy, only the pleasure of revenge. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect Tsunade to have such an attitude, and was furious in his heart. But he is a wily man after all. Seeing Tsunade's attitude, I knew I had lost my composure. I understand that even if I doubt it, I shouldn't say it in person. After Liu leaves, it's not too late to investigate in private. Thinking about this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately calmed down and returned to his usual composure. Looking at the 3 of Liu, they stopped talking about Shinosuke. Shinashuk's death in battle was due to his lack of strength, so he can't blame others. You have worked hard on this mission, you have won great benefits for the village, you are the heroes of the village, so let's go and reunite with your family first. Snort. Tsunade snorted coldly, then turned and left without looking back. And Liu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. Master third generation, you have to be sad and resigned. Although Shinashuk died in battle, he died well. He is the hero of the village. By the way, I heard that Master third generation has a second son. Master third generation should teach the second son well, so as not to follow the old path of Shinashuk. The veins on Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms popped out under his long sleeves. If only doubted just now. So now it's 31 for sure. Shinashuk died not because of the mission, there must be other reasons, and it has something to do with Liu. Of course, most importantly, he heard the threat from Liu. What does it mean to follow the old path of Shinashuk? Is it a curse that his young son will die? Or does Liu want to kill her only remaining son? But he is also an old fox. Even though his son died and was threatened by Liu like this, his expression didn't change much. Shinashuk is indeed the hero of the village. Although Asuma is young, I will also train him to be an excellent ninja and inherit my fire consciousness. Then I hope the third generation will succeed. Liu sneered. Inheriting my consciousness of fire, rather than inheriting the consciousness of fire, this sentence has already revealed many problems. Description: Sarutobi Hiruzen has always regarded the position of Hokage as his own. After the death of Sarutobi Shinashuk, he did not give up the idea of Hokage inheritance, but aimed at the youngest son. It seems that he wants his youngest son to inherit the position of Hokage. Wanting to understand this, Liu turned and left without saying anything more. After Liu left, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen were left in the office. Orochimaru didn't leave with him, because he knew that as a teacher, he must have something to ask himself. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette and spoke after a moment of silence. Can you explain the process of sneaking into Cloud Shinobi Village? Didn't Liu say that we encountered Cloud Shinobi in the process of sneaking into Cloud Shinobi Village, and then there was a conflict, and Shinashuk was also killed because of his lack of strength? Orochimaru chuckled. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared fixedly at his most proud disciple. He couldn't understand why Orochimaru didn't tell the truth. What's more, he couldn't understand why Orochimaru, who was his most proud disciple and whom he had placed high hopes on, drifted away from him, and now even stood by Liu's side. Sensei Sarutobi, is power really that important? After all, Orochimaru is not the Orochimaru of later generations. After the silent meeting, he asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze. Does power matter? If it was placed in the past, he would definitely say it was not important. But after being a Hokage, enjoying the power to speak and act on behalf of the whole village, he gradually became obsessed with this feeling. So for him now, power matters. Because of his power, he is the strongest Hokage who is respected and feared by all ninja worlds. It is also because of power that the Sarutobi family can surpass other families. Sensei Sarutobi, you are really old. Looking at the silent teacher, Orochimaru smiled lowly. He didn't know why the teacher he once admired became like this. The former teacher Sarutobi was heroic, resolute, powerful, able to sacrifice his life for the village, and sacrificed his life for his companions. He was the object of his admiration. But what about the current Sarutobi teacher? Gradually forgetting the beliefs of the past, he became obsessed with fighting for power and profit, and even suppressed the same village family and ninjas for power. The originally vibrant village has also become decayed because of this kind of management. Orochimaru, everything I do is for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help retorting. Orochimaru smiled, but turned away without saying anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude has completely disappointed him. From now on he will be Orochimaru who lives in Konoha, not Konoha's Orochimaru, the so-called village. It doesn't matter to him anymore. Orochimaru watching his disciples leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and his face became gloomy. The current situation is very unfavorable to him, because the masters in the village are no longer under his control. Let me talk about Konoha's white Fanja Heitake first. Before Liu came back, she could still listen to him, but with the return of Liu, the Heitake family seems to be drifting away from the Hokage family. Among them, Heitake Yuki became Liu's disciple 420, which represents the attitude of the Heitake clan. Let's talk about Tsunade. Although Tsunade's attitude towards him was not very good before, it will not be as bad as it is now, and it will be weird to him from time to time. After that comes Orochimaru. When Liu was still at Rijao Mountain, Orochimaru was his most proud disciple. After experiencing what happened today, he found that this disciple was drifting away from himself. Heitake Sakumo, Tsunade, Orochimaru, the top ninjas in the village were out of control at this moment. I can still listen to him now. It seems Jiraiya is the only one left. But Jiraiya is not in the village, and the distant water can't quench the thirst at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who felt that the situation was not good for him, finally couldn't sit still, and shouted in one direction. Go and call Elder Danzo, saying that we have something important to discuss. Yes, the dark Umbu responded, and then disappeared instantly. Seeing Umbu leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood up, came to the window, looked at the Hokage rock outside the window, his face extremely gloomy. Uchiha Liu. This was the first time he felt that his rule was threatened and the situation was out of his control. Also the first time. I want to deal with one person so much. After Liu left, she returned directly to the tribe. But before he sat down for a few minutes, Uchiha Fugaku's voice came from outside the room, and then he saw the other party rushing in. What's wrong? So flustered. Liu sat at a low table and poured herself a cup of tea. Brother, I heard that Sarutobi Shinnishuk died, is this true? Uchiha Fugaku asked in a low voice. The news that Liu won 4 billion in compensation for the village has spread in a short period of time, and Liu also gained great popularity in an instant. And in this prestige, also mixed with another news. #Baronet. Sarutobi Shinnishuk, son of 3rd Hokage, died in this mission. For others, the news is nothing more than a sigh and then no concern. But for Uchiha Fugaku, he smelled something wrong, so he hurried back to the family, wanting to ask his elder brother what was going on. I killed it. Liu drank a cup of tea, then lightly Kaido. What? Uchiha Fugaku froze in place. He didn't expect his elder brother to answer so simply. Relax, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not know the truth. Liu chuckled lightly. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth with a troubled expression. It's nothing but, so what if Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed it? Liu put down his teacup, and his gaze became deep. After so many years, Konoha's Hokage position should be returned to the Uchiha clan. Big brother, what do you want? Uchiha Fugaku was startled, and heard something wrong from Liu's words. Just let the family prepare. Liu didn't explain too much, she seemed to think of something, so she said with a smile. By the way, tomorrow you call all the ninjas in your family who are over 10 years old to the shrine. I have gifts for them. Gift? Uchiha Fugaku didn't keep up with Liu's thinking jump for a while, and asked with some doubts. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, it shouldn't be too much for me to open the eyes of most of the clan, right? The corners of Liu's mouth were curved. When returning to the village, he gained the Tsukuyomi ability. So he figured out a way. That is to use Tsukuyomi to create an illusion comparable to reality, and then use it on the tribe. Clansmen who receive strong mental stimulation may suffer severe mental trauma, but they may also activate Sharingan. The spirit was severely traumatized, and at most, he would lie in the hospital for a month just like Kakashi and Urjuze. Sharingan can be turned on is different. Once the Uchiha people open Sharingan, their strength will be greatly improved, so this is a surefire deal. Let most of the clansmen open their eyes. Uchiha Fugaku was frightened and silly, and then asked eagerly, brother, is this true? Although the Uchiha family has the Sharingan blood inheritance, but as we all know, not everyone can awaken Sweji. Even in the Uchiha clan, there are many people who cannot open the Sharingan throughout their lives. If Liu can really enable all the clansmen to activate Sharingan, then the strength of the Uchiha clan will definitely increase greatly, and it will no longer be a fantasy to seize the position of Hokage by then. Although I dare not say that I am 100% sure, but 70% is still possible. However, this method has some sequelae. Regardless of whether Sharingan is turned on or not, the spirit will be seriously injured, and it may lie in a hospital bed for a month. Liu faintly Kaido. There are also high and low talents of family ninjas. Some people can activate the Sharingan after being stimulated, and some people cannot activate it even if they are strongly stimulated. So he can only guarantee a probability of 70%? Enough. Uchiha Fugaku's face was full of excitement. What does the probability of 70 represent? That is to say, 7 out of 10 tribesmen can activate Sharingan, which is already a terrifying probability. As for being mentally traumatized, he just ignores it. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. If you can open Sharingan, what can you do if you lie in a hospital bed for a month? Then go down and get ready. Liu waved her hand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded heavily, and Naka ran outside. But before he ran a few steps, he stopped again, turned back to Liu, and asked in a low voice, brother, why don't we do it in batches? Batches? Liu was taken aback. Brother killed Sarutobi Shinnishuk, with the character of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will definitely not let him go. And the eldest brother said that opening the Sharingan will hurt the tribe, so. Uchiha Fugaku whispered. It's because I didn't think carefully, so let's do it in batches. Liu nodded. This concern is unwarranted. I have already broken my face with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the clansmen are injured because of opening their eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Therefore, opening the eyes of the clansmen in batches can not only ensure the achievement of the goal, but also avoid danger. Of course, the most important thing is, with eternal eyes, he can use ear reading at will. Even if you use this skill multiple times, it won't affect you. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku turned and left. Soon, news spread in the Uchiha clan. That is, Liu has, does it, a way to open the eyes of the tribe. After the news came out, the whole family was instantly detonated. Is this true? The patriarch has a way of unlocking the Sharingan for us. Of course it's true. Although I don't know what method to use, Master Fugaku has already spread the news that tomorrow the first batch of clansmen will open their eyes. That's great, God bless me, Uchiha clan. All the clansmen were very excited. If the Uchiha family can really master the method of opening eyes, then I don't need to think about how powerful the Uchiha family will become. Shocked at the Uchiha clan, the news spread throughout Konoha like a storm, and the major families also got the news immediately. They were as shocked as the Uchiha people. What method will you use to open the eyes of the tribe? Inside the administrative office of the Hokage building, the high-level Konoha, headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, all gathered together. Did Shinosuke really die because of the mission? Uchiha Koharu looked at the head on the desk with a look of shock on his face. She didn't expect this to happen. Sarutobi Shinosuke, who is the son of Hokage, will die as a guest this time. Have you asked Orochimaru and Tsunade? Mito Kato Homura was also somewhat incredulous. Ask, but their rhetoric is the same as Uchiha Liyu's. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette silently with his back to several people. Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were startled. Same as what Liu said? Although these words are only a few short words, they reveal many problems. The biggest problem is that his old friend's disciple seemed to be out of Tufa's control. I said earlier that Uchiha Liu acted recklessly, but Hiruzen, you just don't believe it. Believe it now. Danzo snorted coldly, secretly proud in his heart. A few days ago, he was reprimanded for the incident of leaving 817, but this happened in a blink of an eye. What does this mean? This shows that my thinking is right. Liu is indeed a rebellious person, and Shinosuke's death must have something to do with Liu. Okay, now is not the time to say this, let's investigate the situation first. Mito Kato Homura lightened the mood. I have already investigated the ones that should be investigated, and the ninjas who also participated in the mission don't know about it at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. The plan to sneak into Cloud Shinobi Village was proposed by Liu, and only Liu and 3 people participated in the task. With both Liu and Orochimaru denying it, who dares to say that Shinosuke was killed by Liu? So it's been a mystery from the start. It depends on which result people want to believe. Investigate what? Danzo snorted coldly, somewhat hating iron and steel. Uchiha Liu has always had a grudge against Shinosuke, otherwise, with the strength of him and Orochimaru, how could they not be able to deal with Cloud Shinobi? What is the strength of Liu and Orochimaru? The real cage level. If you really meet Cloud Shinobi, with the strength of the two, you can solve it even with your eyes closed, so how can Shinosuke be killed in battle? So there are loopholes in Liu's rhetoric from the very beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, but the veins on the arm holding the pike showed his mood. Hiruzen, why are you still hesitating? Danzo shouted loudly, looking impatient. If we still wait to die, we will definitely pay the price for it in the future. Liu has been defined by him as an extremely dangerous person. Powerful and amazingly talented, not weaker than Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of Uchiha. And more importantly, Liu is not as conceited as Uchiha Madara, and disdains to do some shady tricks. As we can see from the recent incidents, Liu can do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, and is more difficult to deal with than Uchiha Madara. If you continue to retreat again and again, they must be the ones who regret it in the end. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and seemed to have made up his mind. Just when he wanted to ask Danzo what he could do, there was a knock on the office door. The people present were stunned for a moment, and then they saw an Umbu walking in, half kneeling in front of them. Master Hokage, there is news that Uchiha Liu has mastered the method of opening the Sharingan, and this method can open the Sharingan for all Uchiha people. Uchiha Liu decided to open the eyes of the whole family tomorrow. Umbu quickly explained the matter. DBDB, huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. What did you say? Uchiha Liu has mastered the method of opening the Sharingan, and wants to open the eyes of the whole clan of ninjas. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Umbu, who was half kneeling on the ground, nodded heavily. How did you get the news? Uchiha Koharu asked. My lord, the news has spread in the village, and many people know about it. Umbu Kaido. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, as if doubting the authenticity of the news. Thank you for your hard work, you go down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted immediately, swung Umbu back, who came to report. After Umbu left, Mito asked. Hiruzen, this news can't be true, can it? If it's true, it's a big deal. Because the Uchiha family has been so powerful that it is unimaginable, and it is the first family of Konoha. If you master the method of opening your eyes, it will be great. Snort. How could it be true? Danzo reacted and snorted coldly. He didn't believe in such a thing. After all, the boundary of blood succession is not something that can be opened if one wants to. If there is such a method in the world, why didn't Uchiha discover it before? So in his opinion, Liu is fooling people. It's hard to say now. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not veto it like Danzo did, but was still in a dubious attitude. If it is true, it is too incredible. But if it is false, why did the Uchiha family release the news? Wouldn't it be a joke if we didn't do it by then? Whether it's true or not, let's see it first and then we'll know. Udaten Kohara said. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen also reacted and nodded heavily. Since Liu is going to open the eyes of the tribe tomorrow, what can they do if they wait a day? If it is true, then they will immediately start to deal with the Uchiha family to prevent the Uchiha family from skyrocketing. If it is false, it is not too late to make a decision. Hiruzen, don't be soft-hearted this time. Danzo couldn't help reminding. A long time ago, Shodei and Naidame told me that the most important thing in the ninja world and the village is balance, and only balance can bring peace. When one party is too strong and the admiral balance is broken, the peace of the village will also disappear. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice, looking righteous. Anyone who dares to break the balance of the village and break the peace of the village, I will not let it go. Everything I do is for the sake of the village and to implement the beliefs of Shodei and Naidame. The next morning, inside the central house of the Uchiha tribe. How are things going? Sitting at the low table, Liu asked while eating breakfast. Brother, everything is ready. There are a total of 20 clansmen who will open Sharingan for the first time. Uchiha Fugaku solemnly Kaido. Liu nodded, and the speed of eating also increased by 1 point. Seeing that his eldest brother was still eating breakfast leisurely, Uchiha Fugaku's tone became hesitant. If you have anything to say it quickly. I'm hesitating, Shizhao. Liu scolded. Brother, I want to ask, is it really okay for us to spread the news? Now everyone knows that you have mastered the method of awakening blood successor. Uchiha Fugaku hurried Kaido. Could it be that if you don't spread it, others won't know about it? Liu was speechless. This kind of thing is obviously unavoidable. Since you can't hide it, why spend all that effort? It's better to do it openly, maybe it can give people a kind of deterrence. Okay. Uchiha Fugaku didn't dare to ask anymore. It's over, let's go to the shrine now. Liu dropped the bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku's tone instantly became agitated. After speaking, the two left the house and walked towards God. At this time, the shrine was surrounded by people. Not only that, other families in the village are also secretly inquiring about Uchiha's news. After all, this is a groundbreaking event. If Liu really masters the method of opening the Sharingan, then Uchiha will surely rise. The patriarch is here. At this moment, a burst of exclamations sounded. The clansmen who had been surrounding immediately turned their heads to look, and when they saw Liu, they hurriedly moved out of the way and bowed at the same time. Is it finally about to start? I don't know what method the patriarch will use to open the eyes of the clansmen. If it is really successful, then my Uchiha clan will definitely rise up, and it will be even bigger than the Sengoku era. The bowing clansmen discussed in low voices, and Liu also came to the shrine during the discussion. At this time, the 20 clansmen waiting at the shrine immediately showed eager expressions. They are the experiencers. He is also the experimenter who verified whether Liu's method can be successful. Is everything ready? Liu looked at the 20 people and asked indifferently. Patriarch, we are all ready. Kaido, the 20 members of the tribe spoke in unison. Well, you stand in a row and look me straight in the eye. Liu said. Everyone was stunned, and one of them couldn't help asking, Clan, Patriarch, can we just stand in a row and look directly at you? Then what else do you want? Liu asked with a smile. The clansmen opened their mouths, but they couldn't say a word. Before coming to the shrine, they made up a lot of things in their brains, thinking about what earth-shattering method their family head would use to open their eyes. But who would have thought that they only need to stand in a row? Soon, 20 people stood in a row, and looked Liu straight in the eyes one by one. Liu took a deep breath, opened her eyes wide, and said in a low voice, Tsukuyomi. The moment these words fell, Liu's dark eyes flashed scarlet, and the 3 tomo spun rapidly in the eyes. Then, under the shocked eyes of all the clansmen, the 3 hooked jades condensed together to form a double hexagonal star pattern. This is. There was a look of horror on the faces of all the clansmen. As the Uchiha clan, how could they not know Mangekyo Sharingan? It's just that they didn't expect that since the head of the family hid it so deeply, even after awakening Mangekyo, it was never exposed. Mangekyo Sharingan, this is Mangekyo Sharingan. The patriarch has awakened the taboo eyes in the family. No wonder the patriarch said that there is a way to activate blood succession for the tribe. If it is Mangekyo, maybe it can be done. The clansmen discussed in shock. Big brother has awakened Mangekyo. Uchiha Fugaku gasped, then trembled with excitement. When all the clansmen were shocked, Liu had already used Tsukuyomi on 20 clansmen. The irresistible illusion directly changes the scene in the eyes of the clansmen, allowing them to see the scene they least want to see. For example, relatives were killed and children were slaughtered, asking for flowers. Another example is the death of the family and the death of a lover. Tragic scenes came into view one after another, constantly stimulating their nerves. And what's more, the person they hate the most also appeared in the illusion, who tied them to the cross, hurt them time and time again with sharp weapons, and hurt the person they cared about the most. The eyes of the 20 clansmen who were hit by Tsukuyomi were bloodshot, they groaned in pain, and their facial muscles twisted even more, as if they were greatly stimulated. What happened? The onlookers were amazed. But just when this doubt came out, one person exclaimed in shock, "Look at Rooting's eyes." After these words fell, everyone looked at it. I saw a clansman named Uchiha Rooting who was hit by Tsukuyomi, kneeling on the ground with a face full of pain. He tilted his head up, his facial muscles twisted, and his hands tightly grasped the hair, tearing it constantly. But in this crazy state, his eyes slowly turned from black to red, and a jadeite slowly rotated in his eyes. Sheri-nan. Rooting turns on Sheri-nan. All the onlookers yelled out loudly, their faces full of shock. It worked. It really worked. Under the guidance of Liu, the first clansman opened Sheri-nan. It really worked. The corners of Liu's mouth were curved. What is Sheri-nan? Sheri-nan is also known as the eye of spiritual portrayal. When the Uchiha people lose their strong love or their frustration and pain, the brain will produce a special chakra, which will affect the optic nerve, thereby changing the state of the eyes. And what kind of ability is Tsukuyomi? It is a way to drag the opponent into the illusion world. Everything in the illusion world, including time, space, and quality, is all controlled by the caster. Therefore, the illusions and injuries created by Liu are as real as they are. When the tribe is in pain, frustration, and loss of strong love, a special chakra is born for it, which changes the optic nerve and opens Sheri-nan. In the original book, Urjuzi opened the Sheri-nan under the double blow. So he made it. Really opened up the Sheri-nan thousands. Rooting opens the Sheri-nan, and the patriarch succeeds. Long live. As long as we have this method, we Uchiha will have a steady stream of Sheri-nan ninjas. Our clan will surely rise and become the real Konoha #1 clan. All the clansmen are cheering. Under the cheers, the second clansman who opened his eyes appeared, a female ninja named Uchiha Mikato, who was only 15 years old. As the second clansman opened his eyes, the clansman became even more excited. Because if there is a second place, there will be a third place and a fourth place, and even 20 people will all open Sheri-nan. Tsukuyomi continues. The stimuli received by the 20 tribesmen were different, and the speed of opening their eyes was also different. 15 minutes later, 16 clansmen had activated Sheri-nan. But there were 4 older ones, namely 497, who fainted from the pain, and could not open their eyes. Yada and the others don't seem to have enabled Sheri-nan. Hata is 40 years old this year, and he became a Chunin a few years ago. He has no ninja talent at all, so naturally he cannot open Sheri-nan. That is to say, even if the patriarch masters the method of opening the Sheri-nan, it depends on the ninja's own potential. Of course, I want to start Sheri-nan without any potential. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Even so, the patriarch is very powerful, and has mastered abilities that the family has never mastered. Yeah, it's really a blessing for our clan that the patriarch can become the patriarch of our clan. The tribe looked at Liu with admiration. Although there are still 4 people who have not opened Sheri-nan, but those 4 are either older ninjas, or the tail of the crane in the clan, it is not surprising that they failed to open. And more importantly, 16 out of 20 people opened Sheri-nan, which is already as high as an 8% probability. That is to say, as long as the talent is not terrible, it is possible to awaken the blood successor. This news is simply a great gift for those Uchiha people who are not too talented but not too good. Take them to the hospital. Seeing that 16 people had awakened the Sheri-nan, Liu nodded in satisfaction, and then gave orders to his younger brother. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku loudly Kaido, the tone is full of admiration. As Uchiha Fugaku left, a boy stepped forward immediately. Patriarch, when is the next time you open your eyes? The teenager is named Uchiha Lin, and he is 5 years old this year. I just saw Uchiha Mikato, who is the same age as me, but also talented and wants to be Uchiha Mikato. Although Tsukuyomi can be painful and end up in the hospital, but this pain is nothing compared to Sheri-nan. The words fell, and immediately aroused the response of other clansmen. Those clansmen who didn't activate the Sheri-nan looked at Liu eagerly. The next batch will be in half a month. Liu smiled lightly. After all, he killed Sarutobi Shinnishuk, and now he made such a horrible thing. There is no guarantee that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not do it. So come in batches to avoid chaos. Ah, the tribe showed disappointment. But Liu didn't pay attention to so much, and waved his hand to let the clansmen disperse. When the Uchiha tribe successfully opened their eyes, the news spread like a storm throughout Dawang. Have you heard? What did you hear? Uchiha Liu, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, has mastered the method of opening the Sharingan, and has helped more than 10 tribesmen open the Sharingan. What? True or false? Of course it's true. How could I still make fun of this kind of thing? The ninjas in the village were talking. Everything Liu does is so unimaginable. After Orochimaru got the news, he said with a sigh. After finishing speaking, I ignored it and continued my experiment. On the other side, the high-level Konoha, who has been on the sidelines, also got the news immediately. Successful, Uchiha Liu has really mastered the method of opening the Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms were bulging with veins. He knows what that means. It means that the Uchiha family will have a steady stream of Sharingan ninjas, which means that the Uchiha family will be completely superior to other families. His power will be challenged. So now the most worrying thing is not those families, nor Danzo and the others, but himself. How? How on earth did Uchiha Liu do it? Danzo had a look of disbelief on his face. Now is not the time to discuss this, but to think about how to deal with it. Udatin Koharu shouted in a low voice. Uchiha has mastered this method and become an uneasy factor that threatens the high government, so they must act. Don't worry, let's figure out how Uchiha Liu did it first. Mito Kato Homura agreed. I heard that Uchiha Liu opened the taboo eyes of the Uchiha clan Mangekyo Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a solemn tone. What? Mangekyo? Danzo was taken aback. He knows Mangekyo very well. The Uchiha clan was able to compete with the Senju clan back then, thanks to these eyes. But Mangekyo has not been awakened since brother Uchiha Madara. Unexpectedly, decades later, someone opened these eyes again, and this person also had a huge conflict with them. Uchiha Liu must be eradicated. Danzo felt a huge sense of crisis at 5.4. In his heart, Liu, who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, already qualifies as the second Uchiha Madara. He knew exactly how terrible Uchiha Madara was. If you don't want to be liquidated in the future, the best way is to kill Liu. In the past few days, I will find a reason to issue a mission for Uchiha Liu to guard the border. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly while smoking a cigarette. He couldn't wait any longer, knowing that if he didn't act, he would be the one who regretted it in the end. So he came up with a way. That is to find a reason to transfer Liu away from Konoha, and then quickly cut Uchiha's power. As for Liu, as long as Liu arrives at the border, he can find all kinds of reasons to embarrass Liu, and even frame Liu as a traitor. The situation in the village is increasingly tense. After Uchiha organized the first wave of eye-opening, half a month later, he organized the second wave. Although the probability this time is not as high as the first time, it has reached more than 70. Opening eyes one after another made Konoha's executives very nervous. On this day, the Konoha executives finally couldn't bear it and wanted to attack the Uchiha clan. Lord Liu, Shadow Sky summons me. And Umbu came to the Uchiha tribe and said to Liu respectfully, I see. Liu nodded, waved Umbu back, and then said with a dark smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old fox, finally couldn't bear it? He knew that day would come sooner or later. The reason why he didn't take the initiative to take action was because the opening of the eyes was delayed. But since Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to make a move, there is no need to hold back. Thinking about getting up and walking towards the Hokage building. Go to the Hokage building office and meet 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Liu, since the village received 4 billion in compensation, Tsunagakure has been on the move, disturbing the peace of the border. I discussed with several other elders and decided to send you to handle this matter. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen said 31 with a kind face, and looked at Liu earnestly after speaking, as if this task must be done by Liu. Master 3rd generation, you want me to go to guard the border? Liu's eyes flashed. Orochimaru and Shuo Mao both have other missions, and the border needs a powerful ninja to guard the border. We thought about it and decided that you, Liu, are the most suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Since Master 3rd generation is so optimistic about me, how can I refuse? Liu laughed at Kaido, and added, however, Master 3rd generation also knows that I am the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and there are many affairs in the clan, so I can't leave immediately. We all understand this. Then Liu, you are going to. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughs. Kaido. A week from now. Liu. Kaido. Okay, I'll trouble you then. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. For him, as long as Liu agrees, he can accept it whether it is a week or a month. Then I'll go down and get ready, Liu said, then turned and left. After Liu left, the office door was pushed open and Danzo walked in. That kid Uchiha Liu, why did he agree so easily? Danzo frowned. Before Liu came, he hid aside, and when he heard Liu agreed, he felt incredible. After all, Liu is just a little fox in his heart. He couldn't believe that Liu couldn't see anything. Regardless of what Liu is thinking, as long as she says yes, it's in our favor, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Danzo came to his senses and nodded. Although I don't know why Liu agreed so easily. But as my old friend said, as long as Liu agrees, it will be beneficial to them without any harm. After Liu left the office, she immediately returned to the clan and summoned her younger brother. Brother, you can't go to the border, Uchiha Fugaku said eagerly. He is not a fool either, knowing that Liu leaves, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely take the opportunity to make trouble. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Liu smiled. Then why do you still agree? Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled. If I don't agree, how can Sarutobi Hiruzen let his guard down? Liu chuckled, and then added, if he doesn't let go of his guard, how can I implement the plan? Plan? Uchiha Fugaku was startled, and then looked at Liu eagerly, wondering what his big brother's plan was. You should know that Sarutobi Hiruzen has a young son, right? Liu smiled and revealed all her plans. His plan is simple. That is to agree to Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal, go to the frontier, remove himself from the plan, and make an alibi. After leaving the village, he secretly returned to the village, and at the same time held Sarutobi Hiruzen's young son hostage, and led Sarutobi Hiruzen out of Konoha. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen leaves Konoha, he can shoot Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then use Sharingan to control the shadow of a village just like Obito did to Yagura in the original book. As long as the Sarutobi Hiruzen is controlled, that Konoha is not what he said. Control third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku gasped, his face was full of shock. He didn't expect his elder brother to be so bold to come up with such a method. So, I have to agree to Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal, as long as I leave Konoha, who would know that I did all of that. Liu chuckled. But, big brother. Uchiha Fugaku was happy, but also worried. There are many scout ninjas in the village, like the Hyaga clan, the Inyazuka clan and the Abarame clan. What if they find out? Konoha is nothing compared to Kirigakure. Why was 4th Mizukage Yagura controlled for so long in the original book? Isn't it because of the lack of scouting ninjas in the village? But Konoha is no better than Kirigakure. There are a bunch of detective ninjas in the village, and they may be exposed if they are not careful. Relax, this is only the first ring of the plan. Liu chuckled. How could he not think of what his younger brother could think of? Controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen is just the beginning. His plan is to overthrow the high-level Konoha, so the plan is naturally more than that. But it's useless to say more now. If you want to complete the follow-up plan, you must complete the first plan. If the first plan cannot be completed, then don't even think about the next plan. Uchiha Fugaku looked eager, wanting to know exactly what his big brother's plans were. You'll know when the time comes. Liu smiled, but after seeing his younger brother's longing expression, he still reminded her. Some time ago, when we escorted supplies back to the village, we were attacked by unknown ninjas. I guess those unknown ninjas are sand shinobi ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, his head was a little down, and he didn't understand why the eldest brother said this suddenly. Even if those unknown ninjas are Tsunagakure ninjas, what does that have to do with this plan? Unable to understand, he looked at Liu, but Liu didn't answer. Don't think about it so much. Before I leave the village, I will open my eyes one last time. Liu shook his head, yes. Uchiha Fugaku collected his thoughts, turned and left after replying. He did not continue to think deeply about the planned matter. Because he believes in his elder brother, since the elder brother is sure, then he must be sure. A week later. Most of the ninjas of the Uchiha family have opened their eyes, and the entire family has added more than 60 Sharingan ninjas, and their strength has increased significantly. The sudden increase in family strength naturally aroused Sarutobi Hiruzen's fear, so he kept urging Liu to go to the border. Early this morning, Liu arrived at the gate of the village. Is Mr. Liu really going to guard the border? Orochimaru, who came to see him off, smiled hoarsely, with a strange flash in his eyes. He didn't understand why Liu, who was usually so smart, would agree to such a request. Do you know that once you leave the village, the Uchiha clan will definitely? Tsunade on the side was a little anxious. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Liu comforted. Liu, since you have your own thoughts, be careful with everything. Heitake Sakumo said in a low voice. Although I don't know why Liu is so confident, but since Liu said so, there must be a way to deal with it. Liu nodded, and then left under the watchful eyes of everyone. Immediately after Liu left, the news reached the desks in the office in Hokage's administration building. Finally left. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Hiruzen, let's do it. Danzo on the side said impatiently. What's the hurry? Wait until Liu arrives at the border. After all, the other party can leave and return at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Hiruzen is right, we can't let the plan fail due to impulse. Udaten Koharu on the left opens the door. As soon as Liu left, they made a move. Isn't this clearly telling Liu to return to the village? Therefore, it is not too late to wait for Liu to arrive at the border. In this way, even if Liu wants to come back, they can make all kinds of trouble so that Liu can't come back. Snort! Danzo snorted coldly, knowing that he was in a hurry. Among the forest, Liu, who was originally flying on the tree trunk, stopped, used her senses to sense the surroundings, and immediately formed a seal when she found no one. Bang! Bang! White smoke filled the air, and 2 shadow clones appeared. Although he promised Sarutobi Hiruzen to go to the border, it was just to get himself out of the plan, not to actually go to the border. Since you don't want to go there, but you have to go there, you can only use shadow clone. Go to the border instead of me, Liu said to the avatar, and at the same time added, one of you is in the light and the other is in the dark, don't let people find out. The reason why he prepared 2 shadow clones was because he was worried about accidents. In case the shadow clone in the bright place disappears due to external force, the shadow clone hidden in the dark will appear to replace the shadow clone in the bright place. In this way, even if the shadow clone in the open disappears, no one will find that he has not gone to the border. Clear. The 2 shadow clones nodded and turned to leave immediately. After watching the avatar leave, Liu also returned to the villagers unknowingly. Brother, you are back. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been waiting in the clan house, immediately shouted joyfully when he saw Liu's figure. I've sent my avatar to the border. As long as the avatar arrives at the border, I can start. Liu sat down and said with a smile. Brother, how will the next plan be carried out? Do you need the family's help? Uchiha Fugaku asked in a low voice. No, I can do it alone. Liu shook his head. For this plan, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Because the more people who know, the greater the possibility of exposure, and the more follow-up problems will be brought about. If it weren't for some things that he couldn't handle, he wouldn't even tell his younger brother. It's not that he doesn't believe in Uchiha Fugaku, and it's not that Uchiha Fugaku isn't, but just be careful. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku also knew what Liu was thinking, so he didn't say anything more. 3 days passed quickly. Liu also received a message from Shadow Clone, saying that she had arrived at the border. You can do it. Liu stood up, and at the same time looked at her younger brother Fugaku. Let the clansmen settle down these days and don't cause any trouble. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku nodded heavily. After receiving the answer, Liu immediately left, and then sneaked to the Sarutobi clan's clan. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and most people had already gone to bed, so Liu came to the center of the Sarutobi clan without much effort. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's daughter-in-law, Sarutobi Baiwako, is coaxing her youngest son Sarutobi Asuma, getting ready to fall asleep. Logically speaking, the children of big families have dedicated servants to take care of them. However, with the death of Sarutobi Shinishuk, Sarutobi Baiwako was afraid that something would happen to his youngest son, so he kept him with him all the time, and he took care of eating and sleeping by himself. Starting from today, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be gone forever. Liu came out from the darkness and said lightly, "Hoot." Surprised, Sarutobi Baiwa looked back. Then I saw the sliding door of the house being pushed open, and Liu walked in. Are you, Uchiha Liu? She was startled, and immediately showed anger. The cause of death of the eldest son Sarutobi Shinishuk is full of doubts, and she also received rumors that the death of the eldest son was related to Uchiha Liu, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and it may even be Liu who killed her. At that time, she also had a big fight with her husband Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to investigate the matter. But the final result was nothing. Of course, these are all digressions. What really surprised her was why Liu, who is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, came to the clan land of the Sarutobi clan and said such things. Sarutobi Hiruzen is about to end? What do you mean? No, didn't you go to the border? Suddenly, Sarutobi Lake Baiwa remembered what her husband said to him the day before yesterday, saying that Liu was transferred to the border by him. Since Liu went to the border, why is she here? Why didn't you go to the border? Liu smiled faintly, and walked up to Sarutobi Lake Baiwa, with murderous intent in his eyes. Of course I killed your mother and son to stay. What? Sarutobi Baiwako was terrified and stepped back quickly. She didn't expect that Liu would be so bold, not only sneaking into the Sarutobi clan's clan, but also threatening to kill herself. Doesn't Liu know who she is? Doesn't Liu know what she's talking about? The horror in her heart made her very nervous, and her hands hugged Sarutobi Asuma tightly. But she is Hokuto's wife after all. She calmed down quickly, and then asked loudly, Uchiha Liu, as a Konoha shinobi, you know what you're talking about. Besides, the Sarutobi clan has no enmity with your Uchiha clan. Why did you do this? Do you want to defect to Konoha? While asking questions, she backed away, keeping distance from Liu. In fact, the moment Liu appeared, she felt that something was wrong. Knowing that Liu came to the Sarutobi tribe in the middle of the night, Jiding had no good intentions. The reason why he said so much was to paralyze Liu, and then took the opportunity to escape. Don't waste your time, I want to kill you, you can't resist at all, Liu said lightly. He knew Sarutobi Baiwako's intentions in saying so much, but for him, it's useless to think more carefully. In such a short distance as 0-10, if he wants to kill an unarmed and weak person, it doesn't take much effort at all. Saying this, head towards Sarutobi Lake Baiwa. Caret. Sarutobi Baiwa was horrified and immediately yelled out. After all, this is the clanland of the Sarutobi clan, as long as she shouts out, she can alarm the rest of the clan. Unfortunately, though, as soon as she called out the word Ren, her voice stopped abruptly. I saw that Liu came to Sarutobi Lake Baiwa in an instant, with 5 fingers forming claws, grabbing the opponent's throat fiercely, crushing the opponent's throat with just one force. A sharp pain welled up in her heart, and blood spat out from Sarutobi Baiwako's mouth, making her unable to say a word, and could only glare at Liu with hatred. Blame it on your husband Sarutobi Hiruzen. Liu chuckled, squeezed her hand, and directly crushed the opponent's neck. Sarutobi Baiwako, who was originally glaring at Liu, instantly widened his eyes, and the vitality in his eyes slowly dissipated. As soon as Liu let go, his body fell heavily to the ground, and the young child in his arms was also thrown high. The sleeping Sarutobi Asuma felt the movement outside, and immediately woke up with a cry of a baby. The loud howl accompanied Sarutobi Baiwako's loud cry before, which immediately alarmed the Sarutobi family. What happened? It seems that someone is yelling something, and it's still from Baiwako-sama. Go and see, don't let anything happen. The members of the Sarutobi clan who hadn't fallen asleep got up one after another and walked towards the center of the clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the study, was also startled, stood up and looked at his house with a puzzled face. Because there are many government affairs at ordinary times, he often handles government affairs at home. And because the youngest son was young and needed to go to bed early, he built a study so that he could handle government affairs without disturbing his family. Master Patriarch, it was from Mr. Baiwa Lake, someone has already gone to check it out. 17A clansman walked in and reported in a low voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, wanting to continue handling government affairs, but after sitting down, he felt restless, as if something big had happened. A ninja's sixth sense is extremely keen. Once such symptoms appear, something must have happened. So Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still anymore and ran towards the house. The study is not far from the house, and it will arrive in a short time. But before he got close, there was a wailing sound from the house. Lord Baiwako is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who rushed over, was stunned for a moment, then woke up instantly with a look of horror on his face. He rushed into the house in a hurry, and then saw a corpse lying on the tatami. The neck of the corpse was twisted, blood flowed from the mouth, staining the tatami red. And this corpse, if not his wife, who else could it be? Lake Baiwa. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't figure out why this happened. I can't even figure out who killed Lake Baiwa. The former enemies flashed in my mind one by one, but I couldn't find any clues. Who did it? The angry Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer as calm as before, and roared angrily. The surrounding clansmen were all silent, not daring to answer this question at all. They came here only after hearing the noise, so how could they know who did it? What are you waiting for here? Hurry up and investigate. Seeing that none of the clansmen answered him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious and yelled out. Yes, the patriarch. The faces of the clansmen were pale and their bodies were trembling. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen usually has a kind appearance. When did he get so angry? So many people were frightened by Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance. But before they could move, there was a commotion outside the courtyard. Everyone was startled and looked up. I saw a black shadow standing outside the dividing line of lights in the yard, completely shrouded in darkness. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped. Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you want your son to live, follow him. The black shadow made a deep voice, and stretched out his hands as he spoke, passing through the dividing line of the lights, and exposing them in front of everyone. I saw a baby in these hands. The baby's mouth was tightly covered so that he could not make a sound. Perhaps it was because of covering it for too long. Purple and blue appeared on the baby's face, and it seemed that he was about to be covered alive. Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Only then did I realize that my youngest son was gone. Your eldest son Sarutobi Shinshoku is dead. This youngest son should be your only son? The deep voice came again, mixed with a trace of sneer. If you don't want to die, then find a way to save your son from me. As he spoke, he jumped up and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Madman. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were tearing apart, and the arm pointing at the black shadow was trembling. Seeing the black shadow leave, he couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly chased after him. Although I know this may be a trap, but he has no choice. Because Sarutobi Baiwako is dead, it is impossible for him to continue to maintain his image in front of people, and the eldest son is dead, so Sarutobi Asuma is his only son. If even Sarutobi Asuma has an accident, then he is really going to be the last one. Furious, Sarutobi Hiruzen chased him out. The Sarutobi tribe and the tribe obviously didn't know how to deal with this matter, and it took a long time before they realized it and sent someone to notify Umbu. Liu quickly galloped down the street. The Sarutobi Asuma in his hand had already been knocked out by him. Walk through the long street, come to the edge of the village, and plunge into the dark forest. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who followed closely behind, looked at the forest in front of him and knew that entering it might be dangerous, but he gritted his teeth and rushed in. The two chased one after the other, and soon disappeared into the darkness. Half an hour later, Liu stood on the trunk of a big tree and stopped, holding the Sarutobi Asuma in his hand, which was also hung on the branch by him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was chasing after her, stopped when she saw that Liu was no longer running away, staring fixedly at Liu, who was hiding in the darkness. "Who is your excellency and why did you do such a cruel thing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. "Who I am." Secretly Liu chuckled, took a step forward, and revealed her figure. "Sir, third generation should be very familiar with it." Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, and through the moonlight through the gap in the forest, he finally saw the figure's face clearly. When he saw that it was Liu, his eyes widened instantly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Liu. He never imagined that the person who killed his wife and kidnapped his youngest son would be Liu. But soon, he came back to his senses. With anger on his face, he questioned Liu loudly. "Liu, why are you in the village, and you still want to do such a thing? Do you want to betray the village?" When he found out that his wife had been killed, he suspected many people, but he didn't suspect Liu, because Liu was sent to the border by himself. And news came from the border that Liu had arrived at the camp. But who would have thought? The person I thought was the most unlikely was actually Min. Betray the village? Liu sneered, and his eyes became cold. "What a righteous question. If you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hadn't plotted against me and the Uchiha clan again and again, how could I have shot you? If I'm not mistaken, you sent me to the border this time just to distract me, and then do something to Uchiha." "You?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He didn't expect Liu to guess his thoughts. "Since you like to plot against people so much, you must be prepared to be plotted against." Liu sneered, jumped down from the tree and strode towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, and at the same time glanced around from the corner of his eye. His heart suddenly trembled. Because he was too angry, he didn't pay attention to other things when he was chasing. Calm down now, and suddenly realized that this place is far away from the village. Even if the reinforcements want to help, they will have to wait for a long time. "What do you want to do?" Liu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a half smile. "Didn't you guess it? Are you really going to betray the village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked angrily. No, I'm not betraying the village. It's because I love the village that I shot you." Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are old and have already lost your previous ambitions. You, who are gradually infatuated with power, will only lead the village into the abyss. Without your Konoha, it will become stronger. Your existence will only hinder the development of the village. Liu said softly. From the original work, we can know how many things Sarutobi Hiruzen did during his administration. How strong is Konoha after first generation, second generation? It can be called the strongest village in the Jonin world, a few blocks away from other villages. But what about after Sarutobi Hiruzen takes over? First, the Senju family died inexplicably, and then the Uzumaki family was slaughtered. Some strong men in the village were killed or wounded. Konoha's White Fang was forced to commit suicide. Konoha Sunin, Orochimaru Defect, Tsunade, and Jiraiya leave the village. Finally, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato came out. And because Sarutobi Hiruzen was greedy for life and afraid of death, he let Namikaze Minato fight Nine Tails alone, so that he died in the hands of Nine Tails. Konoha, which was originally strong, was tossed and declined by Sarutobi Hiruzen. And what's even more amusing, even though these things happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give up harming his own village. Not only did they keep crowding out the Uchiha clan, but they also killed the Uchiha clan, turning the originally powerful Konoha into a second-rate village. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, only good for the village, not bad. If Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, then Konoha's White Fang will not die. Konoha Sunin may also stay in the village. Namikaze Minato will not be killed because of the Nine Tails rebellion, and the Uchiha clan will not be wiped out. The Hyuga family will not have such a strange thing as the death of Hyuga Hisashi. As long as these masters survive, Konoha will still be that powerful Konoha, a few blocks away from other villages. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, and then yanked off his coat, revealing a pair of battle armor. "Since you are stubborn and want to betray the village, then I can only clear the village of traitors." "Ah, eliminate the traitors? You just don't want to be a lackey of the Sarutobi clan, which is defined as betrayal. In your opinion, the village has already belonged to your Sarutobi clan, right?" Liu sneered. As he spoke, he pressed his arm on the sun will knife at his waist, and with a clang, the sun will knife was pulled out, and traces of lightning spread across the blade. Since you think this is a betrayal of the village, let me see if the so-called strongest Hokage is the strongest as rumored. Snort! Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, with a serious look on his face. Although he hated Liu for doing such outrageous things, he also knew that Liu was very powerful. So I didn't dare to underestimate it, and immediately formed a seal and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique. With a low drink, smoke rose from the palm, and an upright ape appeared in front of the two of them. Monkey, what do you want to do with me this time? The ape demon that appeared asked in a deep voice. Rebellion appeared in the village, help me subdue rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a serious face. Treason? The ape demon turned his head to look for a moment, and then saw Liu who was holding a sunwheel saber. This person is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Liu. Sarutobi Hiruzen Low 517 channel. What? The ape demon was startled. The head of the Uchiha clan? How could Liu, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, become a rebel? Could it be that Konoha made a move on Uchiha? Be careful, he's not weak, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded in a low voice. The ape demon nodded. Although I don't know why Liu wants to be a rebel, but it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is to help this old friend solve the rebellion. Summoning the beast? Liu's eyes flashed, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Now that the ape demon has seen him, he must not let him go, otherwise everything he has done will be exposed. Thinking, walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, first trot, and then rush forward at extreme speed. Thorn the golden thunder light bloomed, and in just an instant, Liu came to Sarutobi Hiruzen, slashing straight down with the sun will knife in his hand. Monkey, be careful. The ape demon was startled, he didn't expect Liu's speed to be so fast. Without even thinking about it, it becomes a Vajra wishful stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen was reminded, and immediately reacted, grabbed the Vajra Ruyi stick with both hands, and then resisted in front of him. Clang, the sound of gold and iron clanging sounded, and a series of sparks flew. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, feeling a powerful force from this blow. But he didn't retreat, but swung the Vajra wishful stick fiercely, pushed Liu away, and then attacked again. There was an explosion in the air, and the huge Vajra wish stick slammed hard at Liu's head. But before hitting Liu's figure disappeared. At the same time, the roar of thunder and lightning appeared. I saw Liu appearing on the right side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the sunwheel knife wrapped in lightning and cut across. Clang, there was another loud bang. In the nick of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked the blow with the Vajra Nishiki stick in his hand. The strength is not weak. Liu's eyes flickered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage, has water, but he is still a strong cage-level player, and he is not an elementary cage-level player, so even he cannot win in an instant. After missing a single hit, Liu immediately opened her eyes wide. The originally pitch-black eyes turned scarlet, and 3 tomos swirled in the eyes, and then condensed together, turning into a pattern of double hexagonal stars. The activation of Eternal Mangekyo raised his motion capture ability to several notches in an instant, allowing him to see through Sarutobi Hiruzen's defensive loopholes at a glance. Thorn the sun wheel knife waved. The blade with lightning cut through Sarutobi Hiruzen's armor, leaving a hideous scar on his body. After a successful blow, Liu continued to swing the knife, pointing directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes shrunk into needles, and he retreated quickly. But Liu's blade seemed to have eyes, and the direction of the blade changed, slashing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's retreating direction. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was horrified, unable to understand how Liu predicted his actions. Stop making useless resistance. Liu's eyes were full of coldness. I have already seen through your future. After these words fell, the long sword waved. Seeing that the long sword was about to cut through Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat, the Vajra Ruyi stick in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand changed back into the shape of a monkey demon. The ape demon clasped his hands together and grabbed the Rylund saber tightly. The ape demon has the indestructible body of diamond, so even if he grasps the sunwheel knife with lightning with both hands, he will not suffer any damage. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill you. Liu was not surprised but delighted. The ape demon is a witness to him, a witness who can expose his plan, so it must be solved. I heard that you have an indestructible body, let me see if you can resist Suzanu's power. Saying that, the scarlet chakra soared into the sky, turned into 2 huge arms, and grabbed the ape demon fiercely. Boom! Suzo grabbed the ape demon with his arms, and with a force, the ape demon's eyes protruded and let out a scream. Although it has the indestructible body of diamond. But no matter how strong the indestructible body of King Kong is, there are certain limits, and it's not really impossible to break through. Suzanu's grip strength is beyond imagination. Even though it has an indestructible body, it still feels that its body is being squeezed continuously, and there are bursts of severe pain. Die, Liu said coldly. The The moment the words fell, he exploded with all his pupil power, wanting to kill the ape demon in one fell swoop. Monkey, I can't hold on any longer, be careful yourself. The ape demon, who was in severe pain all over his body, wailed, wanting to undo the summoning and leave. But Liu had been prepared for it long ago, her eyes were fierce. Tsukuyo mi! The deep voice exploded in the ears of the ape demon, and the ape demon who originally wanted to undo the summoning and left fell into an illusion in an instant. The difference between Masters and 4.7 is 1,000 miles away. At the moment when the ape demon lost his mind, Liu immediately used all his strength, and the pupil power of Eternal Mangekyo surged fiercely towards Susan's arm like Wanyang. Suzo's arm was blessed with the power of the vast pupil, and the power instantly soared several levels. Boom! Blood mist filled the air. Squeezed by a powerful force, the ape demon's body exploded, and the ape demon who had accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen in battle for many years was crushed to death by Liu. Ape devil! Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were tearing apart, and he roared angrily and anxiously. But what responded to him was a dull crash. Liu threw the corpse of the ape demon on the ground, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with cold eyes, and then approached step by step. Master third generation, it's your turn next. How? Sarutobi Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat. The ape demon is his comrade in arms who has been with him for many years. Because of his indestructible body, he is very powerful. In his opinion, with the help of the ape demon, even if he is not Liu's opponent, he can protect himself. At that time, as long as you persist until the reinforcements arrive, you can win the battle. And more importantly, as soon as the reinforcements arrive, Liu will reveal her identity, so that she can declare Liu as a traitor and suppress the Uchiha clan. But what he didn't expect was, I thought about it a lot, but I never thought that the ape demon would be so vulnerable. 1 minute. In just 1 minute, Liu crushed her. Without the help of the ape demon, his strength has been greatly reduced, and it is impossible for him to be Liu's opponent. Master third generation, it's time for your era to come to an end. As he approached 31 step by step, the coldness in his eyes condensed into reality. Without your Konoha, I will become stronger. You! Sarutobi Hiruzen was frightened and furious, staring at Liu, and then seeing Liu's Mangekyo, a look of shock appeared on his face. This is Mangekyo Sharinan? You actually opened these taboo eyes. At this moment, he thought about many things. I figured out how Liu opened the eyes of the people, and also figured out how Liu managed to instantly kill the ape demon. Everything is related to these eyes. Recalling the legend of these eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with deep fear, and his footsteps even retreated for a while. Liu, as a hero, are you really going to betray the village? Hurry up and turn around, you can correct your mistakes. As long as you can turn around, everyone will forgive you for all your actions. He knew that he was not Liu's opponent, so he wanted to buy time. As long as you wait for a while, the ninjas in the village will come to support, and then you don't have to be afraid of Liu. Want to stall for time? Liu sneered, with sarcasm on his face. You seem to have forgotten that I, the Uchiha clan, are still in charge of patrolling now. Why did he dare to carry out this plan? Why dare to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen around Konoha? One of the reasons is that Uchiha is in charge of patrolling defense. As long as his younger brother Uchiha Fugaku is in the dark, even if Konoha sent reinforcements, they wouldn't rush to this position immediately. So he is not afraid of any reinforcements at all. Uchiha Liu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was frightened and furious, but he didn't expect that the South Vietnam planned everything for fun. Okay, let's go on the road with peace of mind. Liu didn't continue to babble, but rushed out at top speed. A golden thunder flashed and appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, and sealed the seal without thinking. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Chakra surged out, and a huge Earth Dragon soared into the sky, slamming into Liu fiercely. But before hitting Liu, he was cut off by the Sunwheel Knife. Seeing a miss, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to seal. One by one ninjutsu keeps appearing, including Dry Escape, Ice Escape, Lightning Style, Wind Path, and even Fire Style. 5 kinds of ninjutsu with different attributes are easily used by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and under the combination of several ninjutsu, they are transformed into stronger compound ninjutsu. Boom! 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 Bursts of bangs exploded. The powerful compound ninjutsu directly changes the terrain and blocks Liu's attack. Snort! Liu snorted coldly, but underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen can be called Dr. Ninja, and he does have his own opinions on ninjutsu, and the power of those compound ninjutsu cannot be underestimated. But, not enough. Liu drank low. The crimson chakra soared into the sky, forming 2 huge skeleton arms. With a slap of the arm, the incoming ninjutsu exploded instantly. Hateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, and backed away while releasing ninjutsu. Liu's strength is beyond imagination. He has used all his strength to fight, but he can only block Liu for a moment, but cannot pose any threat to Liu. Black particles. At this moment, Liu gave a low shout. With the fingertips lifted, 3 black particles appeared out of thin air, smashed through the space and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and wanted to hide, but the speed of the black particles was beyond imagination, and they came to him almost instantly. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, he could only make seals and slap the ground. Compound ninjutsu water and earth flow wall, boom. Earthen walls rose up one after another, blocking them in front of them. But the black particle is the king of fighters Urakai's trick, and even the triple Rashomon can't stop it, let alone a wall of earth. In just an instant, the earthen wall exploded. Boom! The black particles continued to hit, and then exploded violently. The powerful power lifted Sarutobi Hiruzen into the air, and smashed hard to the ground. Ahem! Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed, blood spilled from his mouth. Just as he was about to endure the pain and stand up 070, he saw a flash of thunder, and then Liu appeared in front of him. Boom! Liu stretched out her hands fiercely, and directly strangled Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. The Scarlet Eternal Mangekyo Sherinan looked directly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. It's over, Master Third Generation, Liu said lightly, her bewitching pupils burst into scarlet light. Liu, turn around, ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to breathe, said with difficulty, you are the hero of the village, as long as you want, you will become the 4th Hokage of the future. 4th Hokage? Liu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. He didn't expect that at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still playing tricks and even took out the position of Hokage to tempt him. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I would really be moved. No, that's right, cough cough. I'm too old to be a Hokage any longer. As long as you come back from the wrong way, with your reputation in the village, you can definitely become the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Liu was tempted, so he worked hard to persuade him. You're right, but... A cold light flashed in Liu's eyes, kill you. I can still win that position. Kr. Sarutobi Hiruzen was frightened and furious, but as Liu exerted force on his arm, it became more and more difficult to breathe, and he could no longer speak a word. It's over. Liu seemed to be feeling emotional, and then the eternal Mangekyo Sherinan continued to spin, and the powerful pupil power reflected Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze, and his eyes gradually became dazed. At last, the pitch-black pupils turned into Mangekyo. Seeing this, Liu let go of her arms, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was grabbed by the neck, also fell to the ground. But the other party quickly stood up again, the Mangekyo pattern in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. The first plan has been completed, and the next step is the second plan. Liu glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been controlled by him and has become his puppet. But controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen is just the beginning. Because Konoha is not like Kirigakur, Konoha has a large number of detective ninjas, and if the control time is too long, they will definitely be discovered. So he must implement the second plan before being discovered. And the second plan is, solve the high-level Konoha. Thinking of this, Liu looked at Sarutobi Asuma who was hanging on the tree and had passed out, with a murderous look in his eyes. He is not an indecisive person. Knowing how to cut grass and roots, he never thought of letting Sarutobi Asuma go. Now that you have taken action, remove all hidden dangers. With this in mind, Liu pulled out a kunao, and with a flick of his arm, it flew away through the air. Thorn, a cluster of blood spattered. Blood slowly dripped from the tree, soon staining the ground red. After solving the hidden danger, Liu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You go back to the village now, and when you get back to the village, you say that the intruders have been dealt with. Yes. The Mangekyo pattern in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed, and then quickly disappeared again. After speaking, he jumped up, went to the tree trunk and picked up Asuma's body, then turned and walked towards Konoha. Inside Konoha village. At this time the village is in chaos. Hokage's house was attacked, Hokage's wife Sarutobi Lake Biwa was killed, and the youngest son Sarutobi Asuma was taken captive. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was Hokage, chased him out without a single soldier, and is now missing. The various departments that got the news were shocked and immediately started rescue. Master Hokage is chasing a man in black along this street, said one of the passers-by. Since the Lord Third Generation is chasing along this street, he must be heading north. Everyone, hurry up and find the Lord Master as quickly as possible, and Umbu said in a low voice. Yes. The crowd of Umbu who followed behind responded loudly. Wait a moment. Just then, a different voice sounded. The people who were about to leave stopped and turned their heads to look. I saw Uchiha Fugaku coming with a group of ninjas, and said with a serious expression, if you act rashly based on this clue, it would be too hasty. He knew that the man in black was his elder brother, so he had to buy time for his elder brother. Master Fugaku, what do you mean? Asked the leading Umbu ninja. I'm the captain of the security department. I may not be as good as you Umbu in other aspects, but I am superior to you in terms of reconnaissance and patrolling. Uchiha Fugaku praised himself, and then changed his words. According to my past experience, it is best for us to investigate clearly before we act, so as not to find the wrong direction and delay the rescue time. Umbu, the team leader, hesitated for a moment. Master Fugaku is right, we really can't act rashly based on just one clue, a ninja from Nara's family said. Since this is the case, let's first send out the vanguard team to search for Lord Third Generation's footprints, while the large army will continue to stay in the village to investigate, and we will act after we find enough clues. Umbu, the team leader, thought for a while and said. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Although he is the captain of the security department, there is only so much he can do. Now I just hope that my eldest brother can hurry up and not be discovered by the vanguard team. The search continues and the whole village is mobilized. But what everyone didn't expect was, not long after the vanguard team left, news came. I'm back, Master Third Generation is back. What? The people who were still investigating the clues were shocked and hurried over. Wait until you reach the Konoha gate. I saw Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen walking towards him covered in injuries, holding a baby in his hands. Master Third Generation. People quickly greeted them, but after seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, everyone's heart skipped a beat. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's face completely lost the kindness of the past, but a calm face, which looked extremely cold. Everyone was surprised for a while, not knowing what happened. But when he saw the baby in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, he was shocked. I saw the baby with its eyes tightly closed, obviously lifeless. Seeing this, everyone finally understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen had such an expression. Hiruzen, what the hell happened? At this moment, Danzo strode over and asked in a deep voice. He is a good friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen for many years, and he can only ask questions that others dare not ask. Someone sneaked into the village and killed Lake Baiwa and Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen deadpan Kaido. Where is that person? He ran away. Ran? Danzo was startled, looking at his expressionless old friend. He seemed to understand why his old friend had such an expression. Wife was killed. The last only son was also brutally murdered. More importantly, he also, let the murderer run away, and his own was also seriously injured. If it were me, I am afraid that I would have been furious. Rather than being like my old friend, who can still hold his breath and not vent his anger. Damn it, who did it? Uchiha Fugaku said angrily, and at the same time shook his fist, seemingly extremely angry. He knew that all of this was copied by his elder brother. But he can't show it. Not only can't it be shown, but like everyone else, it has to show an appearance of righteous indignation. Master Hokage, order a thorough investigation of this matter. The other ninjas also reacted and roared angrily. Go back to the village first. Just when people thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would give an order, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unmoved, and after a casual reply, he got up and left. The originally angry people suddenly looked at each other in blank dismay, and were at a loss for a while. Konoha Hospital. An injured Sarutobi Hiruzen bandages his wound in a hospital. Among them, the body of Sarutobi Asuma has been handed over to the hospital, and people are waiting in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping to know what happened. An enemy has sneaked into the village. After bandaging the wound, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, telling what happened. People were shocked and furious after hearing this. Damn it, how dare you sneak into our Konoha and do such a cruel thing. Master Third Generation, give an order, and this matter must be investigated clearly. That's right, no matter who did it, we will make him pay in blood. All the ninjas said indignantly. Order a thorough investigation of this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a sense of fatigue in his voice, and waved his hand as he spoke, indicating that people can go down. Yes. All the ninjas nodded and retreated one after another. After the people left the Konoha hospital, they started discussing in low voices. How do I feel that Lord Third Generation is not very angry? That's not the case. It should be that the Third Generation is too sad to cause this. After all, his wife and youngest son are already. I feel the same way. Sir Third Generation used to be a kind person. Even if he was angry, he would bear it by himself instead of venting his anger on us. 290 The ninjas were talking in low voices. But that being said, there are still some people who feel that something is wrong, because Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance is too abnormal. His wife was murdered, and his son died in infancy. According to the psychology of normal people, it is absolutely distraught, wishing to find the murderer immediately. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely calm. Not only did he not get angry, but he didn't even bother to track down the murderer. Even the body of the youngest son was handled by Konoha Hospital, and there was no other indication. This behavior is really puzzling. What the hell happened? How could Hiruzen have such an attitude? Shinmura Danzo, who also left Konoha Hospital, frowned. He knew his old friend very well. On the surface, he is benevolent and charitable, but in essence, he is cold-faced and dark-hearted. If this happens, With the character of my old friend, I will never let it go easily, instead of showing an indifferent attitude like now. But he couldn't think of why his old friend was like this. If it is said that the old friend has to do this because of being threatened, that is not justified. After all, Konoha is the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Hokage, is naturally the #1 Hokage. Who can threaten Sarutobi Hiruzen, who holds the highest power in the ninja world? Can't figure it out, he can only call the roots. You immediately lead someone to investigate and find out what happened when Hiruzen left the village, Danzo said in a deep voice. Yes. The root ninja nodded, and quickly stepped back. Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the security force, did not stick to his post, but returned home. At this moment in the courtyard, Liu was sitting at a low table, drinking tea leisurely. T.S. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku came in, he saw Liu, and a look of joy flashed across his face. Brother, has Sarutobi Hiruzen been controlled by you? Liu put down the teacup and nodded slightly. Very good. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, but soon remembered something, and a look of worry flashed in his eyes. Brother, although you have controlled Sarutobi Hiruzen, some people have already begun to suspect when he left Konoha Hospital. He heard people talking about why Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude was so strange. If Sarutobi Hiruzen keeps behaving differently than usual, it will be discovered sooner or later. Relax, this is the beginning. DBBJ, Liu smiled indifferently. He naturally knew that this matter could not be concealed for long. After all, there are a bunch of staff around Sarutobi Hiruzen. These staff know Sarutobi Hiruzen very well, and once they get in touch with him too much, they will become suspicious. When the time comes, just do some casual investigation, and you will know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen. But none of this matters anymore, because he never wanted to control Sarutobi Hiruzen all the time. The reason for controlling the other party is to implement the second plan. Brother's next plan is. Uchiha Fugaku was a little puzzled. Do you remember what I said before? When Tsunade and I were escorting supplies back to the village, we were attacked by black-clothed ninjas. I suspect it was Tsunagakur. Liu didn't answer directly, but said another thing. Could it be related to your next plan, brother? A look of doubt flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Certainly. The corners of Liu's mouth curled up, and he explained his plan. His plan is simple. First of all, he will direct an act on his own, let himself be attacked by Shadow Clone on the border, and then accidentally get the news that Tsunagakur has attacked supplies. In this way, he can return to the village to report information logically without being suspected. After returning to the village, he will discover by chance that Sarutobi Hiruzen is being controlled, and use Mangekyo to tamper with Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory. This tampered memory will become. Shimura Danzo joined forces with Tsunagakur to raid supplies and manipulate Third Hokage in an attempt to usurp Hokage's position. As long as the memory tampering is successful, Liu can continue to direct and act on his own, get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then hand over the body to the interrogation department of the village. The interrogation department is run by the Yamanaka clan. In order to find out the truth, the Yamanaka family will definitely turn around and use the technique to invade Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain and obtain Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory. The power of eternal Mangekyo cannot be deciphered by the Yamanaka family at all, so the memory obtained by the Yamanaka family will only be the memory that he intends to change. That way, all guilt will be directed at Danzo. When the time comes, he will stand up as soon as possible, thoroughly crush Danzo and Roots to avenge Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, he will be the hero who crushes Danzo's conspiracy and saves the village. So far, the plan has been a complete success. The border of the Land of Fire. A Konoha squad is patrolling the surrounding area, but soon, they discovered something was wrong, so they launched an investigation. During the investigation, they discovered that outsiders had invaded, and a fierce battle ensued. After some fighting, Konoha's team won, and at the same time got a shocking news during the interrogation. That is, it was Tsunagakur who did the attack on the supply team. After getting the news, the team immediately reported to Liu. I see, this matter is very important. I will go back to the village in person and report the information to Sir Third Generation. Liu's shadow clone said seriously. All of this was directed and performed by Liu herself, in order to find a suitable opportunity to return to the village. As for why not control Sarutobi Hiruzen and call himself back? Totally out of fear of exposure. After all, he has a feud with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since there is a grudge, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen take the initiative to call him back to the village? Therefore, in order not to leave a clue, the best way is to return to the village through irresistible factors, so that no one can doubt it. Yes. The patrol team did not suspect him, and continued to patrol after retreating. 3 days later, the 2 shadow clones sent by Liu returned to the village, and the main body who has been staying in the village has also directly released the shadow clone and replaced it with the main body. After switching back to the main body, Liu immediately reported the news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turned out that Tsunagakure did it. I know about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then looked at Liu kindly. It must be very tiring to go all the way back to the village, so go down and rest first. Yes. Liu nodded and left the office. Hiruzen, since Uchiha Liu has finished reporting the news, should he be sent back to the border? Danzo couldn't help but said. These days he feels more and more wrong. Although my old friend still has the same personality as before, he has two attitudes towards some things. For example, investigating the cause of death of his wife and children. Except for saying that the matter should be thoroughly investigated at the beginning, it was not even mentioned later. And even more so with the Uchiha clan. It was previously agreed that when Liu leaves, he will attack the Uchiha clan and reduce Uchiha's power. But so far no action. More importantly, since the Uchiha clan is going to be suppressed, shouldn't Liu be sent back to the border as soon as possible? But now let Liu go down and have a good rest? What is this? Is this ready to give up suppressing Uchiha? Unable to understand, he felt that something was wrong with his old friend. After what happened that night, it seemed like a different person. Don't rush this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Danzo was a little out of breath, but didn't know what to say. He had no choice but to retreat temporarily. Immediately after leaving the Hokage administration office, he returned to Root Base. How's the investigation going? Danzo asked in one direction. He asked the Root Ninja to investigate the intruder a few days ago, and now that a few days have passed, there should be results. Go back to your lord, there are already results. The Root Ninja whispered Kaido, we have collected 3 kinds of blood from the battlefield, 2 of which belong to Lord 3rd Generation in Sarutobi Asuma, and the other one has not been investigated clearly. Oh? So the 3rd blood may have been left by the invader? Danzo frowned. No, the 3rd blood does not match human blood, but looks like animal blood. Root Ninja Kaido, animals? Danzo was taken aback, with a bad premonition in his heart. The 3rd kind of blood was from an animal, which meant that the intruder was not injured at all. No injuries, which means Sarutobi Hiruzen lost. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen lost, then how did my old friend return to the village? All kinds of thoughts emerged, which made Danzo a little irritable. Years of experience told him that things are not that simple. Master Danzo, this incident seems to have been deliberately set up by someone else, and the Lord also said that the recent behavior of the Lord 3rd Generation is not right, as if he is being controlled by someone, asking for flowers. Zero the Root Ninja couldn't help but said. Being controlled? Hearing this, Danzo's eyes widened instantly. The intruder was not injured, and his old friend returned safely. What does this mean? This shows that the invaders deliberately let Sarutobi Hiruzen return to the village. Why deliberately let Sarutobi Hiruzen return to the village? Is it possible to guess that the intruder has already controlled Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he put Sarutobi Hiruzen back? Danzo was taken aback by the idea. But thinking of the abnormality of my old friend these days, I feel that my guess is very reasonable. Could someone really control Hiruzen? Danzo's face was ugly, and after careful consideration, he decided to test his old friend. If Hiruzen is really controlled by someone, or even killed, then am I. The shadow of a village was controlled, even died. This is a big stain. If you seize this opportunity, is it possible to take the place of an old friend and become the 4th Hokage? Thinking of this, Danzo's heart felt hot. Suddenly, I felt that it was not a bad thing for an old friend to be controlled by others, but a good thing. Hiruzen, if you are not controlled by others, then I will continue to honor you as Hokage. But if you are controlled by others, don't blame me. After all, the village cannot be controlled by outsiders. For the sake of the village in Konoha, I will never turn a blind eye. Thinking of this, Danzo's gaze became sharp. But soon, he remembered another important thing. That is, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is really controlled by others, with his current power, he cannot control the village at all, let alone seize the position of Hokage. So the first thing to do is to increase your strength. But how do you increase your strength? Danzo frowned. If it is said to enhance one's own strength, it is impossible. After all, strength cannot be enhanced just by enhancing it. So now we can only rely on external forces. Thinking of external force, he immediately thought of a ninjutsu. And this ninjutsu is called Impure World Reincarnation. In a flash, 3 days passed. Liu let things simmer, while guiding Kushina's 3-person training. Raise non. Minato shouted loudly, a blue chakra ball condensed in his hand, and pressed it towards the big tree. Boom! There was a roar. The big tree with 2 thick legs was directly blasted into 2 pieces, and with a creaking sound, it fell to the ground hard, kicking up dust all over the ground. Okay, that's amazing. Heitake Yuki on the side looked adoring. What a big deal. Although Kushina is envious, she doesn't want to admit it. Good, Liu nodded. In terms of talent, Minato is indeed higher than Naruto, and he learned Raise Non in a short period of time. Teacher, our strength is enough, we can take the August 17th Chunin exam, right? Minato asked suddenly. Chunin exam? Kushina and Heitake were surprised. After thinking about it, I found that I did have the level to take the Chunin exam, so I turned to look at Liu, wondering what my teacher thought. Your strength is indeed enough. Liu thought for a while and nodded, then smiled and said, the annual Chunin exam is around July, that is, next month. Since you want to take part, then I will help you sign up. Very good. The three cheered when they heard this. Okay, you guys continue training, I'm going to Hokage's office. Liu pressed her arms, signaling for the three of them to be quiet. A week has passed since taking control of Sarutobi Hiruzen. During this week, Sarutobi Hiruzen behaved abnormally, which aroused many people's ideas. If you don't act, it is estimated that you will be exposed. So he is ready to do it today. Yes. The three nodded and watched Liu leave. After leaving the training ground, Liu came to the Hokage Administration Building office. His reasons for coming to the office had already been found out. That is, there are still important matters to be dealt with at the border, so I am preparing to return to the border. But when he leaves the office, he will accidentally find that something is wrong with Sarutobi Hiruzen, then use Sharingan to investigate, and finally discover the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen is controlled by Tsunegakur. The excuse is perfect, there are no loopholes. Knocked on the door and walked in. It was found that besides third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was Heitake Sakumo in the office. Brother Shuo Mao. Liu greeted with a smile. You are Liu, are you also here to submit the task? Seeing that it was Liu, Heitake's eyes lit up, and he responded with a smile. That's right. Liu didn't explain too much, she came to the desk and explained her purpose to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Things on the border are really important, since Liu is willing to leave immediately, I will have to work hard on you. The manipulated Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly. Then I'll set off now. Liu nodded, greeted Heitake Sakumo, then pretended to turn around and leave. At this time, Heitake Sakumo also finished the task and hurriedly followed. The two walked out of the gate side by side and closed the gate. Seeing Heitake Sakumo following, Liu's eyes flashed, she also changed her mind, and then leaned forward and said in a low voice, Brother Shuo Mao, didn't you find anything? Find what? Heitake Sakumo was taken aback. I heard that the third generation has been very abnormal these days, and since I left Konoha, I have never suppressed the Uchiha clan again. Don't you think it's strange? Liu deliberately steered things in the direction she wanted. From what you say, it seems to be true. Heitake Sakumo frowned. In fact, he also heard some rumors. It is very wrong to say that the behavior of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen during this time. Not only did he ignore the murder of his wife and children, even the suppression of the Uchiha clan is not very concerned, and it is not at all like the previous third Hokage. You also know that I have a perception that is different from ordinary people. Just now, I sense something is wrong with the chakra of a generation of adults. Liu continued, something wrong? What do you mean? Heitake Sakumo was startled. I suspect that Lord Third Generation is being controlled. Liu's eyes flashed. What? Heitake Sakumo almost screamed out. It's not his fault, but what Liu said was too bizarre. Who is Sarutobi Hiruzen? The head of the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, Liu called the strongest Hokage. Even if this strongest Hokage has moisture, it cannot deny the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Logically speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is guarded by thousands of ninjas, cannot be controlled by humans at all. Liu, don't talk nonsense about this. Heitake Sakumo said with a serious face. Brother Shuo Mao, if you are talking nonsense, let me find out. The Sharingan in Liu's eyes emerged, although the Sharingan's insight is not as good as the white eyes. If someone controls Lord Third Generation, I can definitely see it. Heitake Sakumo hesitated. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage, and it is disrespectful for them, as Konoha shinobi, to spy on their own village Hokage. If Master Third Generation is fine, then all the crimes will be borne by me. Liu said. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm the kind of person who's afraid to take the trouble? Heitake Sakumo looked serious. Since you want to investigate, then add me, and even if Lord Third Generation blames him, he won't be punished too harshly. Liu nodded, and then left in an instant. The two who left in an instant did not go anywhere in 4.1, but came to the window sill outside Hokage's office, quietly peeping at Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Liu also pretended to open Sharingan, as if to confirm whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was controlled by someone. How's it going? Heitake Sakumo asked in a low voice. But Liu didn't answer immediately, but continued to pretend to investigate, and it took a long time for her face to change drastically. Master Third Generation's brain has a special chakra, and this special chakra is controlling Master Third Generation's brain, Liu said in a concentrated voice. You mean? Heitake Sakumo was horrified. Does Third Hokage have a special chakra hovering in his brain? What do you mean by that? Does that mean that Third Hokage has been controlled? That's right, Master Third Generation has been controlled, Liu said with a solemn expression. Liu, are you really sure? You can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing, Heitake Sakumo said in a low voice. Third Hokage is controlled by someone, what does it mean? This means that a storm is about to appear. This storm may sweep everyone, and even bring war. I am sure. Liu nodded heavily, and then changed her words. Although Sharingan's insight is not as powerful as Bien's, the most basic insight can still be achieved. If Brother Sakumo is worried, you can go to the ninja of the Hyuga clan this. Heitake Sakumo hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth. Then you wait for me here for a while, and I will come when I go. He was going to find the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Of course, this is not to say that he does not believe Liu, but that the more witnesses there are, the more certain he is. Liu nodded and watched Heitake Sakumo leave. After Heitake Sakumo left, Liu stood up directly. He asked Heitake Sakumo to go to the Hyuga clan, just to distract them, and then do something to Sarutobi Hiruzen, while tampering with his memory. If Heitake Sakumo is always by his side, it will only get in the way. The next step is to do it. Liu whispered, quickly flashed into Hokage's office, and without even thinking about it, he slashed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his sword. Thorn the Golden Thunder is blooming. The powerful blade rushed straight and rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was being manipulated, deliberately showed a surprised expression, as if he didn't expect Liu to come out to him, but he reacted immediately, and his body jumped up, avoiding the blow. Boom! The blade lost its target and slammed against the wall. A big hole was blown out of Hokage's office, revealing the scene outside. Liu, what do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped and waved his hand at the same time. Umbu, who had been guarding Hokage all the time, suddenly appeared around Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Liu, you dare to attack Lord Third Generation, are you trying to betray the village? The leader Umbu snapped. Master Third Generation. Liu chuckled and pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a Japanese saber. He is no longer the former Third Generation Master, and the current Third Generation Master has long been controlled. What? The Umbu were stunned upon hearing this. A special chakra is hovering in the brain of Lord Third Generation, and this chakra controls Lord Third Generation. Liu explained, I have already asked Sakumo to invite ninjas from the Hyuga clan, and the truth will come out soon. Nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted sharply at Liu, you can even come up with such an excuse to betray the village. It seems that you have planned it for a long time. Suzaku, take down the traitor Uchiha Liu. Yes, Suzaku responded immediately. He didn't know if Third Hokage was controlled by someone, and he didn't know if what Liu said was true or not. Before the truth emerges, as Hokage's guard, I must protect Hokage's safety. Do it. Suzaku drank lowly and went to kill Yu. Since you don't believe me, I'll show you the truth. Liu drank loudly and rushed away quickly. Thorn Golden Thunder flashes. Liu, who was still in place, disappeared in an instant, and when she reappeared, she had already bypassed a group of Umbu and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sun will knife cuts across and goes straight to Fang. Liu, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, do you really want to betray Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to perform. Saying so, he jumped back and left Hokage's office. Seeing this, Liu quickly chased him out. The two chased one after the other and soon came to the street. People passing by had also seen the scene. Master Third Generation. Master Third Generation seems to be being hunted down. What? Who is so bold? Is it Uchiha Liu, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Master Liu? How is it possible? Master Liu is the hero of the village. How could he hunt down and kill Master Third Generation? The Uchiha clan don't want to rebel, do they? Passers-by were in an uproar when they saw this scene. Uchiha Liu wants to assassinate Hokage, and has betrayed the village. Everyone obeys orders and will act as a traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly. What? Master Liu assassinated Master Hokage and betrayed the village. Everyone was shocked. Everyone, don't believe that Master Third Generation's expression has changed drastically since his wife and children were killed. After my investigation, Master Third Generation has been controlled by someone, and he is no longer Sir Third Generation. Liu said loudly. Why did he make this scene? Isn't it just to let everyone know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is controlled by others? In this way, he can also act openly. Master Liu, you say that Master Third Generation is being controlled by someone. What evidence do you have? Then a ninja shouted. I've sent someone to hire a ninja from the Hyuga clan. The chakra with superficial eyes of the Hyuga clan can see through the human body, so they can naturally judge the truth. Liu called out Kaido. 443 people were amazed when they heard this. Although I don't believe that Third Hokage will be controlled by people. But seeing Liu's serious face, he began to waver again. After all, Liu didn't leave any room for her words. Once the ninjas of the Hyuga clan arrive, they may expose the lie, so there is no need for Liu to lie. Ms. Sarutobi is being controlled. Just then, a hoarse voice sounded, and Orochimaru appeared at the corner of the street. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was coming straight, he immediately stopped in front of him. He didn't know whether what Liu said was true or not, but my teacher was indeed a little abnormal during this time. So whether it's true or not, stop it first, and wait until the Hyuga clan arrives to tell the truth. Thinking about it, move the pile immediately. Several Lion Majesty appeared and blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. The controlled Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately showed panic when he saw Orochimaru, and then ran in another direction without looking back. People who were still surprised. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen turn his head and run away with panic expression, he immediately became suspicious. If the third generation is okay, then there is no need to run at all. Turn around and run now. Doesn't that mean what Liu said is true? Master third generation ran away. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen running towards the north, everyone was dumbfounded, and then there was an uproar. Master third generation can't really be controlled by someone. How is it possible? Lord third generation is the shadow of a village. Who can get close to Lord third generation? It's impossible. Don't forget, some time ago, Lord third generation left the village alone. People started talking in low voices, if they didn't believe Liu before. But when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen fleeing in a panic, he believed it a little bit. If only Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't been controlled by someone. What are you running? Just wait where they are, and wait for the people from the Hyuga clan to come. Won't they be able to expose Liu's lies? Running now can be said to be a guilty conscience. Ms. Sarutobi. Orochimaru's eyes were fixed, and he didn't expect his teacher to run away, so he also believed what Liu said just now. Old man, where are you going? Just at this moment, there was a loud shout, and Tsunade appeared at some time, intercepting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you all trying to betray the village? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose way was blocked, he simply stopped and stared at the crowd. People heard this hesitation. Although I feel that Third Hokage may be controlled by someone, but after all, Third Hokage has been in power for many years and led the village to victory in World War II last year. His prestige should not be underestimated. Now being scolded like this, I suddenly feel shocked. Uchiha Liu, whether Master Third Generation is controlled or not, you can't decide with a single word. At this time Umbu came and protected Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle. Again, before it was really confirmed that Third Hokage was controlled by someone, Umbu had the duty to protect Hokage. So they will never allow Liu to take a shot against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, it seems that not only Lord Third Generation, but you are also controlled by the enemy. A sternness flashed in Liu's eyes. V3. The Umbu were shocked and furious. They didn't expect Liu to splash dirty water like this. Orochimaru, Tsunade, let's take action together to stop Lord Third Generation. If Lord Third Generation is really not under control, all crimes will be borne by me alone. Liu didn't want to say anything more, and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly. Good, Tsunade agreed without hesitation. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, she naturally trusts Liu more. Orochimaru on the side frowned when he heard this, and after thinking carefully for a while, he whispered, Mr. Sarutobi, be careful. After speaking, he rushed away quickly. Although I don't want to pay attention to the village's affairs, but the fact that the teacher was controlled by the enemy made him unable to ignore it. The 3 cage levels shot at the same time and reached Umbu in an instant. Seeing this, Umbu was shocked and furious. Because these are 3 cage levels, not 3 young men, and now they shoot together, it's not that they can resist the attack. Do it. With no way out, Suzaku could only bite the bullet and make a move. But after a face-to-face meeting, Tsunade punched him and flew him out, smashing his body against the wall. Thunder's breath, 1 shape, Thunderbolt flash, 8 consecutive. Liu didn't show mercy either. The sun will knife swept across, bringing out a burst of golden thunder. Thorn the light flashed by. Umbu, who was standing in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, fell to the ground in an instant. A hideous wound appeared on his abdomen, and blood sprayed out. Umbu was eliminated in an instant, and the 3 also surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, Tsunade, don't you even trust your own teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. Old man, since everyone thinks you are being controlled, how about asking the Hyuga clan to check? Tsunade snorted coldly. She doesn't have a good impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so naturally she doesn't talk to him. Ms. Sarutobi. Orochimaru didn't say much, but his attitude could be seen from his behavior. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately showed a look of shock and anger, and then looked at the ninjas around him. When the ninjas around saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. The 3 cage levels in the village have all shot. What can they say about these ordinary ninjas? And more importantly, what Sarutobi Hiruzen did was indeed suspicious. So it's better to check it, lest your own Hokage is really controlled by others. The ninja of the Hyuga clan is here. Just then, a sound sounded. The people who had lowered their heads suddenly turned their heads to look. I saw Heitake Sakumo running with a white-eyed ninja. Liu, didn't I tell you to wait for me? Heitake Sakumo, who came to the scene, looked around and sighed. Brother Shuo Mao, the situation is urgent, and I have no choice but to do so, Liu said with a smile. Forget it, let's settle the matter at hand first. Heitake shook his head, then looked at Hyaga ninja beside him. Hayashi, please. Hyaga Hayashi nodded while taking a step forward. Sakumo, don't you think my Hokage is being controlled? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Master third generation, special circumstances force me to do this. If your lord is not controlled by others, then Shuo Mao is willing to bear all the crimes. Heitake Sakumo Kaido said and glanced at Hyaga Hayashi. No good, leave it to me, Hyaga Hayashi whispered, rolling his eyes immediately. Blue veins spread across the temples, and the surrounding chakra came into view. Soon, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's situation. I saw that in Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain, besides his own chakra, there was another chakra hovering around. Seeing this, Hyaga Hayashi's complexion changed drastically. What's wrong? Heitake Sakumo asked in a concentrated voice. The others also watched Hyaga Hayashi nervously, wondering about the result. 3. There is a special chakra hovering in the brain of Master Third Generation. This chakra is not from Master Third Generation at all, it seems to be implanted deliberately. Hyaga Hayashi Kaido with trembling voice. What? People were shocked to hear this. What do you mean by that? It means that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is really controlled by someone. Think about it. Everyone was silent. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage of Konoha village, but now he is told that he is being controlled by someone. If there is no accident, this incident will definitely cause a shocking disturbance. How could Master Third Generation be controlled? Who the hell did it, dare to offend me like this Konoha shinobi village? Is it the other 4 of the 5 major countries? If not for them, who can do it? No matter who it is, once the truth is found out, even if a war breaks out, we will make him pay in blood. The ninjas around were furious. They often refer to themselves as the most ninja village, and they are also proud of being Konoha shinobi. But now, this pride has been crushed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was Hokage, was manipulated without anyone knowing it. Fortunately, Liu discovered it early. If it is discovered late, the village does not know what will become of it. So, how do we deal with this now? Hyaga Hayashi couldn't help asking. The people who were still filled with righteous indignation were stunned for a moment after hearing 127's words, and then fell silent. Yes. How to deal with this now? Directly killed? That's unlikely. Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage after all, and has great prestige and popularity in the village, and even if he is controlled by others, he has never harmed the village. So it is absolutely impossible to kill. But what if you don't kill him? Is it under custody? Or captivity? And more importantly, if they take Sarutobi Hiruzen and remove the control, how will they face a Hokage who was once controlled? To exempt Sarutobi Hiruzen from Hokage status? Or continue to let the other party be Hokage? Thinking of this, people fell silent, not knowing how to answer. Let's take down Lord Third Generation first, and it's not too late to discuss the future, the patriarch of the Nara family said. Yeah, let's release Lord Third Generation's control first, and then ask Lord Third Generation what happened. The patriarch Inyazuka on the side spoke. DBBG, Ino, Shika, Cho, Inyazuka, Abarame, these families have always belonged to the Hokage Sunset. Now that they see Sarutobi Hiruzen being controlled by others, they are naturally panicked as younger brothers. So for them, the most important thing now is to remove Sarutobi Hiruzen's control. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen recovers, then the next thing will be easy to deal with. Then take down Lord Third Generation first. Liu's eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled up. The Nara family's proposal was exactly what he wanted. Why did he make such a big noise? Isn't it just to let everyone know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is controlled by someone, and at the same time defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of everyone? In this way, he can not only become the hero of the village, but also show his strength to everyone. Looks like you all want to take action on my Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gloomy face. If that's the case, then I'll show you why I'm called the strongest Hokage. After speaking, he immediately threw out several shurikens. Ninja shuriken number of shadow clone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a violent piercing sound, and with the surge of chakra, the number of shuriken shot out instantly increased, forming an overwhelming shape. Master Third Generation, stop making useless resistance. Liu said lightly, facing the overwhelming shuriken. He just raised the sun will knife lightly, and then slashed at the air at will. The breath of flame, the shape of flame, the scroll of flame. The flame shot up into the sky, forming a giant Uzumaki, blocking in front of him. Before the overwhelming shuriken touched Liu, they were engulfed by endless flames without causing any waves. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and threw out the shuriken again. This time the shuriken became extremely huge, and it shot away with a mighty force. But as soon as he rushed to Li Yu, he was blocked by Li Yu's sword. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clanging sounded. As Li Yu swung the sunwheel saber, the shuriken wrapped in 1,000 tons of strength was directly thrown out. How can it be? A horrified look appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. And the people watching around also gasped. He solved the two ninjutsu of Master Third Generation in an understatement. How strong is Uchiha Li Yu? The patriarch of the Nara clan said in surprise. Uchiha Li Yu's strength may have surpassed Orochimaru and the others. The head of the Inyazuka clan whispered Kaido. If it were Orochimaru and the others, they would definitely not be able to deal with it as easily as Li Yu. So as soon as the two fought against each other, people could see Li Yu's terror. Beyond Orochimaru, shocked expressions appeared on the faces of the patriarchs of various clans. Minato, how strong is your teacher? Yamanaka poked Minato next to him and asked in a low voice. Yeah, Minato, you should know your teacher well, right? Nara Shiju was also a little curious. Intercepting the third Hokage thing is no small matter. From the occurrence of the incident to the fermentation, it took only a short time to stir up the whole village. So not only the patriarchs of various ethnic groups came here, but even the genin like them ran over. How strong! The patriarchs of the major families pricked up their ears. Compared to them, Minato, who is Li Yu's disciple, must be more aware of Li Yu's strength. So they want to hear what Minato thinks about Li Yu. I'm not so sure either. Minato shook his head, but added after finishing speaking, however, when I went to the Land of Thunder some time ago, Yayu AI from Cloud Shinobi Village wanted to escape, but was easily stopped by the teacher. I remember that it took less than 10 minutes for the teacher to beat Yayuia seriously. What? People were shocked to hear this. Beat Yayu AI seriously in less than 10 minutes? Is this a joke? Who is Yayu? The second master of Cloud Shinobi Village, the candidate of 4th Raikage, a genuine cage-level powerhouse, not weaker than Orochimaru and the others. But Minato said that Li Yu would finish Yayu AI in less than 10 minutes. Easily wound a cage-level ninja. So how strong is Li Yu? The patriarchs of the major families were shocked. Combining everything Minato said, I found that Li Yu is stronger than imagined. Perhaps it is not an exaggeration to be called the #1 master of Konoha. Snort. What is this? At this time, Kukunao spoke. Her delicate face was full of pride. At that time, Cloud Shinobi Village wanted to break the contract, and they also arranged 2,000 Cloud Shinobi at the border. In order to solve this problem, the teacher only took half an hour to put the defeat of 2,000 layers of ninja killing. Half an hour, a route that killed 2,000 Cloud Shinobi. Everyone's eyes widened, and the patriarchs of families like Ino, Shika, Cho were full of disbelief. They know that Li Yu is alone against 2,000 Cloud's forbearance. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't disclose the details at all. So they only know that Li Yu won, but they don't know how Li Yu won. Now after listening to Kushina, they realize how much key information Sarutobi Hiruzen has hidden. Is this man so strong? Nara Li Yu, who was only 12 or 13 years old, looked up at Li Yu, with a deep shock in his eyes. His mind is better than ordinary people, and he understands what this strength represents. In the ninja world, experience is everything, especially what happened to Konoha. If Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot continue to serve as Hokage, then the village will definitely elect a powerful successor in order to avoid similar things from happening. And Li Yu, who has great strength, it is possible to become a 4th generation project. Ninja Shura, Uchiha Madara reborn. The patriarchs of the major families obviously understood this, and looked at Li Yu with complicated eyes. The sky of Konoha is about to change. They think more than Nara dear. Originally, Li Yu gained a huge reputation because of the 4 billion compensation, and became a hero like Sunin. Now showing such a strong strength in front of people, it can be said that it fully meets the conditions to become a Hokage. And more importantly, those are the 6 who qualify as Hokage. Li Yu, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Danzo, Heitake Sakumo. Among them, Jiraiya is not in the village. Danzo didn't get much support because of his character. Therefore, only Li Yu, Orochimaru, Tsunade and Heitake Sakumo are qualified to compete for Hokage. Among them, Heitake Sakumo is Li Yu's good friend, and he doesn't have much ambition, and the village's political resources are not rich, so he is the least likely to become Hokage among the 4. In other words, once a new Hokage is selected, it can only be selected from Li Yu, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Needless to say, Li Yu's political capital. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who is in charge of the security department. And what about Orochimaru? The direct disciple of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the natural Hokage line. If you want to become Hokage, you will definitely get a lot of support. As for Tsunade, granddaughter of 1st Hokage, direct disciple of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In terms of political capital, even Li Yu and Orochimaru combined are not enough for Tsunade to play. If you count according to this statement, the one most likely to be Hokage is Tsunade. It's strange that Li Yu and Tsunade have an inexplicable relationship. Once Liu runs for Hokage, then Tsunade may quit and even help Liu with all her strength. In the situation where Hatake Sakumo cannot become Hokage, Tsunade withdraws, and Orochimaru's political capital is not rich enough, Liu with Tsunade's support may become the new Hokage. Is the position of Hokage really going to be controlled by the Uchiha clan? The patriarchs of the major families frowned. Now I only hope that the Lord third generation can regain power after he recovers. The head of the Hyuga clan whispered. They are not against Liu, but against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is extremely proud and powerful. Once Liu takes power, he will definitely promote the ninjas of the clan first, thereby compressing the power of other clans. This is what the major clans do not want to see. The patriarchs of other families nodded, and then continued to watch the battle ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had failed 2 ninjutsu in a row, seemed extremely angry, and used ninjutsu one by one in the quick seal. Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, Wind style Cyclone, Earth style Earth Flow River, Water style Water Dragon Bomb, Lightning style Thunderbolt, asking for flowers. Wind style, in an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen used 7 or 8 ninjutsu with different attributes, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Is this the strength of Lord third generation? It's terrible. You can use so many ninjutsu in one breath. Is this really something a ninja can do? I finally know why Master third generation is called Dr. Ninjutsu. People exclaimed, and then looked at Liu, wondering how Liu would respond. No matter how many ninjutsu, I can break them with one sword. Liu looked calm. The moment these words fell, he raised the sun wheel saber. The crimson flame soared into the sky at this moment, and then burst out with ultimate's power. Breath of Flame was G-type Flame Tiger. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The endless flames condensed into a giant tiger, and roared towards many ninjutsu. Under everyone's gaze, the moves of the two sides collided with each other, a loud noise appeared, and thick smoke billowed up. Then people saw that Yanhu crushed all ninjutsu and continued to rush towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? How can it be? Uchiha Liu crushed all the ninjutsu of Master third generation with just one blow. People were shocked, looking at the roaring flame tiger, their scalps felt numb. Terrible. It's really scary. With one blow, 7 or 8 high-level ninjutsu were all defeated. One can imagine how powerful this move is. This is the strength of a teacher, Kushina and Minato said proudly. It seems that it is impossible for Lord third generation to be Uchiha Liu's opponent. The patriarchs of various clans who had expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to get rid of control and regain power broke out in cold sweat. The strength Liu showed was too terrifying. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wakes up afterwards, he may not be able to continue to hold power. After all, in the ninja world, strength is everything. Otherwise, First Hokage would not be able to quell the war, establish Konoha, and make Konoha the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. So once the strength reaches a certain level, politics and rules are particularly fragile in the face of powerful strength. Is this the strongest Hokage? The third generation Sama is really strong. Liu sneered. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is controlled by himself, he still finds it funny. Sarutobi Hiruzen always liked to promote himself during his lifetime. He even claimed that he surpassed First Hokage and Second Hokage, and was the strongest in history. But is that really the case? The first Hokage that can pacify the troubled times, can behead Uchiha Izuna, and create a series of second Hokage that forbidden technique. Compared with these two Hokages, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is really not enough. If first Hokage is super movie, second Hokage is the pinnacle of cage level, then third Hokage can only be regarded as an intermediate cage level, not even a high level one. This kind of strength is not considered the strongest in the current 5 major countries, let alone the strongest Hokage in history. The weakest Hokage in history is about the same. Liu sneered. The onlookers looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to say for a while. They only know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is cage level, but they don't know the specific strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen has been advocating that he is very strong and calls himself the strongest Hokage, many people think that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really the strongest in history. After witnessing the battle just now, only then did people realize that the so-called strongest was all boasted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. And this bragging is a bit big. Master third generation, this is too. A ninja couldn't help but complain. Obviously it is the weakest Hokage in history, but it is too shameless to forcefully promote it as the strongest in history. Keep your voice down so that no one can hear you. The companion next to him hurriedly covered his friend's mouth. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was controlled, but until the last moment, no one knew what the result would be. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is still in power in the future, then this may offend Sarutobi Hiruzen. He. The people around obviously heard this, but people laughed in good faith, as if the words resonated with everyone. Master third generation, don't you want to catch him without a fight? At this time Liu spoke, and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen step by step. You thought this was over. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was fixed, all chakra burst out, and the seal was formed quickly. Compound Ninja Art Earth Dragon Fire Ryu. Compound Ninja Lightning Water Dragon Bomb. 5 escapes Dalian Ball Technique. He used all his bottom-of-the-box stunts in one breath. Flames, water dragons, hurricanes. All kinds of terrifying energies surged to form a huge storm, and its power was comparable to S-rank ninjutsu. Boom, boom, boom. There were bursts of roaring sounds, and the terrifying ninjutsu slammed into Liu. Looking at the ninjutsu coming straight, Liu just raised her arm slightly and pointed at the ninjutsu. Black particles. There was a buzzing sound. I saw 3 black particles appear, and with the rise of space ripples, they hit many ninjutsu. Boom! There was a deafening roar. The black particles collided with many ninjutsu, resulting in terrifying energy fluctuations. The power of ultimate spread and surged towards the surroundings, crushing the ground and all obstacles. No, get out of here quickly. The onlookers were horrified and quickly backed away. Boom! There was another loud bang. Ultimate's energy fluctuations spread out, eventually forming a mushroom cloud, and billowing thick smoke rose up, blocking everything. Okay, so powerful. Seeing this scene, the fleeing people swallowed their saliva one after another. Is this the battle of cage-level powerhouses? Shock flashed in Minato's eyes. Who do you think will win? Yamanaka asked in shock. Snort. That goes without saying, of course the teacher will win. Kushina accepted Kaido without hesitation. In her heart, no one is stronger than her own teacher. Did the third generation lose? The patriarchs of the major families stared at the front, wanting to know the final result. Cool, the breeze blows away the smoke and dust, and at the same time allows people to see everything inside. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen half kneeling on the ground, his face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. On the other hand, Liu is much better. There was a smile on his face from beginning to end, as if the attachment just now had no effect on him. How is it possible? Master third generation's ninjutsu didn't have any effect on Uchiha Liu. People were horrified. Although I know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the strongest Hokage, but the power of ninjutsu just now is comparable to S-rank ninjutsu. But the result? One finger. With just one finger, Liu dispelled the ninjutsu comparable to S-rank. This kind of strength, this kind of method. It's scary. Master Liu is too strong. Yeah, I really didn't expect that even Lord Third Generation is no match for Lord Liu. It seems that the strongest person in the village is not Lord Third Generation, but Lord Liu. The people around started discussing and looked at Liu with fanaticism. In the final analysis, Ninja World is a place where strength speaks. Liu showed such great strength that he naturally won the admiration of everyone. Master Third Generation is no match at all. As the patriarch of the Ino, Shika, Cho clan of the Hokage family, his complexion is extremely heavy. We have to prepare in advance. The patriarch of the Nara clan whispered. You mean? The patriarch of the Yamanaka clan was startled, and looked at his old friend in disbelief. Let's not talk about whether Master Third Generation's control can be lifted. Even if it is lifted, we are not sure whether Master Third Generation 3.6 is still alive, and even if he is alive, it is impossible for Lord Third Generation to continue to be in power under the current situation. The patriarch of the Nara clan patiently explained. Although doing so is a bit sloppy, but there is no way. After all, the Nara family is a family. It is impossible to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen all the way to black. I see. The chiefs of the Yamanaka and Akamaiki clans sighed. Although I don't want to betray Sarutobi Hiruzen, my old friend is right. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to hold the power of the village, is doomed to be abandoned by all the families. If you don't want to be blacklisted by Liu, who is most likely to become the new Hokage, you can only prepare in advance, and even draw a line with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who was Sarutobi Hiruzen panted heavily, then struggled to stand up, looking at everyone with gloomy eyes. All of you dare to disobey Hokage's order, all of you are rebellious of the village. It is because of your rebellious existence that the consciousness of fire cannot be transmitted. In the end, he almost roared out, and then quickly closed the seal. When the last seal was formed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze became extremely cold, and his voice was as cold as winter. Rebel, go to hell with me. After saying this, a large amount of black ink gushed out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, and the ink was also mixed with sealing runes, rushing towards the surroundings with lightning speed. No, this is Li Sixiang's sealing techniques. There was a voice of shock and anger, and people turned their heads to look, only to see Danzo hiding in the crowd. It turned out that Danzo had already arrived, but he has been hiding in the crowd did not appear. As for why they did this, it was naturally to hurt both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Liu, because he knew that only if his old friend and Liu were both hurt, could he become the fourth Hokage. But what he didn't expect was that his old friend would be so crazy that he even used the Li Sixiang seal 31 times. This trick is forbidden technique. -84 euros. Not only can you seal everyone and objects within a few hundred meters into your body, but you will also die. What? When the people heard the shock, they hurriedly retreated. At this time, all the tangible things around rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and in just a short while, a large area was vacated around. It's over. The patriarchs of the major families paled. They have all heard of our I6 sealing techniques, and know that once this is used, Sarutobi Hiruzen will surely die. That is to say, from the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen made this move, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already dead. Originally, they were still fantasizing about whether Sarutobi Hiruzen could release the control and regain power after the battle. But with the appearance of this trick, but crush all their fantasies. It seems that the chief culprit who controls Lord Third Generation never thought of letting Lord Third Generation go from the beginning to the end. Liu said in a deep voice, and then changed his words. Since Master Third Generation has used Li Sixiang sealing techniques, for the safety of the village, I can only be disrespectful. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. People looked up and saw that Liu's 3 Tomo Sherinan changed into a 6-pointed star pattern. What kind of eyes are these? Everyone's eyes were full of astonishment. Mangekyo, the Mangekyo Sherinan of the Uchiha clan. Danzo exclaimed, his face was full of disbelief. He didn't expect to see these eyes in his lifetime. Mangekyo, the forbidden eyes. It is rumored, the Mangekyo opened by Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. The crowd was in an uproar and shocked. Master Third Generation, since you want to endanger the village, don't blame me for being disrespectful. Liyu's voice appeared again, and at the same time, a crimson chakra rushed out of her body. The red chakra instantly condensed into a 100-meter-tall giant, holding a chakra giant sword in his hand. Shua, there was a violent explosion. As the long sword swept across, ultimate edged across. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally wanted to seal everything into his body, froze in place for an instant, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head flew out, hit the ground heavily, and stopped after a burst of rolling. The body that lost its head also stopped using the sealing technique, and the black ink spilled on the ground, losing its original power. Everyone stood there blankly, their eyes full of astonishment. Everything just happened too fast. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen used RI6 sealing techniques, wanting to die with everyone. Then Liu exposed Mangekyo Sherinan. In the end, the huge sword flew across the sky, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been in power in the village for more than 10 years, fell to the ground. All this happened within 10 seconds. It was so fast that no one could react. It took several minutes for a ninja to recover from his sluggishness, and then screamed out, Master Third Generation is dead. This scream woke everyone up. Everyone looked at the human head on the ground, the headless corpse that had fallen in a pool of blood, and their bodies trembled unceasingly. Died. Really dead. The third Hokage who wields power over Konoha, did not die in the battlefield, did not die in the hospital bed, but died in the hands of his own family. How come? The people present murmured, as if they were in a dream. For them, they have long been accustomed to the existence of third Hokage, and the years when third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was in office are exactly the years when they grew up. Seeing the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen now brings a deep sense of loss and anger to everyone. Ms. Sarutobi, 043. Orochimaru looked at his dead teacher, thinking about Sarutobi Hiruzen in his mind. The teaching of youth, the companionship of youth. But with the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, everything before has disappeared like a dream. Life is really fragile. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes, and at the same time, he once again felt the shortness of life, and his belief in eternal life became firmer. Old man, Tsunade fell silent too. Although I hate Sarutobi Hiruzen for plotting against the Senju clan, but after all, there is still some teacher-student friendship between the two. Watching the former teacher end in this way, I still feel a little sad. Hiruzen. Danzo looked at the head on the ground tremblingly, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that his old friend who competed with him for the rest of his life and surpassed him in every way would end his life in this way. It's over. Liu closes the Mangekyo, then sees Danzo through the crowd. It's your turn. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Then the next step is to clear the high-level Konoha. As long as the high-level Konoha is cleared away, his plan will be truly successful. Uchiha Liu, how dare you kill Hokage? At this moment, Danzo woke up from the state of grief, then glared at Liu, and shouted sharply, Elder Danzo, don't spout blood. Liu said lightly, everyone has seen the situation just now, I had no choice but to attack Lord Third Generation. And everyone has also heard of Li Sixiang sealing techniques. Once this trick is used, it cannot be reversed. In that case, Lord Third Generation has no way out. Since Lord Third Generation can't survive, in order to protect the village and everyone, I can only kill him. So it wasn't me who killed Lord Third Generation, but the mysterious person who manipulated Lord Third Generation. This explanation woke everyone up. People nodded after listening. I really don't blame Lord Liu for what happened just now. After all, Lord Liu had no other choice. Yes, Master Liu protected the village and everyone. He is the hero of the village, not a person. Lord Liu, we all know your difficulties. Many ninjas spoke one after another. You. Danzo was shocked and furious, and then looked at the patriarchs of Ino, Shika, Cho and other families, hoping that they would speak up. But the patriarchs of those families remained silent. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has died in battle, Liu is likely to become the new Hokage. As the head of the clan, how could they offend the future fourth Hokage for a dead person? The people who follow the trend. Danzo got mad at Ultimate. He didn't expect the patriarchs of Ino, Shika, Cho families to be realistic to this extent. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen died, these people jumped back without hesitation at all. Elder Danzo wants to throw dirty water on me so much, can't he have a ghost in his heart? Liu looked at Danzo with a smile. Could it be that the matter of Lord Third Generation being manipulated has something to do with Lord Danzo? Shut up. Uchiha Liu, you not only killed Hokage, you dared to openly trap the elder. Danzo was furious. He does want to be Hokage. I also thought about making Liu and Sarutobi Hiruzen both losers, and then reaping the benefits for myself. But he never wanted to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. I never even thought about manipulating Sarutobi Hiruzen, making Sarutobi Hiruzen his own puppet. Since Elder Danzo thinks it's a frame-up, why are you so anxious, Elder Danzo? Liu sneered. Snort. Danzo was trembling with anger, and finally had no choice but to snort coldly. Uchiha Liu, don't be too happy, I will find out the truth sooner or later. After speaking, he turned and left. He knew that staying here would not do him any good, because the ninjas present obviously favored Liu. If he continues to stay here, maybe he will be splashed with dirty water and called black by Liu Ebai. What a troubled time. The patriarchs of the major family sighed slightly as they watched the two people arguing. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen died, the two confronted each other. If you really wait for one side to become Hokage, that will never let the other party go. Chief Yamanaka. At this time, Liu spoke up, waking everyone up. I think the matter of Lord Third Generation is full of strangeness, so I hope you can assist the interrogation department to investigate the truth, to find out who controls the main generation. Clear. The patriarch of the Yamanaka clan nodded, and with a wave of his hand, several ninjas ran over and packed up Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen died, but his brain was not damaged. In the ninja world, many mysteries can probe the memory of the brain. If the brain of Sarutobi Hiruzen can be probed, then maybe the truth of the matter can be revealed. Notify me as soon as there is news. No matter who the real culprit is, I will not let it go easily, Liu said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Master Liu, as long as there are clues, I will notify you immediately. Chief Yamanaka nodded, consciously using honorifics in his tone. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Liu has already taken the initiative. Coupled with his own emperor and political capital, he can become the next Hokage. For the future Hokage, he naturally dare not offend. Liu replied, and then looked at everyone. Everyone, it is the first time that such a shocking thing happened to me today. Now that Lord Third Generation has unfortunately died, we must take corresponding countermeasures as soon as possible to avoid further expansion of the situation. Lord Liu, Lord Third Generation was killed, and the village has no leader. I beg you to temporarily suspend the power of Hokage to tide over the difficulties for the village. A ninja stood up and said. As soon as these words were said, they immediately aroused everyone's approval. Yes, Master Liu, please give the order. Everyone needs you, and now you are the only one who can rule the whole village. Master Liu, please temporarily suspend the power of Hokage. People spoke one after another. It's not impossible for me to temporarily hold the power of Hokage, but I still need to ask the opinions of the major families. Liu nodded, and looked at Ino, Shika, Cho and other families while talking. I, the Heitei clan, have no problem. Heitei Sakumo stood up immediately. I, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan, have no problem either. The patriarchs of the Ino, Shika, Cho tribes looked at each other and said quickly. The Hyaga clan has no objection. Although the patriarch of the Hyaga clan resisted somewhat, he also knew that this was the general trend, so he dared not object at all. The more famous families in the village didn't have any objections, and the other families naturally didn't dare to say anything, Zhao Dezeo, so they spoke up one after another and let Liu temporarily assume the power of Hokage. Since everyone has said so, I will not refuse. Liu agreed, and then changed her gaze to look at her younger brother Fugaku. You immediately lead the patrol team to seal off the village, and you must not let the news of Lord Third Generation's death leak out. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku shouted Kaido, and left with his men. Clan Chief Yamanaka, you should start investigating the manipulation of Lord Third Generation immediately, the sooner the better. Liu said again clear. The patriarch of the Yamanaka clan nodded and turned to leave. Liu, who gave 2 orders in a row, looked at the remaining ninja. At this time, people's hearts are in turmoil, but that's it, we have to calm down and deal with it calmly, so everyone waits patiently until the truth is found out. Yes, root base. Shinmura Danzo sat down with a livid face. Uchiha Liu is lawless, dare to kill Hiruzen. He hated ultimate. I thought I could reap the benefits of being a fisherman, but who would have thought that Liu would be so ruthless and directly kill Sarutobi Hiruzen? It's good now. The power of the village is basically controlled by Liu. Those scumbag families are also afraid of Liu becoming the new Hokage, and dare not resist at all. The Hokage family, which was originally the #1 force in the village, immediately fell apart. Let's think about what to do next. Udaten Koharu looked ugly. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was not dead, they had been plotting against Liu. It is conceivable that once Liu becomes Hokage, he will definitely do something to himself and others, so for the safety of himself and his family, we must prevent Liu from becoming Hokage. Uchiha Liu relied on the power of beheading Hiruzen to seize power in one fell swoop. Although we are elders, there is nothing we can do in this situation. Mito Kato Homura sighed. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen was back, they were brilliant. But with the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the past scenery disappeared. 833 Because everyone is afraid of Liu and afraid that Liu will become the new Hokage, so I put aside relations with them. How about we support Orochimaru as Hokage? Udaten Koharu hesitated and said Orochimaru is Hiruzen's disciple, and his strength and prestige are strong enough to fight against Uchiha Liu. Makes sense. Mito Kato Homura nodded. Although I don't like Orochimaru's character, Orochimaru is indeed the best choice now. After all, Orochimaru is the disciple of an old friend. Once they become 4th Hokage, even if they don't like them, they won't be too embarrassing for them, and they may still be able to maintain their current power. Unlike Liu, once she becomes Hokage, her life may be in danger. Snort. Do you think Orochimaru can compete against Uchiha Liu? Regardless of strength, prestige, or political background, Orochimaru cannot compare with Uchiha Liu. Especially Tsunade may also support Uchiha Liu. Danzo snorted coldly. So what if we can't compete? Do we have a better choice? Udaten Koharu was a little annoyed by what he said. Danzo's eyelids twitched, his face a little gloomy. In fact, he wanted to remind the two teammates that he could also become Hokage, but it's a pity that the two didn't think about him at all. Looking at the two people who didn't know whether they were really confused or not, he could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart and said in a deep voice, regardless of who was responsible for Hokage, I think Hiruzen's death is strange. Strange. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were taken aback. That's right. Danzo's eyes were cold. Uchiha Liu was obviously sent to the border by Hiruzen, but suddenly ran back, and happened to see through the matter of Hiruzen being manipulated. Don't you all think it's too coincidental? Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were stunned for a moment, with surprise on their faces. When Danzo said so, it is true, but they couldn't point out what was wrong. Since there are doubts, we, as Hiruzen's companions, must find out the truth and restore Hiruzen's innocence, Danzo said in a deep voice. Then what are we going to do? Hiruzen's body has been sent to the interrogation department. With Uchiha Liu's character, we will definitely not let us touch Hiruzen's body. Mito Kato Homura frowned. Now any fool can see that Liu has gained power in the village. Although they are elders, their power comes from Hokage. Now that Liu is temporarily taking over the power of Hokage, how can Dba allow them to take over the power again? So even their personal freedom may be restricted now, let alone doing other things. I have a way. A smug glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. It's not like he didn't do nothing during the time he found out that something was wrong with Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the contrary, to become a Hokage. For what might happen? He did a lot of preparation. The most important one is that he has learned the dirty field reincarnation technique. Danzo, don't be so secretive, tell me your solution. Udaten Koharu asked hastily. Do you remember a forbidden technique developed by Nidaime reanimation jutsu? Danzo didn't hide. Impure world reincarnation. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were startled, and then looked at Danzo in disbelief. Danzo, do you mean? That's right. I want to use reanimation jutsu to summon the dead Hiruzen and get the truth from Hiruzen. Danzo stated his purpose. This is playing with the souls of the dead. When the weather cleared, Koharu looked hesitant. Although doing so can indeed clarify the truth. But calling out the soul of the dead is too disrespectful to the dead. Do you still want to continue to be weak? Danzo looked like he hated iron and steel. Hiruzen died unjustly. We did this for Hiruzen. If Hiruzen knew, he would never blame us. And you don't forget the situation. Once Uchiha Liu comes to power, it will not end well for us. Not only will we not end well, but the village will also be brought into the abyss by Uchiha Liu. So everything we do is for the sake of the village. Since it is for the sake of the village, so what if we bear some infamy? Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura woke up when they heard this. Yes. The current situation has no choice for them. Once Liu takes power, she and her family may die without a place to die. So even if they play with the souls of the dead, they must do so. Danzo is right. Uchiha Liu is acting recklessly, and sooner or later it will bring disaster to the village. Everything we do is to protect the village. If Hiruzen Izumi knows, he will agree with our idea, Mito Kato Homura said in a deep voice. That's right. When the weather cleared, Kohara nodded hastily. The three of them seemed to have found a reason to comfort themselves. There was still a sense of guilt in their hearts, but with this reason, the sense of guilt disappeared without a trace. Night. Konoha Village Detective Interrogation Department. The ninjas headed by the Yamanaka clan are using the heart-turning technique to probe Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain. The invasion was successfully entering the brain nerves of Lord Third Generation, whispered a Yamanaka ninja. Be careful not to damage the central nervous system of the brain, the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan said in a deep voice. Yes, the clansmen nodded, and were more careful about the invasion. The idea passes through the brain nerves, and finally reaches the core area of the brain, and the memory stored in the brain is also displayed in front of the ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory was changed by Liu. If the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan have Mangekyo Sharingan, they will naturally not be affected by this false memory, but unfortunately, they do not. So this false memory replaced the real memory and flooded into the minds of all the Yamanaka ninjas. After watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's memories, all Yamanaka ninjas were shocked to ultimate with disbelief on their faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen's memories reveal a lot. For example, who controlled Sarutobi Hiruzen, or who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife and children? What happened? The patriarch of the Nara clan was full of doubts, not understanding why his old friend showed such an expression. Something is going to happen. The patriarch of the Yamanaka clan changed his face again and finally took a deep breath. The memory tampered with by Liu has already turned out that Danzo joined forces with Tsunagakure ninjas to control Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to usurp the Hokage position. Is something big going to happen? The patriarch of the Nara family was a little puzzled. He didn't know how to turn around, so he didn't know what they saw. It is none other than Elder Danzo of our village who manipulated Lord Third Generation and mutilated his wife and children. The patriarch of the Yamanaka clan took a deep breath and told what he saw. What? People were shocked to hear this. Danzo is the one who controls Third Hokage and commits all the crimes? The so-called culprit is actually one of our own? The faces of the people present changed again, and they finally knew why the Yamanaka clan chief said something big was going to happen. Haruto, could this be a mistake? The head of the Nara clan looked at his old friend, Haruto Yamanaka, the head of the Yamanaka clan. Heart-turning technique has never been wrong. Yamanaka Haruto shook his head. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, will anyone tamper with the memory of Lord Third Generation? The patriarch of the Nara clan said in a deep voice. Impossible. Yamanaka Haruto shook his head directly. I have worked in the investigation department for more than 10 years, and I have seen many ninjutsu or secret techniques to control others. Shin has never seen ninja that is used to change other people's memories and thoughts. And not only I have not seen it, but other members of the Yamanaka family have not seen it either. That's right. The other Yamanakas nodded their heads. It is easy to control people, but it is difficult to change a person's thinking and memory. They have never encountered this kind of ninjutsu since they were born. The patriarch of the Nara clan frowned. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. But what's wrong, I can't tell. Don't think about it so much. Let's report the matter first. As for what will happen, that's not what we should think about. Yamanaka Haruto sighed. In the final analysis, they are only the backbone of the village, not the core force. It is not their turn to intervene in the struggle between the village's top management and the top masters. So the best choice now is to be neutral and try to protect yourself as wisely as possible. Only in this way can you ensure the safety of yourself and your family. The patriarch of the Nara clan calmed down, knowing that he was agitated. The struggle between Liu and Konoha's senior management has reached a critical moment. At this time, any words and deeds may be considered as taking sides, so for the sake of myself and the family, it is better to say less. A group of ninjas stopped talking, packed their things, and headed towards the Uchiha tribe with information. After all the ninjas in the interrogation department leave, a ninja wearing a black combat uniform and an animal mask sneaked into the interrogation department. The man easily untied the ceiling barrier and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Looking at the corpse, he took out his shuriken and lifted Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes, cut a small piece of meat from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and sealed it inside the scroll, asking for flowers. After finishing everything, he covered Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes again and left secretly. The mysterious ninja who left the interrogation department did not leave the village, but came to a base in the southwest corner and walked in. It turns out that the man in black is a root ninja. On Danzo's order, sneak into the interrogation department to steal Sarutobi Hiruzen's human tissue cells. Have you brought anything back? Danzo's body was hidden in the dark and said in a deep voice. Although impure world reincarnation is a divine skill, no matter how magical it is, it cannot be used out of thin air. If you want to use this trick, you must have the human cells from the resurrected person, only in this way can you summon the dead. 0. Go back to my lord, I have already got the things. The root ninja immediately presented the scroll. Good job, you can choose. Danzo took the scroll, nodded in satisfaction, and swung his subordinates back. After his subordinates left, two people walked out from behind Danzo, Uchiha Koharu and Midokado Homura. How's it going? The two asked hurriedly. It's done, the next step is to use reanimation jutsu to resurrect Riksen. Danzo took a deep breath, then waved at the darkness again. There was a movement in the dark, and 3 men were escorted up. They are all prisoners in the village. They have committed unforgivable crimes, so they can be used as containers. Danzo explained and opened the scroll at the same time. As the smoke rose, a piece of flesh appeared in front of the 3 of them. Can impure world reincarnation really bring Hiruzen back to life? Uchiha Koharu was a little puzzled. Although she has heard of this forbidden technique and knows the effect of this forbidden technique, she has never seen anyone use it, so she doesn't know whether this forbidden technique can really resurrect the dead. Don't worry, I've tried it before, Danzo said in a deep voice, and then there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. The next step is to resurrect Hiruzen and get the truth of the matter. If the truth is what he thinks it is, then he can not only bring down Liu, but also take this opportunity to become the new Hokage. Uchiha clan land. In the courtyard where the patriarch lived, Uchiha Fugaku was looking at Liu excitedly. Brother, Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Brother, you have obtained the right to use the Hokage again, then you will become the 4th Hokage next. Not so fast. Liu took a sip of tea and said with a light smile, besides Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's high level is also a problem. Only when Konoha's high level is solved, can I sit back and relax. Then, when will you do it? Uchiha Fugaku asked hastily. If you are slow, you can do it in 1 day, if you are fast, you can do it today. Liu smiled mysteriously. So fast. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Just when he was about to ask his elder brother what his plans were, there was a noise outside the courtyard, and then he saw a maid running in. 540 The patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, please see me. The maid said respectfully. Coming. Liu put down the teacup, a smile flashed in his eyes. Please come in, Chief Yamanaka. Yes. The maid stepped back. Soon, Yamanaka Kingdu, the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, walked in, greeted Liu respectfully, and then straight to the point said what he wanted to do. My lord Liu, the matter about my lord 3rd generation has been investigated. Oh, Liu's eyes flashed. The person who committed such a heinous crime was none other than the elder of the village, Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, together with Tsunagakur, controlled lord 3rd generation and brutally killed his wife and children. Haruto Yamanaka took a deep breath and told the story. What? Liu deliberately showed shock, and then asked, is this true? Could it be a mistake? No mistake, this information was obtained by my Yamanaka family using the mind-turning technique. Yamanaka Haruto said in a deep voice. Damn it, Shimura Danzo dared to do such a cruel thing, no wonder he is so eager today, it turns out he did everything. Liu slapped the table fiercely, and said with a livid face. Lord Liu, what should I do now? Yamanaka Haruto asked. Danzo has committed such a serious crime, we naturally cannot let it go. Immediately notify Orochimaru and Tsunade, and then go to the route together to arrest Danzo, Liu said loudly. Yes, Yamanaka Haruto nodded heavily. Fugaku, during the arrest process, Shimura Danzo may be killed, so you go to the security department immediately, and ask the security department to strengthen patrols, and the village must not be allowed to go into chaos. Liu looked at her younger brother again. Understood, brother. Uchiha Fugaku responded with a bang. The two acted quickly, and the security department stepped up their patrols, and because they also got news about the truth. Ms. Sarutobi is controlled by Danzo. The 3 of Orochimaru frowned when they got the news, feeling incredible. Although his impression of Danzo is not very good, but I also know that with Danzo's means, it is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. How could Danzo do such a sinister thing, even unite with other villages, and kill the Hokage of this village? Heitake Sakumo got angry at Ultimate and left immediately, wanting to ask Danzo why he did this. Brother Shuo Mao. Tsunade shouted, but seeing that the other party had already left, he could only sigh quietly. Konoha, the sky is going to change. Once Danzo's murder of Sarutobi Hiruzen is announced, Konoha's senior management will be uprooted. How many people will be involved at that time? You don't need to think about it. Let's go too. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Tsunade suppressed all kinds of thoughts, and then left with Orochimaru in an instant. Root base. Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Koharu, and Midokado Homura, looking at the flesh on the scroll. The next step is to bring Hiruzen back to life. Danzo spoke in a deep voice, pulled a criminal past him, and quickly closed the seal. As the last mark fell, the ground instantly rolled up a white piece of paper, wrapping the criminal. Ah! A shrill scream came from the criminal's mouth, and then he slowly sank into the ground. At the same time, there was a roar from the ground, and a wooden coffin rose slowly in the smoke and dust, appearing in front of the three of them. It worked! A look of excitement flashed in Danzo's eyes. But just as he was about to lift the lid of the coffin and let Sarutobi Hiruzen come out, there was a roar from outside. What happened? The three of them were startled and looked outside. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The door was kicked open by someone, and a figure flew into the air and smashed in front of the three of them. Who? Danzo was taken aback for a moment, but when he saw that the person flying over was a root ninja, his expression changed instantly. Who? Don't you shine Yura Danzo no? A sharp voice came, and a large group of ninjas walked in from outside, crowding the entire room. Uchiha! Liu! Danzo looked at the crowd, and then found Liu in the crowd, and immediately shouted angrily, Uchiha Liu, do you still have any laws in your eyes? How dare you trespass the elder's residence? Shimura Danzo, you frantically joined forces with Tsunagakur to control Lord Third Generation, and murdered Lord Third Generation's wife and children. You, who have committed such a heinous crime, dare to call yourself Elder Konoha? Liu shouted loudly, interrupted by Danzo's words. You, what did you say? Danzo froze in place. He combined with Tsunagakur to control Sarutobi Hiruzen 2.9, and also killed Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife and children? Is this a joke? Leaving aside whether he has the ability, even if he did, he wouldn't do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is his old friend after all. How could he do something like mutilate Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife and children? Uchiha Liu, what nonsense are you talking about there? How could Danzo do such a thing? Udaten Kohara snapped. That's right, Danzo has done his best for the village and will never do such evil things. Mito Kato Homura agreed. No? If you say no, you won't. Liu sneered, and his eyes were extremely sharp. The Yamanaka family has cracked the memory of Lord Third Generation, and the culprit in Lord Third Generation's memory is Danzo. Danzo, you've already had an incident. What did you say? Danzo was completely stunned, but he reacted quickly, looked at Liu and said sharply, Uchiha Liu, stop confusing black and white. Hiruzen and I have been friends for many years. How could we do such a cruel thing? Convert black and white? Liu snorted coldly, then glanced at Yamanaka Haruto. Sensing Liu's gaze, Yamanaka sighed inwardly. The inspection results were reported by him. Moreover, the struggle between Liu and Konoha's senior management has come to a critical moment, and he must stand in line. So whether he wants to or not, he has to give an answer in front of everyone. Thinking of this, he stood up. Under everyone's gaze, he sighed softly. Master Third Generation's memory is the result of my Yamanaka family's heart-turning technique. My family's heart-turning technique has never made mistakes, so there will never be mistakes. Impossible! Danzo yelled out after hearing this, staring at Haruto Yamanaka. How could Hiruzen's memory be like this? Not to mention whether he did it or not. Even if he did, he wouldn't be so stupid to let the Yamanaka clan check Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory. If he had done it, 31 he would have destroyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain that night instead of waiting to be discovered by now. Haruto, did you make a mistake somewhere? The relationship between Danzo and Hiruzen is obvious to all in the village. How could you kill Hiruzen? Udaten Kohara said eagerly. With the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the elders of Konoha became all prosperous and all damaged. Once something happens to Danzo, they will not end well. So no matter what, they couldn't just watch Tuan being framed. That's right, Kingdu, although there are some fights in the village, this matter is related to other people's innocence. You can't just talk nonsense just because you are threatened. Mito Kato Homura also chimed in. He knew everything about Danzo, and he didn't believe that Danzo would do such a thing. Therefore, it is determined that Haruto Yamanaka was threatened by Liu and intentionally persecuted Danzo. Snort! Elder Koharu, Elder Homura, I have been working in the interrogation department for more than 10 years, and I have never made a mistake. Yamanaka Haruto Kaido who shows no mercy. Now that they have already stood in line, there is only one way to go to the black, otherwise it will only offend both sides. Haruto, you, Mito Kato Homura and his new relative Koharu are outraged. They didn't expect that Yamanaka Haruto, who was respectful to him before, would jump back so quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to Uchiha less than a day after his death, and made trouble for them. Danzo, you and Master Third Generation are not only companions, but also teammates. Isn't the friendship of teammates for many years not comparable to power? Heitake Sakumo stood up and shouted. Blood spurting. Danzo roared and stared at Liu. Uchiha Liu, you are so scheming, you not only murdered Hiruzen, but also wanted to catch us all. If he was just skeptical before, that's a sure thing now. It is certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Liu. The purpose is to eliminate them, and then take the position of Hokage. Danzo, you still want to frame me at this time? Liu squinted her eyes. When the Third Generation's wife and children were killed, I happened to be at the border. The reason why I returned to the village was also because of the information about Tsunagakure. On the other hand, it's you who unite with Tsunagakure to control Lord Third Generation and try to usurp the position of Hokage. You who have committed such a great crime, what qualifications do you have to be the Elder Konoha? What qualifications are you to call yourself Konoha Shinobi? After these words fell, people nodded one after another. When Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife and children were killed, Liu had already arrived at the border. All the ninjas at the border can testify that it cannot be faked at all. So Danzo is much more suspected than Liu. VR. Danzo got angry with Ultimate, his eyes were a little red, but now he couldn't argue with his words, and he couldn't clear up his suspicion at all. Come on, take Shinura Danzo, Yutatin Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura down. Liu stopped talking and gave orders directly. Yes. All the ninjas responded loudly, drawing out their Kunao shurikens one after another, and approaching the three of them step by step. The *********D. Uchiha Liu, we are Elder Konoha, Naidame's disciple, how dare you attack us? Homura yelled angrily. Snort! You who have committed such a serious crime, how qualified are you to be an elder? Liu snorted coldly, and waved her hand to signal people to do it. Wait! At this moment, the furious Danzo suddenly calmed down, and stared at Liu. Uchiha Liu, since you said that I controlled Hiruzen and killed Hiruzen's wife and children, are you willing to do so in front of me? Confront me in Hiruzen's face. People stopped when they heard this, and looked at Danzo in surprise. Confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen? Isn't third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen dead? How do the dead confront each other? Liu squinted her eyes, not knowing what Danzo was doing. But soon, he saw the coffin next to Danzo, and his squinted eyes suddenly shrank. Anyone else would definitely not know what this coffin means, but as a time traveler, he does. Combined with Danzo's 590 tone, if nothing unexpected, this coffin must be related to impure world reincarnation. Danzo, when did you master this ninjutsu? A hint of doubt flashed in Liu's eyes. If Danzo really mastered the impure world reincarnation and resurrected Sarutobi Hiruzen, everything he has done will be exposed. Thinking of this, he immediately pulled out the Sunwheel knife, and then drank violently. At this point, you still want to resist, the Lord Third Generation has already been killed by you, so don't you think about any more tricks. As soon as these words fell, the Sunwheel knife erupted into a burst of flames, and the flames condensed into the shape of a tiger, and rushed towards Danzo ferociously. Breath of flame Wazi Yanhu. Boom! The soaring flames rushed in front of Danzo, making Danzo terrified. Facing the terrible flames, he had to dodge. Following Danzo's avoidance, Flame Tiger, who had lost his target, rushed towards the coffin in an instant, and with a loud noise, the coffin exploded. Danzo, who was originally relieved because he dodged the blow, was shocked and angry when he saw this scene. It's over. It's all over. If Sarutobi Hiruzen's coffin is still there, he can face everyone through the resurrected Sarutobi Hiruzen. But as the coffin was destroyed, Uchiha Liu! Danzo roared angrily, looking at Liu with red eyes. But Liu ignored it at all, swiped the Sunwheel knife, and slashed out a sharp cold light again. Facing Liu's attack, Danzo could only dodge. And that's when people woke up. Although I don't know what Danzo meant just now. But it's okay. People only believe what they see and hear. Now all the crimes are pointed at Danzo, and Danzo can't produce evidence to prove his innocence, so no matter what the truth is, Danzo will be blamed for this blame. They will show no mercy to the criminals who murdered Third Hokage. Many ninjas shot together, forcing the three of Danzo into a corner. You forced me. Looking at himself with no way out, Danzo's face became ruthless. As soon as he spoke, he grabbed the two criminals directly in front of him, and then took out two scrolls from his arms, and with the ceiling, two pieces of flesh and blood appeared in front of everyone. What does Danzo want to do? Doubt flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Have no idea. Heitake shook his head. Uchiha Liu, you forced me. Danzo let out another roar, then quickly formed a seal, and slapped the ground with his palm. While numerous papers were lifted up, wrapping the two criminals. With the screams, the ground rumbled, and the two coffins were slowly raised. People wondered why Danzo summoned two coffins. Boom! Boom! There was a roar. I saw the coffin lid on the coffin smash down, bringing two dull impact sounds. Following the sound, two figures also walked out of the coffin. Everyone's eyes widened. After the two walked out completely, everyone showed horror and disbelief. The two who came out were both men. One of the men was wearing a red armor on the upper body and black trousers on the lower body. Under the long black hair was a cracked face and an old wooden leaf forehead protector. The other man was wearing blue armor, with white fluff hanging on his shoulders. His face was similar to the other man's, but his hair was silver white. This. Orochimaru's eyes shrunk into needles, and his eyes were full of shock. First, Shode, second, Naidame? Heitake Sakumo gasped. Grandpa and second grandpa. Tsunade stayed where he was, wondering if he had read it wrong. How can it be? Shodei and Naidame, who have already died, how can it be possible to resurrect? How is this possible? Danzo, it must have been done by Danzo. The people present were in an uproar. I remember that Naidame once developed a forbidden technique called impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation can resurrect the souls of the dead through media. Orochimaru, who woke up with a blink of his eyes, said the answer. Impure world reincarnation? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Danzo, Tsunade shouted angrily, you are the second grandpa's disciple. As a disciple, you not only harmed your companions, but also played with the soul of your mentor. Do you still have humanity? This is all forced by you. Danzo's eyes were cold, and he pointed at Liu. Obviously Uchiha Liu killed Hiruzen, but you put the crime on me. If you weren't so stupid, how could I do such a thing? Hole. At this time, you still don't know how to repent, and did such evil things for your own selfish desires. Heitake Sakumo was furious. If the body style didn't use 3, he would still doubt it. Can follow Danzo to use this trick. The suspicion disappeared without a trace. Because Danzo can even play with the soul of his mentor, let alone kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's useless to say anything now. After solving Uchiha Liu, I will revive Hiruzen and let Hiruzen reveal the truth. Danzo was unimpressed. He knew that it was useless to say more now. If you still want to make a comeback, the only way is to rely on first Hokage and second Hokage to defeat all the people present and regain control of the village. As long as he has the power, he can resurrect Sarutobi Hiruzen again, and then reveal the truth in front of the whole village. In this way, he can clear his grievances and ascend to the position of Hokage at the same time. Unforgivable. Tsunade clenched his fist tightly, making a crackling sound. But Danzo ignored it, but looked at the figure with some fanaticism, and then clasped his hands together. Snapped. A crisp sound sounded. First Hokage and second Hokage, who were standing silently in front of the people, opened their eyes instantly, and there was a touch of emotion in the black pupils. This is. Wearing red armor, first Hokage Senju Hashirama looked around in confusion while raising his hands, failing to wake up from the resurrection. Dead and resurrected? The second Hokage Senju Tobirama at the side woke up faster than the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. He glanced at his hands, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. Hands full of cracks, I clearly feel that I am still alive, but there is no trace of life in my body. Is this impure world reincarnation? How dare you use the ninjutsu I created? I will live. He figured out the situation immediately, and then snorted coldly. Dirty earth turns, Goodly Zhao, a student? Tobirama, I told you before, don't create ninjutsu indiscriminately, so as not to be used by those who want to, but you just don't listen. First Hokage Senju Hashirama also came to his senses, looked at his younger brother, and persuaded him earnestly. Brother, shut up. Senju Tobirama gave his brother a sharp look. Senju Hashirama, who was reprimanded like this, immediately squatted on the ground with a look of disappointment. Is this really Shodei and Naidame? People were dumbfounded seeing this scene. Isn't it rumored that first Hokage Senju Hashirama is the god of ninja who calms the troubled times? But why do you look weak? And being scolded at will by second Hokage, his younger brother Senju Tobirama? Is the Senju Hashirama in front of me a fake? Is it Danzo's trick? Is Shodei fake? Or is that Shodei? People looked at Senju Tobirama with doubts in their eyes. Compared with Senju Tobirama, who is calm and hacky, Senju Hashirama, who is slow-witted and weak, is really not like a ninja god. What nonsense! Grandpa has always had this character. Tsunade covered his face. According to rumors, first Hokage Senju Hashirama is a powerful and serious person, but only she knows. It is a fact that my grandfather is powerful, but the so-called serious personality is not relevant at all. And it's not only irrelevant, it's the exact opposite. Always like this? The people present looked weird when they heard this, but they didn't expect first Hokage to have such a personality. Are you, little Tsunade? At this moment, a suspicious voice came. After second Hokage Senju Tobirama scolded his elder brother, he looked around and found Tsunade in the crowd. Second grandpa, it's me. Tsunade nodded. Xiao Gang? Senju Hashirama, who was squatting on the ground, instantly stood up and looked at Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he threw himself into a waist and laughed. Ha ha, I didn't expect to see Xiao Gang, you 843, you have grown so big in the blink of an eye. $. Nostalgia flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Although many years have passed, she vaguely remembers the happy time when her grandfather took her to the casino. Ha 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 Zayazuna, after so many years, how is Konoha doing? How many generations has Hokage passed down? Who is Hokage? Senju Hashirama laughed. Hokage is supposed to be a monkey? Senju Tobirama glanced at Tsunade, found that Tsunade was not very old, and said, by the way, where is the monkey? Why didn't you see him, and what happened? How did you use impure world reincarnation to bring us back to life? Master third generation is dead. Before Tsunade could answer, Liu took the first step. Died? Senju Tobirama frowned, then seemed to sense something, staring at Liu with cold and obscure chakra. Are you from the Uchiha tribe? Yes, Naidame, I am the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Liu. Liu smiled and nodded. Dvi, Uchiha's current patriarch? It seems that Uchiha is developing well in Konoha. Senju Hashirama looked at Liu in surprise. He has a strong perception ability and can perceive the chakra surging in Liu's body. A ninja with this kind of chakra will never be weaker. Snort. Compared to Senju Hashirama's happiness, Senju Tobirama was a little unhappy, but he still asked patiently, Uchiha boy, you said the monkey died, so I want to ask, how did the monkey die, and the current Hokage who is it? How did you die? Liu chuckled, and said looking behind Senju Tobirama, then I have to ask Naidame's students. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were taken aback for a moment, turned to look, and then saw Danzo. Danzo? Senju Tobirama frowned, as if he understood something. You resurrected me with impure world reincarnation? Ms. Tobirama. Danzo shouted, and then angrily said, Teacher, I resurrected you in Shode out of helplessness. Hiruzen was killed by Uchiha Liu. Not only did he kill Hiruzen, he also wronged us. In order to protect the village, the disciple had to rehabilitate the teacher in Shode. Yes, Mr. Tobirama, the Uchiha clan is ambitious, trying to usurp Hokage's position, and even killed Hiruzen. You have to be the master for us. Mito Kato Homura said hastily. Teacher, if we don't revive you in Shode, I'm afraid we will be killed by Uchiha Liu, and the village will be brought into the abyss by the Uchiha clan. Unitin Koharu fanned the flames from the sidelines. Kid of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama was furious when he heard the words, and looked at Liu fiercely. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Ka the turbulent momentum swept across, crushing the ground and the wall, making crackling sounds, and then hit Liu. What a terrifying aura. It actually shattered the wall just by its momentum. Is this the strength of Naidame? Although he didn't make a move, you can know how strong Naidame is just by this momentum. The ninja presence swallowed, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Stop it, Tobirama. Senju Hashirama on the side hastily stopped. This must be a misunderstanding. The Uchiha clan will never do such a thing. Brother, the Uchiha clan is already restless, Senju Tobirama retorted. Shut up. Senju Hashirama shouted angrily, interrupting Senju Tobirama's words. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and the appearance of this aura made the whole room tremble. People felt this breath and were shocked immediately. The momentum of second Hokage Senju Tobirama is terrifying enough, but compared with that of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, it is completely insignificant. Is this the strength of the ninja god? A look of wonder flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Although first Hokage's character is different from the rumored one, his strength is almost the same. It's really scary. Liu squinted her eyes. Although it is just an aura, many things can be judged through this aura. Senju Hashirama has super shadow power. Brother. Senju Tobirama was originally aggressive, but when he saw his elder brother was angry, he was scared and could only keep his mouth shut unwillingly. Uchiha is a member of Konoha, although I don't know what happened, but I believe that Uchiha will never do anything to betray the village, so there must be some misunderstanding. Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice, and then looked at his grandson Zayazuna. You should know what happened, right? So tell me what happened. Although I don't know what happened in this world. But he believed in his granddaughter, and believed that Tsunade would not deceive himself. So it's not too late to make a judgment after listening to Tsunade's explanation. Little Tsunade. Senju Tobirama also reacted and looked at Tsunade. Although he believed in his disciple, after so many years, it was inevitable that some things would happen that he didn't know about. So he decided to listen to his granddaughter and judge the truth of the matter. Grandpa, second grandpa, the old man was indeed killed by Danzo. Tsunade said without hesitation. Tsunade, don't be bloody. Hiruzen and I have been friends for many years. How could you shoot him? Danzo roared angrily. Shut up, Danzo. Senju Tobirama suddenly turned his head to look at Danzo. Ms. Tobirama. Danzo froze and opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Little Tsunade, the relationship between the monkey and Danzo, as a teacher, I know best. I don't believe he will kill the monkey. Senju Tobirama said in a deep voice. While he was still alive, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were not on bad terms, although they were always in competition. So he doesn't believe that Danzo will do something to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Second grandpa, Danzo is extremely dissatisfied with your abdication of the old man's position, and even covets Hokage's position. Because of this, he joined forces with Tsunagakure to control the old man. In the end, Liu used Sharingan to see through the fact that the old man was being manipulated, and took action to solve it. so as to avoid a bigger tragedy from happening. Tsunade recounted the matter. Joint Tsunagakur? Senju Tobirama's face darkened, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Then how did you know about the conspiracy? Naidame, the Yamanaka clan, used the heart-turning technique to extract the memory of Lord Third Generation, so I know all this. Yamanaka Haruto gritted his teeth and stood up. Now that you have already stood in line, you must go all the way to the black. Otherwise, let Danzo revive, and the Yamanaka clan will suffer. So no matter what, kill Danzo today to avoid future troubles. And who are you? Senju Tobirama looked at Haruto Yamanaka. Back to Naidame, I am Haruto Yamanaka, the contemporary head of the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka Haruto respects Kaido, the head of the Yamanaka clan? Senju Tobirama closed his eyes. The Yamanaka family has been the Hokage family since the establishment of Konoha, so it is trustworthy. Plus the testimony of his granddaughter. The truth seems to be coming out. Tobirama-sensei, this is definitely not the case. Danzo got anxious and glared at Liu. All this was done by Uchiha Liu, who coveted the position of Hokage, not only controlled Hiruzen, but also wanted to drive us to extinction. Shut up. Senju Tobirama turned his head sharply, and looked at Danzo with cold eyes. Before I die, I entrust Konoha to you and the monkey, not to let you kill each other. Ms. Tobirama, as a teacher, don't you even believe in killing me? Danzo said angrily. He resurrected first Hokage and second Hokage, wanting them to be their own masters. But who would have thought that even his teacher didn't believe in himself? Facing the teacher's scolding, he was completely angry. How do you let me believe you? Senju Tobirama was furious, the chakra on his body erupted, and he slapped him heavily. Snapped. A crisp sound sounded. I saw Danzo's old face swell up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body staggered because of this force, almost falling to the ground. Danzo. Ms. Tobirama. Teacher, we are really wronged. Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were shocked and rushed over to hold Danzo up. Wronged? Senju Tobirama's face was cold, and he didn't believe it at all. If it's wrong, why do the ninjas in the village point their finger at you? Compared with Liu, he is still willing to trust Danzo. After all, Danzo is his personal disciple. Believe it, believe it. Now the granddaughter, the Yamanaka clan of the Hokage line, and the Konoha shinobi who surround them all point their finger at Danzo. One person may make a mistake. It is impossible for 1,800 people to make a mistake, right? So he had to accept the fact that Danzo killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I met you when I was alive. You still loved the village back then, but now why do you kill your companions for your own selfish desire, asking for flowers? First Hokage Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice. Shode, Tobirama-sensei, I never did anything to hurt Hiruzen. Danzo stood firm, his eyes were extremely cold. Since he doesn't even believe his teacher, then he has nothing to say. As long as Liu and others are defeated, their grievances can naturally be washed away. At this time, you still dare to deny it. Senju Tobirama was furious, chakra broke out, and then slapped Danzo again. Tobirama-sensei, don't forget, you are dead, and I resurrected you, Danzo said coldly. As he spoke, he raised his fingers, and with a knot seal, Senju Tobirama froze in place immediately. Danzo! Senju Tobirama was furious. He didn't expect that his direct disciple would dare to disobey him, and even shot him. Teacher, after I kill Uchiha Liu, you will naturally know the real truth. Danzo said unmoved, and immediately took out a spell and inserted it into the backs of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama's heads. Although the use of spells will reduce the strength of the two, but he dared not let it go. Because he knew that with the strength of first Hokage and second Hokage, if he didn't use spells to suppress him, he would definitely be able to break free from the control of impure world reincarnation. Danzo, you be ***************** D. From today onwards, you are no longer my disciple of Senju Tobirama. Feeling his consciousness slowly disappearing, Senju Tobirama glared at Danzo and spoke his last words. Danzo, do you have to do this? Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kato Homura looked flustered. It is a crime of treason and immorality to do something to your mentor. Once word got out, even if they killed Liu, the village would not allow them to stay in power. At this point, why are you still hesitating? As long as you kill Uchiha Liu, everything is still up to us. Danzo said bitterly, then turned his head suddenly to look at Liu and his party, and shouted sharply, Shode, Teacher Tobirama, kill them. With style the tree world is coming. The moment Danzo's words fell, first Hokage Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and the surging chakra surged out. Boom! There was a loud roar. I saw the ground tremble, and countless tree roots and vines shot up into the sky, filling the room in the blink of an eye. Spread. Liu shouted loudly and retreated immediately. The people around heard this and hurriedly retreated. After everyone left the room, the trees directly crushed the wall and expanded rapidly outside. It's the arrival of Grandpa's tree world. Tsunade opened his mouth with a solemn expression, pointing to the ever-spreading sea of trees. The trees that descend from the tree world are not ordinary trees. Once they fall into it, they will be attacked continuously. Continued attack? Heitake Sakumo frowned, then looked at 050 Liu. What should we do now? Shodei and Naidame are too strong. If they fight here, they will definitely cause huge losses to the village, so we must limit the battle to a certain range. Liu said in a deep voice, indeed. Orochimaru nodded, but quickly changed his words. But Shodei and Naidame have already lost consciousness, and they will not leave with us. Then use 4 Red Yang formation. Liu interrupted Orochimaru's words. For Red Yang formation? Several people frowned. If we use this trick, who will suppress Shodei and Naidame? For Red Yang formation is not a simple enchantment. This enchantment has high requirements on chakra, and once it is used, it can completely seal an area. In the original book, the 4 Hokages used this trick to limit 10 tails. I will suppress Shodei and Naidame, Orochimaru, Sakumo-san, Tsunade, and Chief Yamanaka, and you 4 will set up barriers. Liu Kaido. Several people frowned when they heard this. Although Yamanaka Haruto's strength is not cage level, but also elite jonin. With the addition of 3 cage-level powerhouses, it is true that 4 Red Yang formation can be used, but the power is not so great. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that Liu said that he alone suppressed first Hokage and second Hokage. Liu, is this too risky? Tsunade was a little worried. As the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, she knows how strong her grandfather is, so she was a little worried that Liu would not be able to suppress the 2 of them. And besides first Hokage and second Hokage, the 3 of Danzo are also troublesome. That is to say, once they use the 4 Red Yang formation, Liu will face first Hokage, second Hokage, Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, and Mito-Kato Homura alone. The combined strength of these 4 people is not weak. Don't worry, I'm sure. Liu comforted, then looked at Orochimaru and Heitake. Let's do it. Heitake Sakumo hesitated to speak. Don't worry, if Mr. Liu is not your opponent, then we can just undo the 4 Red Yang formation. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Makes sense. Heitake and Tsunade thought about it, and then agreed. Soon, the 4 of them dispersed. When you come to different corners, seal immediately. With a low shout, the chakra in the body gushes out, and the crimson enchantment appears instantly, blocking the surroundings. The tree roots and vines that were flocking to the surroundings were suddenly blocked and stopped slowly. For Red Yang formation? Danzo standing on the tree trunk snorted coldly, but he didn't destroy it, because he just wanted to kill Liu, and then take Hokage's position, not really want to destroy Konoha. So using 4 Red Yang formation to protect Konoha is also in line with his wishes. Uchiha Liu, I really don't know whether to say you are confident or stupid. Do you really think that you alone can fight against the 4 of us? Yuditen Koharu couldn't help but sneer. Since he wants to court death, let him be fulfilled. Mito-Kato Homura snorted coldly. Court death? Liu jumped up and came to the tree trunk, looking at them with a sarcasm. Do you think you can reverse the situation with impure world reincarnation? Snort. Ignorant boy, you don't know how powerful Shodei and Tobirama are, but since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. Danzo sneered. With a wave of his hand, he immediately let Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama do it. The 2 without self-awareness immediately rushed towards Liu. Come on, just take a look at my current strength. Liu was not afraid, but a little excited. Since obtaining the Eye of Eternity, he has rarely done anything, so even he himself doesn't know what level he has reached. Playing against the 2 Hokages this time is just a chance to test their strength. Thinking about it, he rushed out instantly. The originally dark pupils transformed into eternal Mangekyo. After almost a breathing time, Liu came to Senju Tobirama, and slashed the sun will knife in his hand, making a violent sound of breaking through the air, as if it was about to cut through the entire space. Although Senju Tobirama has lost consciousness, his fighting instinct is still there. Facing the oncoming Liu, without thinking, he lifted up Kunwurisist. But Liu seemed to see through the future. Just when the 2 weapons were about to touch each other, Liu changed her movements and squatted down. Thorn, a hint of coldness suddenly appeared. Without giving Senju Tobirama time to react, the blade slashed across the opponent's chest. There was a cutting sound. This knife cut through Senju Tobirama's chest directly, cutting off Senju Tobirama's chest. Senju Tobirama 2.0, which was divided into 2 halves, suddenly fell to the ground. However, at the moment the opponent fell, a special substance appeared on his chest, and the special substance was connected together, and the wound slowly healed. Uchiha Liu, do you really think that impure world reincarnation is as simple as you imagined? You are so naive. Today is your death day. Danzo sneered. The reason why he is so confident is because he knows the specialness of impure world reincarnation, so he never thought that he would lose. Liu didn't answer, just blinked her eyes. As a time traveler, he naturally knew that impure world reincarnation possessed an immortal body, and ordinary attacks were ineffective at all, but he fought to test his strength. So the longer Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama hang on, the happier he is. Uchiha Liu, today is your death day. Seeing that Liu didn't speak, Yudin Kohara thought that Liu was afraid, so his attitude became even more arrogant. Idiot. Liu glanced at the opponent, then stomped her feet to the ground, gave up on Senju Tobirama, and rushed towards Yudin Koharu. Although suppressing first Hokage and second Hokage is more important, but he didn't want to hear a poor and arrogant old woman yelling in his ears all the time. Kaka. As the ground shattered, Liu rushed out at top speed. Then, under Yudin Koharu's horrified eyes, he came to him in an instant. Die. Liu drank lowly. The flames of the sun will knife soared into the sky, turning and cutting across Koharu's head. Don't think about it. Danzo on the side was frightened and furious, and quickly controlled Senju Hashirama to block it. Although Senju Hashirama has lost consciousness, his strength is not bad. The speed is so fast that he is ultimate, and he blocks Yudin Koharu at the critical moment. Boom! The crimson flame exploded, and before Senju Hashirama could react, the dirt body was torn apart, and countless fragments flew in the air. The people present watched this scene dumbfounded. I didn't expect Liu's blow to be so terrifying. With just 31 encounters, Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninjas, was smashed into pieces. How is it possible? Yudin Kohara swallowed, his face full of fear, and he didn't dare to shout anymore. Almost. Just a little bit. She was killed by Liu. If it wasn't for Danzo's quick response, if it wasn't for Senju Hashirama's speed, with her strength, she is absolutely unable to resist that one. Although it was to help Koharu withstood that blow, Uchiha Liu's blow was too terrifying. Mito Kato Homura looked shocked. He has experienced the era of first Hokage, so he knows how strong Senju Hashirama is. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, first Hokage Senju Hashirama took great pride in the ninja world, relying on wood style to defeat all ethnic groups and establish the situation of the 5 major countries. It is also for this reason that Senju Hashirama is known as the god of ninjas. But it was this kind of master who was blown away by a face-to-face encounter. Although there is suspicion of helping Yudin Kohara block the gun, this is not a reason to be blown up. Tuan, Danzo, please keep Tobirama-sensei with us, Yudin Koharu said with some horror. She was literally intimidated. If Senju Hashirama hadn't blocked her just now, she would have turned into a corpse. Good. Danzo didn't object. He also saw that his teacher Senju Tobirama didn't have the strength in his life, so he couldn't interfere with Liu. Since it can't cause interference, then simply stay by your side to protect the 3 of them, lest they be attacked and killed by Liu like just now. Liu is stronger than before. When the 3 of Danzo were discussing, Heitake Sakumo and others who maintained the barrier were also shocked. Mr. Liu's strength has long surpassed ours. Orochimaru looked a little complicated. This guy, I'm still worried about him. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Liu couldn't suppress these people, but now it seems that she is thinking too much. Liu's strength is far stronger than imagined. Danzo, do you really think you can ignore everything by relying on impure world reincarnation? The unconscious Shodai and Nidame probably don't even have 70% of their strength when they were alive, Liu said lightly. After speaking, he looked at the recovering Senju Hashirama, feeling a little disappointed. Originally, I wanted to try it with 2 people. I even want to see how strong Chaoying is. But now it seems that the strength of the 2 is far from that of their predecessors. First Hokage may still have the peak of cage level, but second Hokage has dropped to the level of ordinary cage level. Arrogance. Danzo's face was livid, and a little uneasy at the same time. He found that the first Hokage and second Hokage controlled by him were not as strong as imagined. And Liu, whom he considered mortal, was not as weak as he imagined. But he didn't continue to think about it, but controlled the 2 Hokages to continue attacking. Would style the tree world is coming. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together as his body recovered. Under the eruption of chakra, countless towering trees soared into the sky, rushing towards Liu. At the same time, huge vines rushed out of the big tree, slammed towards Liu like an iron whip with a violent sound of breaking through the air. It's useless. Liu's expression remained unchanged. If Senju Hashirama at his peak uses tree boundary descend, he might still be under pressure. But Senju Hashirama, who was only 60 to 70% of his strength before his death, was ignored by him. As he spoke, a crimson chakra rose from his body. A giant wearing armor and holding a giant sword appeared, and after setting off an infinite wave of air, he cut it down with a single sword. Boom! There was a loud bang. The chakra greatsword horror arrives in ultimate. Under everyone's horrified eyes, he fell on the sea of trees. The originally turbulent tree world descended, and was split in half by the giant sword instantly, and the waving tree vines also fell heavily to the ground, rolling up dust all over the ground. The tree world of Shodai descended, and was cut off by a single sword. It's so terrifying. If this sword is cut on a person, I'm afraid even a Jinchuriki will die suddenly on the spot, let alone an ordinary person. There was an uproar among the ninjas all around, and they looked at Liu with shock. They had seen the power of Susanoo. If there was no 4 red yang formation blocking it, that sword might be able to destroy half of Konoha. Why is this guy so strong? If the sword was aimed at us at 757, then even if Shodei and Tobirama teacher resisted, we would be seriously injured, right? Udaten Kohara swallowed, fear on his face. Rest assured. Liu looked at the terrified sleeping village, and chuckled lightly, I won't use Susanoo on you. What? Udaten Kohara was stunned for a moment, doubts flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand why Liu was so kind. You don't have to doubt my words, it's not because I don't want to use Susanoo against you, but because you don't deserve it. Liu chuckled lightly. In his eyes, the 3 of Danzo are 3 rubbish. If you really want to kill them all, you can solve it with a few knives. Turn on Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, then use Susanoo to kill some crap. Surely this is not an insult to Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan and Susanoo? Is it worth him to use Susanoo's, at least cage-level strength? Just these trash like Danzo, also deserve it? The ********D. How dare you despise us like this? Uchiha Liu, do you really think you are invincible? The 3 of Danzo were stunned for a moment, and then furious. Invincible. The corners of Liu's mouth curled up, and she looked at the 3 of Danzo contemptuously. Compared to you, am I not invincible? Ignorant child. Danzo's face was extremely ugly. Ever since he became an elder, he has been holding power and overlooking others. When has he ever been humiliated like this? Now being pointed at by someone and scolded as trash made him angry to the point of ultimate. Kill him. Furious, Danzo shouted, controlling first Hokage and second Hokage to exit. The controlled Senju Hashirama opened his eyes wide suddenly, the raging chakra surged again, and then vented completely. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Boom! With a bang, the earth exploded. I saw a huge tree vine rushing out of the ground, and the tree formation finally changed into 2. Wooden golem stands upright, its height is not lower than Susanoo, and there is a wooden dragon around its body, its arms are slightly opened, as if it is catching the sun and the moon. What ninjutsu is this? The Konoha shinobi outside the 4 red yang formation swallowed, their eyes full of surprise. It's wooden golem jutsu from Shodei. If it's this trick, Uchiha Liu can definitely be defeated. Uchiha Liu died. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, who were still terrified, shouted again with confidence on their faces. At this time, Senju Hashirama, who summoned Wooden Golem, also jumped to the top of Wooden Golem, and controlled Wooden Golem to rush towards Liu. Boom! The ground kept trembling, kicking up countless dust. When he was about to come to Liu, Wooden Golem raised his arms and grabbed Susanoo. Then let me see if your Wooden Golem is better or my Susanoo is better. Liu's gaze became extremely sharp. Facing Wooden Golem's attack, he didn't dodge anything, but exploded with stronger pupil power. Boom! The crimson chakra billows up. Susanoo received powerful pupil power, the armor on her body became more solid, and her body size increased by tens of meters. And more importantly, a pair of wings appeared behind it. With the flapping of the wings, the turbulent air flow swept across. Full body Susanoo. If Susanoo in the 4th stage is the end of Mangekyo, then the perfect Susanoo is the end of the Eternal Eye. The full body Susanoo is the strongest form of Susanoo, no matter attack or defense, it has reached ultimate. Cut. Liu shouted loudly. The complete Susanoo held up the long sword, condensed infinite power on the blade, and then slashed down heavily. Boom! The air twisted, as if sucked clean. A sword containing ultimate power slashed down, cutting out a vacuum around it, and rolling up countless storms. Boom! 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 A series of sonic booms exploded, echoing around. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, the terrifying Susanoo longsword slashed at Wooden Golem. Boom! There was a loud bang. After being struck by a sword, the indomitable Wooden Golem froze in place for an instant, and then turned into sawdust flying all over the sky. And Senju Hashirama, standing on top of the Wooden Golem, seemed to have endured an unimaginable force, and his entire body exploded. Boom! There was another loud bang. Wooden Golem hit the ground hard, kicking up dust all over the ground. However, Liu's slashed sword did not calm down because of Wooden Golem's fall, but continued to rush towards the back, and finally hit Si Xiang's formation. Careful, Tsunade shouted. The moment these words fell, for Red Yang formation was shaken violently. The power of this sword is too terrifying. The barrier created by one of the 3 cage-level powerhouses, an elite Jonin, kept shaking under the sword. I can't hold it anymore. Yamanaka Haruto turned pale. The consumption of 4 Red Yang formation was already high, and he was only an elite Jonin, and now he was under such a strong attack, which immediately made him reach his limit. We increased the output of chakra, we must maintain the 4 Red Yang formation. Heitake Sakumo shouted hastily. Clear. Orochimaru and Tsunade took a deep breath and immediately erupted with the strongest chakra, making up for Yamanaka's deficiency. The four red yang formation, which was originally shaking, became stable again under the insistence of the three cage-level strong players. Even Wooden Golem and Wooden Dragon are broken. Uchiha Koharu, who was still clamoring just now, looked like a face-changing expert, and his face became messed up again. She never dreamed that Liu would be so terrified. That's Wooden Golem and Wooden Dragon technique. A Super S-level ninjutsu that once assisted First Hokage Senju Hashirama to quell the troubled times. But it is this kind of ninjutsu that is so powerful as ultimate, but he was killed by Liu's sword. This terrifying method, this terrifying attack made her feel terrified. How come? Danzo was dripping with cold sweat, and couldn't believe that Wooden Golem and Wooden Dragon technique would be blown away by Liu face to face. Now, what should we do now? Mito Kato Homura panicked completely. What are you panicking about? Danzo suppressed the fear in his heart, yelled angrily, and then stared at Liu. Shodei's methods are more than that, we haven't lost yet. Saying that, he motioned for the two to retreat, preparing to perform the final stunt after Senju Hashirama recovered. After all, it's not Senju Hashirama at his peak. Liu looked at Senju Hashirama, who was slowly recovering, and spoke in disappointment. In the original book, Wooden Golem Jutsu can catch a blow from the full-body Susanoo with his bare hands, and reverse the existence of the Nine-Tailed Beast Bomb. But now she was killed by Susanoo's sword. From this, we can know how weak Senju Hashirama, who has lost consciousness and only has 60 to 70% of his strength, is completely 2 levels compared with his peak period. Uchiha Liu, you don't want to be proud there. Goodly how, Danzo shouted angrily when he heard this. Said Senju Hashirama, who took control of the recovery again. Under Danzo's control, Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, his originally straight body slowly bent down, and the Senju chakra permeated. Boom! Chakra erupted. Senju Hashirama in Impure World Reincarnation actually entered Sage Mode. Senju Hashirama, who entered Sage Mode, clasped his hands together, and saw red gates appearing from the sky, and then smashed down heavily. Sage Art Maya Jinman. This trick can even suppress the ninja's chakra. Liu looked up at the red gate that fell from the sky, and found that the Mingshen gate could not only suppress the tail beast chakra, but also suppress ninjas. Bang! 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 The sound came, and the red gatepost had been smashed down, surrounding Liu's Susanoo, forming an enchantment, and under the influence of the enchantment, Susanoo began to tremble. The suppression effect is good, but the power is not enough. Liu shook his head. If it's Senju Hashirama in peak form, maybe he can use this move to restrain the full body of Susanoo. But unfortunately, the current Senju Hashirama is only 60 to 70% of his peak strength. How can this kind of strength suppress the perfect Susanoo? For this reason, Liu didn't make any extra moves at all, just raised his long sword and slashed at Mingshenman. Boom! There was a deafening sound. With a single strike, the Mingshen gate blocking the surrounding area exploded directly, turning into countless fragments and flying around. After the blow, Liu did not stop, but continued to control Susanoo to raise the long sword high. This boring battle should also end, Liu whispered. He originally wanted to use the two of them to test his own strength, but now it seems that the two of them are not at the same level as before, and cannot force him to use the strongest means. Since he couldn't be forced to use his full strength, there was no need for this battle to continue. With that said, the long sword cut down. With a sword across the air seemed to be evacuated, and there was a deafening explosion. Facing such a large-scale attack, Senju Hashirama couldn't dodge at all, and before he had time to resist, his body was chopped off. Boom! Countless debris flew, and then fell to the ground. Everyone including Danzo stared blankly at this scene. Can't imagine why Liu is so strong for 093. Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninjas, was beaten by Liu again and again, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. At the beginning, isn't Shodei also an opponent? Mito Kato Homura swallowed. How can it be? Danzo gritted his teeth, a little in disbelief. I thought that I could fight against Liu by relying on First Hokage, but now it seems that everything is just my own delusion. Why is this guy so strong? Uchiha Koharu said with a horrified expression. In the horror and shock of the three, the shattered Senju Hashirama revived again. Unconscious, he is like a puppet, and when he recovers, he bursts into a stronger chakra. This chakra is more turbulent than the previous one, and the airwaves stirred up the armor on his body, making clinking sounds continuously. Sage Art drew several thousand hands. Under the eruption of chakra, the earth began to shake, and with a loud roar, the ground exploded violently. The light in the sky suddenly dimmed, and a figure that covered the moonlight rose from the ground, and thousands of arms gathered behind the king. Vast, terrifying, oppressive. All kinds of auras are gathered on this giant Senju Buddha, which makes people's breath stagnant, and a shocked look appears on their faces. Gilu, what is this? Is this really the ninjutsu that humans can do? Are you kidding? Is this the true strength of the god of ninja? All Konoha shinobi screamed out. True several thousand hands is too big, so big that even the full body of Susanoo is only 1/3 of true several thousand hands. Even Susanoo, who is 100 meters tall, is like this, let alone a human being who is only 1.78 meters tall. A meter over human under true several thousand hands, just like ants. This is the ultimate secret of Grandpa True several thousand hands. Tsunade was taken aback. True several thousand hands. Orochimaru's eyes were shocked, and then he said in amazement, is this the strongest stunt that Shodai uses to quell the war? It's really unimaginable, horrible. Heitake Sakumo stared at it for a long time, and finally spit out 2 words. True several thousand hands, Shodai's strongest mystery. Danzo, who was still dazed at first, became excited all of a sudden. I thought Senju Hashirama was not Liu's opponent, but who would have thought that such a terrifying ninjutsu would be used in a blink of an eye? Very good. Yutaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura seemed to see hope again, with brilliance in their eyes. DBFC, is this true several thousand hands? Liu looked up, even he was a little amazed. The power alone gives people a sense of despair. Sage Art Buddha on top. At this time Senju Hashirama jumped up and came to the head of the giant Buddha. Unconsciously, he folded his hands together, and the terrifying true several thousand hands moved instantly. Thousands of bergamot hands were raised behind him, each of which contained unimaginable power, and then bombarded Liu below frantically. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sonic booms exploded. The air was torn apart, creating endless storms that spread around like a Category 12 hurricane. Careful. Heitake Sakumo woke up and shouted at Liu. Liu, stay away. Tsunade also looked worried, and even wanted to stop 4 Red Yang formation to support Liu. Continue to maintain the enchantment. Liu stopped Tsunade's behavior, and then her whole body tensed up. When thousands of bergamot hands were about to fall, he opened his eyes wide suddenly, and the pupil power of eternal Mangekyo vented wantonly. Susanoo raised the sword at this moment, and 3 black particles appeared on the long sword. Black particles. King of Fighters Orokai's stunt. Facing Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands, Liu unexpectedly combined black particles and Susanoo to deliver the strongest blow. Swish! The sound of breaking the air sounded. The long sword wrapped in black particles slashed down, cutting through everything like a heavenly knife. Boom! A dull voice sounded. The two collided together, and the blazing light erupted and spread to the surroundings, and then the energy boiled and exploded completely. Not good. People around showed panic. The collision this time was terrible, and the 4 Red Yang formation lacking a strong cage level might not be able to withstand this collision. Get ready, the others retreat quickly. Heitake Sakumo also saw this and roared. If it was the 4 Red Yang formation created by 4 cage-level powerhouses, it might be able to withstand this collision. But don't forget, Yamanaka Haruto is not a cage-level powerhouse, but an elite jonin, so 4 Red Yang formation is not like the original work, and even 10 Tails-tailed Beast Bomb can resist it. Once the energy surges, a hole may appear in that corner of Yamanaka Haruto, causing the 4 Red Yang formation to shatter. So they have to be fully prepared. Once Yamanaka Haruto couldn't hold on, he evacuated immediately. The ninjas who received the order retreated immediately, leaving only the 4 of Tsunade to maintain the barrier. But at this time, the energy fluctuation hit head-on. Yamanaka Haruto blushed, spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and the 4 Red Yang formation exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Without the barrier of the enchantment, the terrifying energy fluctuation spread, destroying everything around. Walk! Orochimaru growled, grabbed Yamanaka Haruto who was not far away, and quickly retreated. The 3 Danzo also left under the escort of Senju Tobirama. As the crowd left, only Liu and Senju Hashirama remained on the battlefield, continuing to fight. Konohagakure. The fierce battle has alarmed the whole village. All the ninjas and residents in the village stood on high places, looking at the battlefield in the distance, either with fear or excitement. What the hell happened? Why did the fighting happen in the village? I heard that the interrogation department found the murderer who controlled Lord 3rd Generation, and the ninjas in the village are fighting the murderer. Real or fake? I don't know too well, I only know the general outline of the matter. If it's fighting a murderer, why does Wood Style appear? That's Shodai's stunt. Yeah, Shodai is long gone. Is there anyone else in the world with Grandmaster Wood Style ninjutsu? The ninjas onlookers talked a lot. Minato, do you know what happened? Kushina looked at Minato aside, with a look of uneasiness in his eyes. I don't know, but the Chakra Giant is the ninjutsu of Teacher Liu, so we can know that it is Teacher Liu who is fighting with people. Minato frowned. I know a little about this. Yamanaka Hai said suddenly. All the genins present were taken aback, and hurriedly looked at Yamanaka Hai. You also know that my dad works in the interrogation department. He went home a few hours ago, prepared some things at home, and then went to the Uchiha tribe. Seeing so many people looking at him, Yamanaka didn't hesitate, and directly said what he knew. Before we left, my father and mother mentioned that they had found the murderer who controlled Lord Third Generation, and that the murderer was related to the elders of the village, and they said something like Konoha had changed the sky. Because Dad was talking about important things, so I didn't dare to listen too much. I only heard these things. Related to the elders. Genin, who was present, was taken aback. Who are the elders in the village? Nothing more than those three, Shinura Danzo, Zhuan Xiaoquan and Nito Menten. Could it be that the murderers who control the third generation are the three Danzo? Hi-yi, is what you said true? I remember that the three elders are the companions of Lord Third Generation, Nara Shikaiju said with some doubts. I also learned about it from my dad, so I don't know if it's true or not. Yamanaka Hai couldn't be sure. If it's true, doesn't that mean Teacher Liu is fighting the village elders? Kushina couldn't help but said, it's possible. People nodded, and then looked at the position of the battlefield. When they saw the towering giant, everyone couldn't help swallowing. Kushina, isn't your teacher too powerful? You can even suppress such a strong wood style. They saw the battle just now. From Liu cutting down the tree world with one sword, and then cutting down wooden golem jutsu with one sword. From the beginning to the end, Liu pressed the opponent to fight. This terrifying strength shocked all the genin. Master Liu should be the #1 expert in the village, right? Akamike Choza exclaimed. Of course. Kushina raised her chin, looking proud. Kaido. Master Liu has defeated Lord Orochimaru before, and even defeated Lord Third Generation this morning. He can indeed be called the #1 expert. Nara Liu analyzed. Teacher Liu is indeed very strong. Minato also smiled proudly, but before he finished speaking, there was a loud noise. People were alarmed and hurried to look. I saw a big Buddha standing up from the ground, covering his eyes. What is this? The people present shouted in shock, and then saw Wan Senju's arm behind the Buddha slam down and threw toward Susanoo, and Susanoo also swung his long sword and met him head-on. Boom! There was a loud noise that could be heard throughout Konoha. Lighting up the village, people subconsciously closed their eyes. The genin who were still watching the show, suddenly felt a gust of air blowing them, flying them out and smashing them to the ground. When they got up with difficulty, they found that a mushroom cloud had risen on the battlefield ahead, and the smoke and dust covering the sky and the moon shrouded all around, covering everything. Fat, what happened? Akamike Choza looked terrified. The enchantment disappeared. Is the battle over? Nara Shiju is smarter than all his friends, and he can see the crux of the matter at a glance. Who won? Did Teacher Liu win? Asking for flowers, Kushina asked hastily. Have no idea. No one can answer this question. Don't worry, Teacher Liu will never lose. Minato on the side comforted him. Kushina also calmed down. I don't know what's going on there. Yamanaka stared at the front, and then saw a hurricane suddenly rolled up from the front, blowing away the smoke and dust. After the smoke cleared, everyone in Konoha saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. I saw the giant Buddha that covered the sky and the moon froze in place, and then a crisp cracking sound came from the body, and the Senju Buddha with the vast Kamui cracked apart with a crackling sound. Boom! Loud roar. The towering Buddha fell heavily to the ground. Senju Hashirama's strongest move was cut off by Liu's sword just like that. Big, the Buddha is broken. Yamanaka yelled out with a trembling voice, his face was full of shock. Did Master Liu win? Nara Liu looked at Susanoo whose long sword was broken but still existed, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. It's too strong, it's really too strong. Such a terrifying giant Buddha was also wiped out by a single sword. Is this the strength of Lord Liu? Akamike Choza opened his mouth wide and couldn't say another word. Slaying giant Buddha with one sword, quelling turmoil with one sword, Teacher Liu is so strong that I can't catch up in my life. Minato clenched his fists tightly, with a look of admiration on his face. The power of the Buddha is obvious to all. But just like that, he was cut off by Liu with a sword. At this moment, Liu's strength left a deep impression in his heart, even if he will never forget it for a lifetime. Teacher Liu won, great. Kushina yelled happily. The battle is over, should we go and have a look? Yamanaka said suddenly. Several people were taken aback for a moment, then hesitated. But without giving them any time to hesitate, there was a commotion next to them, and people turned their heads to see that all the ninjas in the village, big and small, were rushing towards the battlefield, obviously wanting to see the result. Seeing this scene, the few people stopped hesitating and followed San quickly. Battlefield location. With the shocking collision just now, the surrounding area has been razed to the ground. But fortunately, because of the obstruction of the 4 Red Yang formation, the scope of damage was not large, and the ninjas who were originally surrounded did not suffer any casualties. What's going on inside? Heitake Sakumo took a breath, his face turned pale. Have no idea. Orochimaru spoke with a hoarse voice, and looked ahead solemnly. I saw that the front was shrouded in smoke and dust, and I couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Don't worry, Liu will never lose, Tsunade said in a low voice. She has already seen that Grandpa did not have the strength in life, so Liu must be able to deal with it. Master Orochimaru, Master Sakumo, Master Tsunade, do you want to blow away the smoke with wind style? Yamanaka Haruto couldn't help asking. 430 can. Orochimaru nodded, then waved his hand, indicating that the ninja who knew wind style would use wind style to blow away the smoke. The ninja who received the order immediately acted, using wind style one by one, blowing away the smoke and dust covering the surroundings. When the smoke cleared, a shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. I saw that the towering Buddha was divided into two halves, and fell to the ground with a loud cracking sound. And Senju Hashirama standing on top of the Buddha also turned into countless fragments flying in the air. Master Liu won. It's amazing, Master Liu is really amazing. Even if Shode uses the strongest esoteric art, he still can't defeat Lord Liu. If Master Liu becomes the new Hokage, he must be the strongest Hokage in history, right? People were shocked when they saw this, and then shouted excitedly. Good boy, you really didn't disappoint me. Heitake shook his fist excitedly. Mr. Liu's strength is truly astonishing. Orochimaru sighed, his strength is already ahead of everyone. Indeed, a surge of pride welled up in Tsunade. Don't be so patronizing and happy, help me and seal the Shode, otherwise the first generation will be restored, shouted Liu standing on Susanoo. He wasn't surprised that he beat Senju Hashirama, because Senju Hashirama of Impure World Reincarnation has the most cage-level peak strength, and with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the ability to use the full-body Susanoo, he has already stepped into the ranks of Super Shadows. Fight against the peak of cage level with Super Shadow strength. If you still can't win, then just find a piece of tofu and die seal. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted. The ninja who knew the sealing technique rushed out quickly, and threw the sealing technique on Senju Hashirama before Senju Hashirama recovered. Senju Hashirama, who was still in the recovery stage, froze in place for an instant, then was wrapped in a sealing scroll and completely sealed. It worked. All the ninjas cheered. How is it possible? Not far away, Danzo looked disbelieving. He couldn't figure out why Liu was so strong that even Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, could defeat her. Tuan, Danzo, what should we do now? Uchiha Koharu looked terrified, with a flash of remorse in his eyes. She regrets it. Totally regret it. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen's death had nothing to do with her. If she didn't go to Danzo, but stayed at home, even if something happened to Danzo, it wouldn't affect her. Even if Liu becomes Hokage in the future, at best she will be deposed from the position of elder instead of killing her. Can follow plotting with Danzo. She had her share in Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Once Danzo falls, she will be implicated. It's over, it's over. Mito Homura also looked absent-minded. Without first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he can't think of any chance of a comeback. No hurries. Danzo saw the frightened appearance of the two old friends, and immediately roared, "We haven't lost yet." That's right. He hasn't lost yet. He also has second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and thousands of ninjas at his roots. As long as we make good use of this power, there is still hope for a comeback. Danzo, you. Uchiha Koharu and Mito Homura looked at Danzo in surprise, wondering what Danzo was thinking. There are thousands of ninjas at the root. As long as these ninjas launch a rebellion, how do you think Uchiha Liu will deal with it? There was a flash of madness in Danzo's eyes. Thousands of ninjas rebelled, which has never happened since Konoha established the village. Once it happens, it will have a shocking impact. At that time, even if Liu suppressed the rebellion by himself, what will happen after the suppression? You can't kill all the 1,000 ninjas, can you? In this way, he planted a time bomb for Liu, and he can also take the opportunity to escape from Konoha. As long as he leaves Konoha, he can continue to plan in secret and accumulate strength until one day he returns to the village and regains Hokage's position. You're crazy. Uchiha Koharu looked at Danzo in horror. He didn't expect Danzo to be so crazy that he wanted to start a riot. Danzo, we are Elder Konoha, Mr. Tobirama entrusted Konoha to us, how could we do such a thing? Mito Homura shook his head. If it is to kill Liu and suppress the Uchiha clan, he will do it without hesitation. Because in his view, Liu and Uchiha are factors of instability, and suppressing them will only benefit the village, not harm them. But starting a rebellion is different. Once the rebellion is done, it is tantamount to betraying the village, which is absolutely unacceptable to him. Idiot. Danzo's eyes were red, and his expression was extremely crazy. What kind of person is Uchiha Liu, don't you still know? As long as he exists for a day, he will bring Konoha into the abyss. I set off a rebellion just for the sake of 1.4. It's all for the sake of the village in Konoha. Even if teacher Tobirama knows it, he will agree with me. He has gone completely insane. Originally, he was the high-ranking elder Konoha, who had the opportunity to become Hokage. But under Liu's design, he became a traitor who killed his companions and usurped Hokage's position. How could this be acceptable to him? So no matter what, he will continue until he cleans up his grievances and regains the Hokage position that should belong to him. As for the process of regaining Hokage's position, it doesn't matter at all. As long as you can succeed, everything is worth it. And those ninjas and villagers who died due to the plan must also forgive him and be considerate of him, because everything he did was for Konoha.